Alright, alright.
Fjellorn was first.
Fjellorn. What up, Chris? You're here early. Well, I guess I'm here late. So I guess that, that makes sense, actually. Alright. You beat Chris. Let's go. I was here when you go live if I'm not live. Oh. I feel like usually you say something a few hours in. I mean, what? Huh? They work and not even fun with Mecha. You know, I don't want to put that pressure on my IRL friends that just want to hang out and play Mecha, and I think most of them probably wouldn't mind, but I don't even want to just like bring that up and just like I just want to just hang out with my friends, you know? Not everything has to be about content. Content is also fun, but like I just don't feel like everything has to be. So have to keep up your stream streak. It's nothing about you. I see. Yeah. Okay, you're just addicted to the systems they've put in place. Yeah. Okay, I get it. I get it. Why do you keep not wanting to play games with me offline? What? You haven't asked me to play games offline. I mean, maybe you've asked me to play Overwatch. I'm not playing Overwatch. Suggest a good game next time. Is it denying I ever even asked? Look, no League of Legends, no Dota, no Overwatch. It's just... Says the Hearthstone player. Yeah. That's better than Overwatch. He didn't say no to Fortnite. Wait a minute. Wait. We'll see. I think it's going to be a very volatile matchup. I think it's... Although, honestly, maybe I would play Dota. I maybe would play Dota. I don't know. I may... If we had a squad together, I'd probably play Dota. League... Overwatch... I might play Dota, though. They're going to be over very, very quickly if IRNU can get that sneaky bingo, or we might be in for a longer, drawn-out, game favoring Parky, but we'll see. We'll see who wins. I think it's... I'm down bad for Dota right now. Hop on. Hop on right now. All right, impromptu Dota stream, I guess. I get,
I've seen quite a few Parky practices.
I mean, like, in general.
Very interesting. Where I feel like at first, when she first started like learning this format,
there might be a possibility.
Always bothered when obviously
this current time of your life. Gotcha. I see now.
Kind of having that mental fortitude of being like, oh, I lost that. Okay, that was good. Let me do this now instead.
It's been a while since I played Dota. I would be very rusty.
Either
but
maybe missing a square,
it'd be fun to relearn.
Fight, right? And just having that strength to just keep on going, I think is going to be the big edge here for Parky. Having that untiltableness, if you will.
There we go.
Moving on. To
I was like, they're way too quiet, but that was on my end.
Already very ecstatic that he gets to play one more match here on the big screen. Let's see, center square larval tears.
Ooh.
That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one.
I don't know that I remember having seen that much this season. That's been kind of one that's been missing from a lot of boards, but is an interesting one. It doesn't take too long, but it's certainly not something you would usually rush. But with it in the center, I mean, you never know. You could for sure. I am seeing Falling Star Beast in the bottom left. That is a very, very common rush because you can do it with getting your weapon set up. You can go to that Celia Crystal Tunnel. And then there's a Falling Star Beast in there. It's got a bunch of stones. It's kind of a bang, bang. You do that and get set up. So really interesting there. Outside of that, I see 2 caves at the very bottom middle. That one you can just do right away. You would sometimes want to synergize that with Soldier of... Yeah, do I even have to review this match? I'm just kind of spitting the whole time. Am I not just saying everything that I need to say here? Just pointing out the perfect squares. Let's go me. Except I don't think I say Commander O'Neill. That is a rush one that I think I forget to say. Godric, because it's a fast cave, but with Kill Soldier of Godric, Bare Fist only, You know, that seems a little bit harder to rush, so I'm not sure how that's going to interact with caves, whether someone's going to forego the bare fist only, or whether they're going to wait until they have enough for the bare fist and then try to go for both of those.
Farming
So some
content off
interesting ones
myself.
there,
Yep.
And outside of that, I'm seeing some interesting remembrance stuff. Restore Godric's Great Rune, boss with a dagger only, duplicate a remembrance. So Godric might be really, really important on this board just because there's so much synergy.
I think you said every word that has ever existed today. Yep, in every order that ever could be. I said the entirety of Shakespeare, you know, word for word.
Energy with him.
Yeah, I could totally see that. And as we're loading in here with these characters, I was keeping an eye out to see what classes they're picking. There seems like they're both going with this Battle Axe class, which is the Vagabond. One, because Battle Axe is fantastic. It has innately Wild Strikes on it. And as you probably have heard from commentary before many, many times, Wild Strikes is an amazing, amazing Ash of War to use.
Yep.
And on top of that, we have 30 intelligence on the board, and the Battle Axe class starts with 14 intelligence. So
Mitch
not
stream
only do you get a
sniping
good
Mitch.
weapon and
I've got
also a
him in my
parry shield that's
sights.
small parry frames, but they also get 14 intelligence to work towards that 30 intelligence square on column 4, which is really, really nice. So, yeah, I don't know. This is an interesting start from both players. And with Battle Axe, they can immediately kill anything as well. Go immediately for that falling
Yui, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. We're reviewing the games from today. You caught us right as we started, because I started late today. Yo. Iron U versus Park and Arbor. I mean, no spoilers, but
Immediately do caves.
some banger
I think
matches
it's going
today.
to
I'm
be
just
up
saying.
to what do you think your opponent might do?
I'm just
Maybe
saying.
Do the opposite, or go set up first. and see what they
DGen
pick,
streamer,
and then
very
go for
DGen.
everything Right afterwards.
Very
Yeah,
DGen.
definitely.
Yep.
I think there's a lot of different ways to play this. If we
Starting
do wanna
stream when
start
most
thinking
people are
about
going to bed.
If Iron U is going to try to, be a little sneaky
morning?
with the line, it's very interesting because Godric blocks out.
Just got done watching the games yourself. Yeah. So, you probably aren't going to stick around, but if you did, you'd just be like watching into watching. That'd be very funny.
So many lines.
Enjoyed your
by
commentary. Yo,
himself,
thank you, Kara.
But is not along a line. So if Parky went
Also,
Godric,
because I knew versus Aggie. I mean, in
you gotta
some
think that
ways,
takes
it's
away from Iron U
arguably
the
better in
possibility
some
of
ways. But yeah,
column
like
1, column 3, and column 4, as well as row 2, row 3, and row 4. So like, that gives them a lot less room to play with. None of those are along a diagonal though, and we've seen Iron U maybe does value those diagonals some. So maybe that could be a way to kind of get around the strength of some of these really big, important defensive plays that maybe Parky could make. Or Iron U might shift it up and just be like, well, if Godric's that powerful, why don't I just take him? And then he leaves himself free to do a lot of other things as well. So I'm very interested to see how they start here. Both of them starting with the classic. We're just going to, run by grafted Scion, jump off, and get to things. As far as where they go off the bat, I would expect that they might grab the Grace next to Kale for caves later, or they might just go straight to Gatefront. Gatefront, of course, being closer to Godric and helping them get possibly some 1 stones if they need it to set up a little faster. I don't think I see a reason for them to go to Agil Lake North on this particular one.
I had a bit of an idea, which I thought would be kind of interesting here, is obviously that
I'm up late when the midstream starts. Well, then you're up extra late today because we're starting even later today. So it was a great day of Bingus. Yeah, I mean, still today for me for another 30 minutes, but
for bingo specifically,
it was a good day for bingo. Yep.
Boss,
exciting matches.
Maybe just
now that we've heard from Mitch, what do you think, Mitch? I really agree with Mitch. He's kind of spitting. Everything he said was perfect, spot on, and super precise about everything. Godric, super powerful, kind of obviously powerful. Bosses in... I don't think I've said it yet, but Bosses in Limgrave Weeping is very powerful because it synergizes with Godric, synergizes with Caves, synergizes with Catacombs, synergizes... Like, that's just kind of a free square as long as you just get to a fast start with other squares. So
fight really quickly here before you actually drop down, just to already have one Limgrave boss before you actually spawn into the world would be kind of a nice,
Thanks, Mitch. Back to you, Mitch.
Caves, right? So you do Soldier of Godric into Bofa. You already have 3 Limgrave bosses off the rip before you even have Torrent. Now, obviously, not having Torrent is, a little bit of a downside, but having 3 bosses already done and 2 caves. This column 3 is kind of interesting then at that point, you know, and you kind of force, you know, the Godric's Great Rune here. You can just do Market. You already have 4 bosses done.
Yeah, definitely that's a possibility. Yeah, there's a lot of synergy for Limgrave and Weeping bosses, so I do expect that'll go pretty early. You could do a Tibia Mariner. There's one of those in Limgrave. You can do Catacombs. There's many of those in Limgrave and Weeping. So there's a lot of different possibilities, and I think, yeah, the early game probably is going to revolve around those Limgrave bosses, probably that Falling Star Beast, probably Godric, getting at least set up for it, at least getting a dagger and thinking about it. And then the question becomes, at what point do you fully upgrade your weapon? Because there is, you know, the earlier you do that, the much easier you're going to have a time of, like, doing dagger only on Godric if you wanted to do that. But you might lose out on some of this early synergy, and there is so much early synergy. I actually kind of expect, knowing both of these players, that I don't think either of them is going to rush the upgrades all that much. I mean, maybe they do it after the Falling Star Beast, but I don't think anybody's really going to, like, you know, +9 before their first square or anything. Something that you sometimes see, I've heard it called the AFK 12 strategy. It takes about 12 total minutes to upgrade your weapon if that's all you want to do. But I think we're going to see at least 1 square, if not, you know, 2 or 3 squares marked from each player before they decide to do that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we also have, like, O'Neal on.
This Mitch's guy knows Bingus. Yeah, absolutely. Can you believe this guy? It's like he's watched and reviewed a bunch of games in order to analyze and try to decide on the best strategies and try to learn how each of the players play or something. Holy. Yo, what up, Z2? Yeah, I do think, you know, talking a little bit more candidly, I do think the Falling Star Beast is the correct opening play here, like, for sure. It's just better at getting yourself the upgrades. Thank you for the hydrate.
Board,
so I do think whoever goes for Falling Star Beast is off to a better start.
O'Neal Baboosh strat.
Most likely.
Popular strat. If you just need to get a square on the board immediately without upgrading at all, you can do that. But it looks like we are going for Falling Star Beast here for Iron U. People are naming strategies in Bingus now. It's become a real esport. I heard it from Jack's stream. He also does analysis. He said it. I don't know where he got it from. He said people are calling it the AFK 12, and I was like, I've never heard that before except from you. So maybe it's like a bingo club thing. They call it AFK 12. I don't know, but Jack was saying that it was called AFK 12, which means mark no squares until 12 minutes, and at 12 minutes your weapon is maxed out at +9 or +10, and then you finally start just bang, 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 knocking out squares. And for Parky, we are doing the Greatsword check here, I believe.
AK-12 sounds like an Ebo band from 2007. True.
Sort of
Milos. That's still pretty good. The stat
don't
requirements
like
are a little...
much. I don't. It's because, like, the Ash of War ruins the charge dart too. Like, it gets all weird and wonky. So,
yeah, it's definitely an R1 only weapon, but the increased damage that you can do with it is pretty nice. I do think I would put it in the upper half of greatswords. Obviously not on that same tier as some of the others, but just, it's a greatsword. It's got bleed on it. Its AR is not like that bad. You know, it's not going to be like that the forked greatsword that we saw in some other matches. We were like, the AR really kind of sucks here. I do feel like its AR is a little bit better than that. But yeah, it's not one of the best. She might use it after the early game. I think early game, I still prefer the Wild Strikes on the Battle Axe, but heading into the late game, sometimes it's nice to just have a slightly bigger option. That Greatsword can do more flinches, can do a bit more stagger. So, Iron U having a tough time there with the bug.
Quitting out.
He's got to be careful there. He's got to be careful.
Not very great here in Celia Tunnel because Celia
Enjoyed your commentary. Please be proud.
At least for the chest.
I think I might have already said something about that, but thank you. Yeah. I thought the commentary, you know, we'll see as we get into it. I thought I was really able to relax a lot more than previous ones and just kind of have a good time with it. I didn't necessarily feel like I needed to, like, force jokes. We were just kind of, you know, had a better rapport that I think comes through comfort of, like, doing it more times together as a commentary duo. That I felt good with. I felt good with the commentary that I did. Yeah, a few times where I missed seeing something, but I don't think it was ever like that big of a deal. You know, one of the main commenters, in my opinion, always best. Oh, thank you. Is the AR attack rating. I know it's a more accurate DPS stat for Elden Ring, but I've never known what it stood for. It's not even, I don't think it's even DPS. I think it's just damage per hit. But yes, AR is attack rating, I believe. And Domo even asked me that. He's going to ask me that in a bit, and I will answer.
Sure if that's still the case here. It is, yeah.
I go with the Liza P speedrun. Did you win with a 3-second difference against Blanks? Nope, Blanks went back, took my... oh, he literally just asked. Blanks took my routing that was better than his, used his better execution because he's played the game like much more recently than me, and took my good routes with his good execution and got a time that I couldn't possibly beat. So Blanks won the Lies of P.
AR is attack rating, and basically it's just how hard a weapon hits for. So a higher AR means a weapon hits harder. It's pretty simple. It's the number that means your attack amount. And so just different weapons obviously will hit for different amounts of damage. Even within the great sword class, even though they mostly all have kind of the same swing speed, some weapons will just hit a bit harder and some won't hit as hard. So that is the main thing with AR. There's a lot of math that goes into the specifics of AR, but if you just know bigger number hits harder, that'll get you done for most purposes.
I'm pretty sure it's also actually under the...
Routing you did was just that good. It was good routing. Yeah, I worked on the routing. The routing was my ace, but unfortunately, if one person's better at routing and the other person is better at the little things like menuing a half a second faster, the person who's better at the small stuff wins because they can just take the route. Like I can't take Blanks' better menuing. That takes like hours and hours and hours of practicing the exact inputs that I didn't have. But Blanks could easily take my route because all he has to go is, oh, I don't pick up this item. I do pick up this item. Got it. And that's it. So it takes him, 30 minutes to watch through my run and take everything that I did well. And it takes me probably 20 hours to go through the rote practice, memorization, redoing bosses over and over for the minutia that he did well. So just, it is, yeah. Unfortunately, super execution favored in a speedrun bounty, unless I had hid my progress, but obviously that would have been no fun. If I had hid my route, I would have easily won, but I wasn't going to do that, so. It is what it is. It's totally fine. I think things like backhand blades have different AR calculation than the katana, though. For some reason, I think it has to do with button presses and not weapon swings, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I don't actually know exactly.
In game, there's like a AR-like number that people mostly refer to when they talk about that. But yeah, just for people that were wondering what AR meant, it's mostly just like the amount of damage per R1, kind of in that range. That's what it's there for. But yeah,
There's also MB's motion values, which are effectively multipliers to the AR, and the status build up such that it gets you pretty complicated, but the general rule is higher AR, higher damage, unless you want to start learning the damage formula. Oh, yeah, I guess. So probably what it is, what you're thinking of is motion values. So, like, yeah, if two weapons have the exact same AR, but are of different types, then... that doesn't necessarily mean they hit for the same because one can have a higher motion value, which is a multiplier. So, yeah, that is true. I kind of forgot about
that. Like I said, you don't have to upgrade.
Yeah, putting that in.
She's
but
thinking like, hey, Fongster Beast might be more contested over O'Neal. Let me go for O'Neal here.
Whoa, that shirt.
Call here from Parky. Not a bad call here from Iron.
Nice shirt, Mitchja.
For Fongster Beast here as
That's
well.
a good shirt.
Some charged R2s immediately with rot grease on it. Trying to get a different attack, but gets the charge attack here. Tries to tag it while it's running.
Yeah, nice babooshes so far from Parky. She did miss one because she got a little unfortunate that he kind of stalled outside, but after that, boom, that's 2 in a row. Very nice. Oh, Iron U gets the stagger, so now he's got a Wild Strikes. That should be enough to get the Rot proc here, and it is. There's the Rot. So great start to both of the fights for both of them. Both of them do have very, very low health. Oh, and Iron U has taken a hit. He has to use his last flask. He will not live another hit, so he has to do it hitless from here. Still has half of the Falling Star Beast's health left.
That was really close.
Oh, yeah, and Parky, I think, would definitely get one shot by O'Neal here. He hits really hard, so both of them are in one shot.
Parky doing, by the way, a much better job than in some previous games that we've seen about keeping O'Neal in a very tight circle for the babooshes. So she's doing a really, really good job here. Iron U also having a pretty solid fight on the Falling Star Beast. Not perfect. He did take a hit there, but good enough that he's getting through.
Range. Parky is getting O'Neal down a bit faster. Nice dodge.
Really good
spot. Yeah, perfect spot. Oh, another baboosh. Okay, Parky probably just needs maybe 2 more babooshes to get this done.
His reviews and have a lovely stream. Oh, thank you.
And
what's the AR on baboosh? You know, that's a good question.
Ooh, Parky misses that baboosh. Unfortunately, baits him a little bit out
Am I doing today?
So
doing
this
good.
Might be Iron U's first square.
Bit of a busy day. I had this in the morning. Then I was tired and had a nap. Then my friends wanted to play Mecha Chameleon, and now I'm reviewing the same match that I commentated.
Let's see.
It is very close. Rot is taking on that Falling Star Beast. One more
no
baboosh
spoilers
for Parky. She gets that previous baboosh just in time. And here we go. Is it enough? Bang.
Last baboosh.
Oh, they both get the exact same time.
Bang.
And
Parky mark. Nice. There.
Yeah. That's definitely a bit of a late mark by Parky, but late marks are generally allowed. Early marks are very not allowed. A little bit late marks are usually allowed.
The start maybe favors a little bit Iron U.
I put it as maybe favors Iron U a little bit. I actually think this start favors Iron U quite a good bit. Like, at this point, they both have 1 square. Neither of them is in a better position, and Iron U just already has much more upgrade materials than Parky. Like, this is actually quite Iron U favored out of the gate. I put it very mildly, because I didn't want to, like, you know, go too hard into it, but, like, I think this is, yeah, a very solidly Iron U favored start.
Because he did go to an area that gets him.
Did you miss a Mecha Chameleon stream? No, it was with my IRL friends that I just played off stream. We just played for fun. O'Neal also counts for Caleb Dragon Barrow. It does. So, okay, a little compensation for Parky. But so does Falling Star Beast, so no compensation for Parky. Yeah, no, the Falling Star Beast is just better. Yep. They both have 1 boss in Caleb Dragon Barrow, and Iron U is just further ahead on upgrades.
Some of those upgrade materials, including the Falling Star Beast itself, gets you the Somber 6. But honestly,
right now doing all the Sector Gauntlets Traumas with the Demon Bell on New Game +7. Now I regret it, but it is fun. Nice. You got this.
As long as they got a plan around it, you know, getting what you want and your opponent going somewhere else is usually not a bad thing. Oh, Iron U heading immediately into the Halig Tree for more upgrade materials. Tries to grab that rune, doesn't get it. Oh, and he dies to the lights. Uh-oh. That's going to lose him some time, especially because now you have to go the elevator twice. Normally, you only have to ride it up. Now he's going to have to pull the lever to let it come down, wait all the way for it because you're not allowed to quit out, and then ride it all the way back up. So that's going to cost him quite a bit of time.
I do like this from Parky here.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Iron U, but I do like that he goes for the 10 there. I think the 10 is very important in a match like this. So I like that he goes for it, even though you know, he did die for it and he's gonna have to go back and do it again.
Smithing 3 into the smithing 2s and 1s from the merchant.
People have IRL friends. I know. Wild that people would possibly have IRL friends.
Going through Shifra, grabbing these stones here instead is just like way easier. And right after that, you can immediately upgrade. And from +7, I mean, like we said, this board's very rush heavy. A +7 battle axe here will definitely get you 2 caves.
Yeah, honestly, I do like Parky going this upgrade route for the Liurnia stuff. Gets you closer to bosses in Liurnia. That's very nice. And you might say, oh, well, wouldn't like the Shifra route get you closer to like Ancestor Spirit? And it's like, not really, because you're not gonna light the torches as you are gathering the stones. That would be very inefficient and would put you behind on important stuff. So you would have to come back and do all of that anyway. So grabbing the stones there, just because you have visited Shifra, doesn't mean you actually would have gained any progress on Ancestor Spirit. So I like her doing this one, which is just faster and gets her closer to Liurnia bosses.
Very easily. And maybe some other stuff.
Yeah, it looks like I...
Can you explain the punch strat on Lamenter at some point? Is it RNG manip or is it poise math? It's neither of those. You punch Lamenter. It doesn't... there's no Lamenters in the matches today, I'm pretty sure. It makes it so that you cause the visual buildup of blood on an enemy whenever you hit them. So if you punch an enemy, you will cause visual buildup of blood without dealing damage. He only starts to do the clones after a certain health threshold. So if you punch him, you can build up blood without triggering the health threshold where he will teleport. And so when he does teleport, it's easier to find him because it's easier to see the blood.
Maybe he's going all the way to +9 or even +10. It looks like he's at least thinking about going over to...
Personally, I think it's mostly unnecessary. If you have your like visual settings right, you can probably find him even without it. But that is the reason people do it.
Stone. So I don't think IronU is going to be content with some of these rush squares. I think he wants to set up for the late game.
For the hydrate.
Whereas Parky, we haven't seen yet. She still could go all the way for...
Ooh, interesting. Because IronU died going for it the first time, he's just not going for it the second time. He's not going for the +10. So not only did he lose out on time by dying, he also has lost out on permanent power for the rest of the game. He would have gotten the 10 and still gone on and done all the rest of it, but he basically lost 8% power for the rest of the game because of that death.
So let's see where she's headed. Looks like she is headed back to the Table of Lost Grace. And so I think she is going to be content with around that.
Yo, May Mirror. Yo, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. We are reviewing the Bingo Brawlers, the Elden Ring Bingo matches that happened today. Reviewing them and just talking about them, what happened. You know, possible upsides and downsides to plays that people made. Very analytical version. So I'm going to be stopping and talking through things. But yeah, trying to really get to the bottom of, like, what actually happened, you know? Because in the commentary, you know, the focus is on, like, oh my gosh, this is, you know, exciting. But then afterwards, it's like, okay, but was that actually, you know, how did that work out? Did that work out well for somebody? Did that not work out well? What could they have done differently? Things like that. So that is, that's what we're doing. Feed your bingo addiction. Heck yeah. Stardew Valley, nice.
+9 or +12, depending on exactly which stones she's grabbed.
Here we go. Health and Steeple is in the shop here. That is
classic, Chris.
For the people, and we have 30 intelligence on the board.
Yeah, that is an interesting synergy. And the class they started with did have a good amount of intelligence. I think it was 14. So really, really nice. Just kind of things falling into place here as a potential build that somebody could go for sure. She's thinking about the Hallig Tree stuff. It might be money. This might be money in order to get 30 int. This might.
What do you think is wiser, Thai Mitras or Star Wars short Mitras?
For +10. So we'll see.
It's
what
probably
she does. Headed into.
See, it's not only Star Wars. It's Star Wars physics. It's a physics pun on Star Wars. The net force, because what matters isn't an individual force, it's the net force. May the net force be with you.
Plateau.
So I don't know.
What
you know, that's a tough one.
For over here.
We have golden seeds, maybe setting up. I don't know. That's a good question. Actually,
there's
maybe
Ash of War. Yeah, there's the Lightning Ram Ash of War. There's Lanciacs, both in that same kind of area. He could think about doing those.
And double corner.
There's Elmer, but that's a different direction.
Kill 5 bosses with tree in their name. There is Tree Sentinel for that, right?
That's yeah.
That's pretty much.
Bitch, hop on Dota right now. Thoughts? I'm busy that day. Wait, I actually am busy this day. Wait, I'm actually in the middle of something. Wait, I don't even have to pretend to be busy. Holy. This is what 10 times Elden Ring DLC bosses does to a person. It's a shame, you know? We may never recover, Chris.
Yeah, I think maybe he's just prepping.
There's a larval tier from a transforming enemy over in the Lanciax area.
Ooh, okay, so there, Parky was trying to sneak and grab the rune, but got spotted by the tree. She then quits out, but I think that's gonna reset it where it's gonna see her again.
But yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, it is. So that's a very unfortunate quit out there. Not actually super helpful for that quit out, because it takes a tree that saw her but was behind her, so she gets to run away from it, to now a tree that sees her but is in front of her, so she has to run past it. So that quit out did not actually end up being very helpful at all for her.
He's going for, but there is a lot of possibilities there in Altus. Okay, and Parky is skipping the 10, it looks like, is going straight for the 9, unless I missed it while theorizing about Iron U. But
I'm not
she
sure.
is going to go, I think, for some of these.
She also does another quit out here to make sure that the tree really doesn't see her. So she doesn't want, you know, what happened to Iron U to happen to her, but
Upgrades. Oh, even doing a
this is
little
a
quit out for
lot of
safety
time
here.
loss.
Very
There's a lot of time lost to
sometimes,
do
for some reason,
2 extra
if
quit
the
outs.
archery avatar
So
does go up the staircase a little too far up, the golden land.
I'd also be
projectiles
busy,
can make it
pretend to
through
be
the
busy if
archery
Chris asked me to
doors,
play
and if you're
Dota.
in the small
True.
room that's Crystallian, you're walking right towards those. So just to be safe here, I guess, just to not, you know, have an accident. It's rare that it happens, but if it does happen, you lose a lot.
I have a question for Tom vs. Twisty Game. When Tom was fighting Rolana, the Blade of Mercy icon was visible even before he took a crit. Why was it? That's just how Blade of Mercy works. There's no visible change when you have the effect versus when you don't. I don't even know if you get, like, a glowing aura on you. I have no idea how to tell when you have the buff or not. I don't know why that is. You know, obviously, a lot of talismans will only show the icon when they're active, but Blade of Mercy, for some reason, shows the icon at all times. That's just how it works. Couldn't tell you. Yes, there is. You get the red aura, noob. Okay. Well, maybe I don't see it because I usually also have the red aura from the one where you're at full health, Ritual Sword. So maybe I don't notice the extra red aura because I just have 2 red auras that are overlapping. It's the same as others. Yeah. That's probably it.
A lot of times, so I think she's just trying to make sure that that does not happen at all.
Yeah.
But I think, for Iron
Play
this is very
Dota 2 with
interesting
Chris
because
only if it's
like
auto
Ashes of
chess.
War, Lanciax,
Yes.
and also larval tiers, and those are all corner squares. So I'm thinking he's looking at like the trinity of corner squares here, right?
Back to watching TI. Have a good stream. All right, have a good one, Michael.
And center here, all in the same area.
Yeah, I think that could be a very, very strong play.
Don't think it even makes 2, just if you have 1 or not. Yeah, that makes sense. The HelloFresh box dancing in the corner threw you off momentarily? Yeah. Hey, I'm happy they sponsored me, because that means I get to have some HelloFresh.
Setting up multiple lines. This hasn't been Iron U's
Goodbye,
playstyle
Fresh.
so far of setting up multiple lines. He has been.
It's a HelloFresh and then a Goodbye Fresh. Back to back.
Line, but I mean, I think that's the usual powerful play. Set up multiple lines.
I just
say,
escaped the
opponent,
Dota
which
TI
one
stream
do
to
you
come
wanna
here.
block? I'm gonna try to win the other one instead. Parky
Is
gets 30
TI
hits.
just
Very
happening
nice.
at
She
this
does
time?
just
Is
have
this
enough
not
room to do
an
that.
absurd time
Very nice.
for
Okay, call me psychotic, but I might see actually
tournament
what Iron
stream
might
to
be
happen?
doing here is he grabs the Ash of War for Lightning Ram. It's really early right now, and then goes Fire Giant and dupes the Fire Giant. Remember, it's for column 1 here. It tries to bulldoze column 1 as a line. He might do a really early Fire Giant with Rot Grease and want
He's
this
almost
column
24/7 right now somehow. Huh.
If he sets up a Grace for duping, I don't know. I could totally see it. Do one Misbegotten Boss and Weeping.
Yeah.
I don't know. The
Maybe
Misbegotten.
do the one that isn't in Weeping, and then you do
Guys
like
in
the
China
Dupe
this
and
year.
the one in
Ah,
Weeping
so China time.
together.
Okay.
So you go like
Yeah.
Fire Giant immediately into Dupe and Misbegotten Boss, immediately into Ash of War Lightning Ram. That would work. And it looks like he is headed for the Ash of War Lightning Ram. So maybe that is the line he's decided on. I don't think this is one that I would have predicted seeing it initially, but that is synergy. That is totally synergy. So I think it would then
a very wacky thing to do for sure.
Yeah, it would come down to if you can have a good Fire Giant fight. Fire Giant, I know in previous seasons, maybe it wasn't even a season. I remember some exhibition event where I was teamed up with CBD, and I was like, oh, CBD, if you just get Fire Giant at like 10 minutes in, we win the game. And like, that wasn't a good idea, but like, it's a potential play. Like, if you've got Rot Grease, if you've got a bleed weapon, which I don't think he does currently, you know, there are ways to.
The larval tiers in Liurnia are kind of slow, but maybe. There's a good number of larval tiers that you can definitely do. I mean, 3 is, by the way, the lower number. It can go up to 4. I think it's 3 or 4 larval tiers from transforming enemies. So trying to find those is actually not too bad. Each of them is a bit of a long fight because you basically have to kill an enemy, then kill an enemy again in order to get it because they transform. So it ends up being like 6 different enemies, most of which are like, you know, somewhat powerful enemies like a rune bear or a worm face or a lobster or a grafted scion or elder lion. So it is a bit of a time sink of a square, but it's not like horrible
To make it work.
But it looks like he is setting it up. We are currently in Weeping now, and he's making his way.
Being Fire Giant on your RL1 save, much harder than anticipated. Yeah, anytime you get one shot by a boss, it's going to be rough.
Also set up probably his weapon for Lightning Ram and Fire Giant.
The route Parky did for upgrades in Liurnia help with getting the larval tiers easier. Remember that there are 2 or 3 in that area. Are there 2 or 3? I only remember the one that people actually go for. I would say it could, but I mean, I don't think that's on Parky's mind right now. The larval tiers, I mean, it is center square, but like Godric is so powerful. I really, really do like this from Parky. I think Iron U got off to the better start with Falling Star Beast, but then since then it's just kind of like prepping stuff, and Parky is sending the powerful stuff. Because Restore Godric's Great Rune immediately takes away the row that Iron U was setting up. Duplicate immediately takes out the column that Iron U was setting up, and now all of a sudden the only thing that Iron U really has is this diagonal as a threat, which can be a scary threat, but like Godric is just so powerful for Parky here.
Now, Parky is in a great spot to potentially stop this. She probably does not know what's happening, but Godric blocks all the shenanigans from him. She can get Godric's Great Rune, which blocks out the potential for the row 4, and she can then dupe his Remembrance, which blocks out the potential for a column 1. So if she just goes straight for Godric, she could even forego dagger only, but you know, maybe as a player you're thinking,
I was rooting for the only American team in TI because Speed is there and he used to coach you, well, a little. He used to coach you specifically? Or he used to like make coaching videos that you watched? Another question, can the player skip Godskin Noble to get to Rykard, or is skipping bosses not allowed? Yeah, skipping required bosses is not allowed, correct?
I really want to do dagger only, but
who's a better commentator, past Mitch or future Mitch? Past Mitch for sure. He's got it covered. I'm just sitting here riding off of his coattails and making little actuallys, but he's got it covered. I feel like I have to say a lot less. There's a lot less times that I have to pause when I'm commentating because I'm just yapping the whole time. So there's just constant stuff I'm saying, and so I can just go, yeah.
That would very much counter what Iron U's doing, as long as Parky can just get Godric before he can get Fire Giant, which I imagine.
Mitchja versus Mitchja. It's actually nice shirt, Mitchja versus Mitchja.
And you have to be able to, especially
on stream. Yes, 1 free coaching when he streamed, a few free coaching. Wow. Okay, cool. Coach, you personally watched your match, taught you how to play better. Nice. Past Mitch was in the moment. Current Mitch is debating on hopping on Dota 2. I mean, I don't know about debating.
Almost there, and the fight obviously would be much, much faster. So I think this is
a
really good play from Parky. Just
get
the most powerful play on the board that also prevents your opponent from getting a lot of lines. I think this is a really, really good play from Parky.
This is very, very interesting. Parky, I would say, playing more traditional bingo, whereas Iron U is very much like, let me just see what I can get away with and see if it works. I respect it a lot. I think like finding lines that seem maybe like weird or intriguing, but being able to pull it off would be
don't listen to them.
Interesting here.
Don't listen.
Setting up Fire Giant this early,
it's bad for you.
He would definitely want, I would just say, at least a plus 18 weapon, because like you need some damage, right? Like a plus 18 smithing, I think, is like in the realm of okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think he went all the way for the plus 10 somber the plus 25 smithing stone.
5 helm
and
of
honestly, that's what I would
domination.
do. This early,
That's funny.
Like no health, like
Silly
Lucas Hellboy,
metas.
teeny tiny.
Yeah.
I would just go for maximum damage and just say this is going to be my saving grace. You know, even if I, you know, still I'm going to have a tough time because I have to do the fight hitless, at least the fight is going to be over a lot quicker. So I expect that's what he's probably going to do. Fully upgrade. And that's upgrading in itself is almost like prepping and sneaking every board or every square on the board, if you think about it, right? It makes you faster at every single square on the board to get a more upgraded weapon. So that also feels kind of in line with the way that Iron U plays. Do early stuff that seems a little slow so that you can all of a sudden get a bunch of stuff later that puts pressure on. So
That guy is spitting. Getting powerful early is like getting progression on the entire board at once. That's a great way to put it, Mitch. I don't think anyone's ever said that before, but man, is that a good way to put it.
I think that's what we're going to see from him.
And we're doing a
Preach,
bit of a dagger
Mitch.
check here for Parky, by the way, killing Nereus in the river. And we'll see what kind of dagger do we get.
Mitchception.
Nothing crazy,
Heck
hopefully.
yeah.
Main gosh. Okay, I think-
Mongosh, it's all right.
yeah. You can wield that almost right away. I think you need 15 dex to wield it.
I
So it's
don't
nothing
think she
crazy.
has the dex quite yet, which might be a
Yeah.
little unfortunate for her. She did put,
Blink.
obviously she did the 30 int. She also got a good amount of vigor, so she could live through things, which I think in general is a very, very solid play. But it could be tougher for her to get this. She is now going all the way in towards...
By the way, I really like this from Parky as well. Going for patches makes complete sense. It's a cave. She wants caves. It is a dagger check. She wants a dagger just in case, so she can do Godric dagger only. It's Limgrave Weeping. Like, it's perfect synergy.
patches here, so
Great call from Parky.
Dagger check. That is a Limgrave boss, yeah. And it's gonna be her
I've been workshopping a phrase. I came up with it. Power is speed. That's pretty smart.
third out of 4. If she
Somebody should
does,
start using that.
Godric then after,
Right.
or at least by what she's marked. I remember she did Margit. Did she do another Limgrave boss? Maybe this is her second and she pre-marked it.
This is her third, right? Oh wait, hold on.
What was her
No,
second one then?
no,
I
maybe-
remember Margit.
Yeah, no. You're right. I think she might. have
She's marked
pre-marked it.
3. She's marked 3, so she must have. So I don't recall what her other one was. Maybe
What
we missed.
was-
Maybe we were talking about other strats, but
I don't think so.
She went back down to 2.
Oh, she put it back to 2. She put it back to 2.
okay.
Okay. Yeah, she must.
Oh.
Have
Yeah, she got confused as we
Oh,
did
now
about her
she's
number of
looking at
Limgrave bosses.
Caves, it looks like. Okay, that's a solid play for sure. This is another thing that we talked about. And
All right,
it
have a good
kinda
one, Michael.
Sets up her own column 3, if you think about it, right? All of a sudden, she's ahead on Godric. She'll have Caves, Limgrave bosses. She already has O'Neal, and Iron U probably cannot just win on his line before Parky could get the 3 larval tiers. So that at least, at minimum, would probably force Iron U off of his line, at least for a bit, which might give Parky even more time to block it. So interesting play here. Or maybe they just both race it. Maybe Iron U says, I don't think you're actually doing larval tiers. I think you're going to let me have my line first, and you're going to try to block my line instead. So we'll see. We could end up with a really risky game here, or they could all settle out and block each other's line and go into a more normal game. But there's Caves.
There's
Very
Caves.
nice.
And Iron U is going immediately for those Lightning Ram Ash of War kills.
Yeah, he's going right for it. So this is great from Parky. I love this start from Parky. Getting the bosses in Limgrave is great. Caves is great. O'Neal. The O'Neal, you know, it's working out for her as her line. I didn't like it as much as the Falling Star Beast start. But I do think a very strong start here from Parky to go for those. But, you know, her going for this is super powerful. I think she should absolutely do it. But giving your opponent, in fact, forcing your opponent to have the center is a scary thing because the center is the center of so many lines. It means she has to block out row 3. which she could do with daggers only. If she does Godric daggers only, then that's fine. But then she also has to worry about both diagonals, which Iron U is already setting up a diagonal with Ash of War, Lightning Ram only, and already has a Grace near Lanciax. She, of course, doesn't know that. She can't know what Iron U has and has not been doing, but it's just always a little scary to force your opponent into the center square. You have to then have a plan to block the things around it, potentially.
Here. Going straight from Storm.
No mad about the O'Neal guy hates that boost rush. No, I don't hate it. I just do think the Falling Star Beast was a little better because it got you upgrade materials.
Shack south, as there's a bunch of sheep.
Parky cooking. She is cooking.
Grazing away. There is one sheep.
For the most part, she said these are the good squares. I'm going for the good squares, and I love that. I love that from Parky. I love her sending the good squares because that's how you get ahead in bingo.
Pause.
Two sheep.
Physical commentary from you and Domo. Yo, thank you, Morago.
4. Yeah, you want the ones that have like the horns. They come at you. They want to fight you. So it's always nice to just kind of like stick around. Yeah, like that one. 5. 6. We're almost there, Mitch. We're almost there. 7, 8. We're so close. Oh, he's running away. And 9. And one more.
Incredible acting. No, thank you.
And 10. There it is.
10. There we go.
And now this column 1 looks.
Tom said earlier that today was my best commentary. Yo, let's go. I do think my commentary today was very nice. I liked how well like it felt like I was not too stiff. I always like what I have to say. I always like the way that I say things, but I feel like I'm oftentimes too stiff, and I can feel it in myself. I can feel my shoulders tensed, and I can like I'm worried about what I'm doing with my arms and like should they be on my armrests or not, and I constantly think about that as I do commentary. But today I was just kind of vibing. I thought it was super fun. That's right, Domo, count your sheep. Assume I'll get all 10. Yes. Does the sheep counting make you sleepy? That's a joke. That's a like I don't know, a phrase or something that, you know, counting sheep to go to sleep or whatever. I don't know. So I did that as the joke.
Now, do we see Parky be like, okay, well, I would like to dupe Godric. I feel like that would work.
I'm gonna get 9 sheep and hold prio. I will do this. Don't sweat. What? Why would sweat? If your match doesn't matter, then fine, send it. If your match matters, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be so mad if your match matters to the standings.
Work out nicely.
Wake up, Mitch!
Yeah,
wake up!
This is an early time of Iron U showing his hand here. Usually he likes to really hide it, but maybe
it's better if it matters. Oh goodness!
To take away, or just maybe wants the extra diagonal pressure there. And now Iron U actually is going for bosses in Limgrave with this Crucible Knight here, I believe. I don't think there's another reason you would do this aside from that. So Parky maybe gonna snipe him out on this as well. This could be really interesting.
He is having a very fast fight here. I do think he's very much upgraded compared to Parky. I don't know how high. I think
this feels like a very odd play from Iron U. The Crucible Knight. He is here already, I suppose. The argument is, well, he's already here. He just did the sheep. Might as well do this. But it feels like a low chance to be important to do this Crucible Knight. You know Parky, at the very least, has to have 2 bosses in Limgrave. Like, there's no way she did 2 caves and they were both, like, in Liurnia, for example, or Caelid or something. Technically possible, but, like, being realistic here, they're gonna be bosses in Limgrave. So going for a 0 synergy boss in Limgrave when you could go for Catacombs in Limgrave, or you could go for Godric to get all the Godric stuff in Limgrave, feels odd, right? Because it's like, if if Parky beats you to Godric, she guaranteed beats you to bosses in Limgrave. So as Iron You, I mean, maybe neither is a great play, but at least I feel like the higher percentage play, the one that has more possibility of working out, is Godric, because at least maybe there's some chance that Parky either doesn't commit to Godric and just finishes off Limgrave bosses and goes somewhere else, or that Parky kills Godric but doesn't actually turn in the Great Rune of the Remembrance, right? I feel like Godric would just have been kind of the better version of this Crucible Knight play with just much higher upside. Or he could have done Tibia Mariners, so even if he gets sniped, he has a Mariner. He could have done a Catacomb, so even if he gets sniped, he has a Catacomb. But the Crucible Knight that only has synergy for one square that Parky is like 99.99% gonna get seems a little odd.
At the very least, like plus 15, if not plus 18, actually.
When do you send Larval Tears as a center square? Tough. It's not like too bad, but it is a weird one. It is a weird one that like I don't feel like Parky wants to do, and like I wouldn't want to do it necessarily. Like I don't know personally the best routes to the best ones and the ways to fight all of them, you know, in each of their transformed forms. So it's an odd one, but it's not that slow for a center square. It's definitely more of a mid game. It's not a rush, but it's also not a late game. So it's rushable, but like it doesn't do anything. Right.
Immediately going Stranded Graveyard here.
I think you wait at full upgrade at minimum. Yeah. But Iron You, I think, already is full upgraded, I believe.
Nice column 3 here to kind of work with as well. Like once you get Limgrave bosses and restore Godric's Great Rune, it's just a larval tier race.
Yeah, this could end up super good for her. It looks like she's not going to go with the dagger, but I think that's completely fine. I think you can save the dagger only for Radon later. That's not that bad, and it's just not that important of a square for her right now. It's not in the line that she's setting up, as well as it doesn't block the line that Iron You is setting up. So I think getting 2 of the 3 very big Godric squares while also getting bosses in Limgrave and Weeping is very powerful from.
Yeah, and Iron You is hard committing to the Limgrave Weeping bosses. He's again just going for a cave, which again still just has no other synergy.
Parky, I love this play from her.
Yep. This is a very
interesting play from Iron You.
Ooh, big headshot.
Doesn't get the riposte. Yeah. She actually does a little.
She has 30 int and steeple. Yep.
Really good. So she actually didn't get the riposte before the start of phase 2.
Shout out Iron You for filling in and doing a great job with such little time. He's goated for that. Yeah. No, he played super well this season for especially for how little time. Like I bet if you didn't tell anybody that Iron You had to come in and replace somebody after the season had already started, and you just showed them Iron Yu's games that he played, obviously ignoring that he didn't play week 1, and you just asked, like, hey, what do you think about this Iron You guy? They'd just be like, wow, he was a really strong player, like, didn't, you know, end up getting a lot of things, but he must have worked hard for, it's like, oh, no, yeah, no, he joined super late and had no time at all to prep, and they'd be like, what? Because, like, he played so well.
Of the actual phase 2, almost. Just another hit or 2, I think, should stagger him.
Yep, there it is.
And there it is. Nice, take another hit. Take the riposte. That should do it. And so that's going to snipe out what Iron You was working on in multiple ways. That's bosses on Limgrave Weeping. That gives her a remembrance.
Passmatch shouldn't be that quiet. I'm into the yellow on my OBS, so that should be. I can turn it up again, but I should not be quiet. Molecular tendon weeding too much, and second day of Sucky McSucky Haynes. Dang. Able to game, that's all you need. They both did? Oh yeah, Parky also, but you know, Parky has been in some previous seasons, so like I kind of knew Parky was gonna do pretty well. I mean, you know, she's at 0 points coming into this game. It's not as though she was like winning all of the games, but like I knew that always that Parky had the ability to do really well and show her skills, and she absolutely has in the season.
Parky.
I agree. Yeah, this is gonna make him realize
it's quieter like always. I mean, it should be quieter than me. Like, you should know the difference between when I'm talking and when Past Mitch is talking, but it shouldn't be like Past Mitch is like quiet, like you can't hear me, right? But I talking should be the loudest. That's how everyone has their stream set up. Everyone has their own mic louder than the game they're playing or the their friends in Discord, so that you can tell whose active point of view you're watching if you're on a stream. So last match was good level-wise, I thought. That's what I felt like. I don't know. Well, Blank said after the serious match was interesting, and it's kind of how Iron U plays, which is kind of down squares, but hiding all your progress, and he's great at that. Yeah. He is really, really good at that.
Uh-oh. I think I got a little too
Volume is fine, I think. Okay.
Here. I might be a little bit in trouble.
Yeah. Definitely could be. All right, look.
Cannot share the mic with others and random Chris shouting. Yeah, one time I had it where Discord was as loud as me, and everyone was just like, we can't, Mitch, you're just getting drowned out, you know, as other stuff is happening. Because also sometimes I'm going to talk over stuff that's happening, because, like, you know, I'm going to mute what's going on. I'm going to talk to you guys. Like, I don't know. That's just the way that I operate. I don't know if that's a good way to do it as a streamer, but, like, sometimes I just want to talk directly to you guys as opposed to be a part of the larger conversation. So I have to be louder than others. Otherwise, me talking at the same level just becomes noise. So
looks like she's headed straight for the dupe.
Yeah.
I agree with this. You have to imagine you're ahead on.
You said you hate us, though. True.
Because, you know, you just killed him. And then the dupe is the one that it's like, if I'm scared of anything, I'm scared of the dupe. I don't want Iron U to get a line. I'd rather this go to a slow, grindy majority than we're just both fighting on our own lines, and then, like, I have to do Fire Giant for a block. How miserable would that be if you were forced into Fire Giant as the block? So I think just getting the dupe right away makes perfect sense.
Parky currently leading 4-2, 2-square lead. Doesn't get the skip here, sadly. Has to go all the way around. Iron U rushing what seems to be for larval tier enemies now. Going to go for that Rune Bear next to the Bloodhound Daryl Everjail.
Yeah, and that's a very strong play from Iron U. Obviously, it blocks out Parky's line, and that's what you need to do. But at the same time, sets up a diagonal. So now all of a sudden, you know, the fires are not completely out for Parky. She's also going to need something along the diagonal. So I really would have liked to see her grab the Grace there at that catacomb potentially, because there is 3 catacombs along the diagonal. She did skip over that for the immediate dupe, maybe just too worried about it. But you know, I think that's one thing that she should think about. She could also do bosses in Kaled Dragon Barrow. That's a potential, but it is starting to look a little scary along that diagonal. Iron U, if he's ahead on larval tiers, and he, you know, maybe is setting up Soldier of Godric Barefist only, like, you only have so many options to block that line.
And that Rune Bear loves body checking 3 times in a row. Trying
that
to
Rune
knock
Bear.
Iron U off of this hill. There it is, a 4th one.
Technically, Tom can face blanks, and one of them gets eliminated. Not eliminated, sent to the lower bracket. One of them could get sent to the lower bracket. But yes, I believe that is exactly what is going to happen. I believe it is going to be Tom versus blanks in the first round of the winner's bracket. I guess it's minor spoilers on what's coming up, but, like, you know.
And a 5th one. Sweet Jesus.
Man, Rune Bears can be just so
I'm just
brutal.
blanks
The red
already.
bears in
I
the
know.
DLC are, I feel like they really made them a lot more chill.
But I mean, you know,
the
sometimes somebody
Rune
earns
Bears
their
in the
spots
base
to
game
not
are
have
just
to
constant.
face the one
It's
seed on the
hitbox
other
after
side
hitbox after
immediately.
hitbox. Okay, there's the Rune Bear.
It's like a wild animal.
Yeah, it's almost like a wild animal.
There it is.
Do people starting in lower bracket just play single elimination? Yes, the lower bracket is single elimination. That's what double elimination means. Double elimination means there's an upper bracket where if you lose, you fall to the lower bracket, and then if you lose in the lower bracket, you're out. That's what double elimination means. It doesn't mean everyone is, at all times, has 2 lives. That wouldn't make sense. You have to go down to 1 life. So some people are going to start with 1 life, some people are going to start with 2 lives, and yeah, some people are, unfortunately, already out.
Here and has to go ahead and drop the aggro before he can go to the next one. The worm face one. There is
Eastwood is playing. Yes, Eastwood is playing in
5-2 now for Parky, leading with 3
Is he playing in 9.5 hours or in 9.5 plus 4?
God's Gonna Apostle, Misbegotten Bosses.
13.5 hours.
Also, there's row 2. Column 3 still is technically available as well. But I
Plus
really
4.
like this row
Okay,
5 a
you're the
lot.
later
I really
one.
do. I think going for God's Gonna Apostle right now would be a nice play.
The
Just kinda
second
put some
match.
pressure
Gotcha.
on the opponent with a different line. And
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. I mean,
oh, she's duping.
maybe
Okay. Oh, sorry.
maybe it's just because I already have knowledge of what Iron U's doing, but I really want her to block that diagonal soon. So maybe even think about doing Catacombs in Kayla Dragon Barrow to double synergize and hopefully get at least one of them for the block. But she is going straight for Restore Godric's Great Rune, which I think is also a good play. You don't really know whether Iron U was right behind you on Godric, so just cashing that in is pretty good. But as soon as you do, you kind of have to figure he's going to get Larval Tears, and then it's like, okay, you know, I can look ahead. If I know where my opponent's going, I need to block where he's going, so I really need that diagonal. That's at least my thought, but it is based on information I do have from, I know Iron U is already doing it.
Yeah, that's an interesting domino effect knowledge thing. So if Parky is going for Godric's Great Rune, that means Iron U must go for Larval Tears. Even if he isn't currently, that means it's what he would go for after. So therefore, Parky going for Godric's Great Rune now means that she knows that she needs to block the diagonal after. So even though, right now, it doesn't really look like the diagonal is threatened, like at all, like, there's one square in it, whatever. Parky knows that there must be a second square in it soon, and so therefore the diagonal is a future threat that she can stop before it becomes a threat. So, yeah.
So we'll see what she decides after this.
I do like the fact that like, going for Restore Godric's Great Rune sets you up to do dagger
I'm able to go to bed at a reasonable hour because I know I can just catch the matches later here. Nice.
only, because then you get the stats.
Bulls in the
to
running for
actually
top 4
beat-
still. Swed, Aggie, Raydans, and Sirius. No, Aggie and Raydans cannot. Sirius is guaranteed top. Sirius is guaranteed top 4. Tom, Blanks, and Sirius are guaranteed top 4. Aggie and Raydans cannot be top 4. Swed, Gray, Gustav, and Roma all can potentially fight for top 4.
Wield the weapon because you were stat dumped for 30
That's a
intelligence.
good point.
I believe,
So
depending
being
on the
able to
exact
top
outcomes
tier
of
just to
matches,
make
I
sure that
believe
you
all of
actually
them have a
the stats
chance.
To do dagger only is actually really nice here as well.
That's super smart. I never even thought about that, but you're
Is
so
playing Smash
right.
with
It
cinema?
helps you
It is
get the
cinema.
stats for almost
I mean,
anything
so
without
is this
having to
match we're watching
permanently
now.
Dump the stats
No
into a stat
spoilers.
that maybe you aren't as big of a fan of. So yeah, very, very.
If Swed and Gustav split today, wouldn't they be tied? Depends. Also, Gustav has another match that he's gonna do. It's not only Gustav's match against Swed, but also he has a match against Wilma. So
Cool synergy
Gustav
there
can
with
go
Godric's
like
Great Rune
way
and,
up
yeah,
to
daggers
the
only.
top, or if he
Okay,
loses
so
everything, can
Iron
be
U is
way
headed
down
for
at the
third
bottom.
one right now. So
Yeah.
this is going to be a very, very quick 3 larval tears from him. He has done.
Gustav has his like 2 most important matches here at the end of the group
job of
stage.
just getting this done super, super quickly in the time that Parky's gotten these squares. So
Yeah, he missed one weekend. Yeah. Forgot he had a kid.
let's also, if we also think about what Parky still needs to block, Catacombs blocks out another column she has.
Oh, interesting from Iron U. The
and Kayla Dragon Barrow. Also
the Elder
blocks out another
Lion
column
that
she hasn't
gives the
blocked,
larval tier
whereas
fell,
Silver Godric Bear
but
Fist only blocks out a row
didn't
she
die,
hasn't
so he
blocked.
doesn't get
all
locked
3
out of
along
it
that
or
diagonal are
anything.
Really, really good for Parky. As long as she can get one of them, I think she's going to be in a great
There's
spot
the
on
larval
this
tier.
team.
Nice.
There's that center square, big block here from Iron U.
Has anyone figured out the tail of the tape of potential outcomes? Mostly, kind of. It's kind of would be better to go over it. I don't know. I don't think we can necessarily wait. So, because I don't think I'm going to get through all the matches today, and tomorrow things will just be decided. So, if you don't want potential spoilers for the outcomes of this match and the match after, go away, come back in, I don't know, a few minutes, or just mute, whatever. When I'm done, I'll do like a hand signal, like we're done talking about it. This will be the signal for like we're done talking about the outcomes. But kind of have to do that to talk about the possibilities. So, Tom and Blanks obviously are both in the winners bracket. Tom is guaranteed 1 in his group. Blanks is guaranteed 2 in his group because Sirius is actually guaranteed 1 in that group. Then in the Blanks Sirius group, Aggie and Raydans are guaranteed 3 and 4, but they are currently tied and they are facing each other. If Aggie wins 2-0, then it's Aggie 3, Raydans 4. If Raydans wins 2-0, it's Raydans 3, Aggie 4. If they tie 1-1, it goes to a tiebreaker, and the tiebreaker that has been announced by Domo is your strongest wins are the ones that matter the most, and so therefore Aggie would have the tiebreaker over Raydans. So as long as Aggie gets 1 win, he is guaranteed to be 3rd place and Raydans 4th place. What a strong win means. Win against a strong player. And since Aggie was the only person who took a game off of Sirius, he will be the strongest win that he got is stronger than Raydan's strongest win. And so, Aggie would have the tiebreaker. Aggie technically has the strongest win in the entire league. Yeah, technically, yeah. So Aggie holds the tiebreaker. So unless Raydans 2-0s Aggie, then that's it. And then the bottom 2 for the group, which was Parky and Irenyu, are unfortunately both eliminated. Regardless of the outcome of this match, doesn't matter who wins. Neither of them has enough points to move on. Then on the other side, Tom is guaranteed number 1. I don't know the exact point totals for Swed, Gustav, Roma, and Gray, but there's just enough matches left to play that there's a lot of different outcomes for who can end up in 2nd place in the winner's bracket, which is a huge benefit. And then 2 of them are going to end up in the lower bracket, which is still fine. And 1 of them has to still be eliminated. So, like, we've got 4 people that are around the same points, close to being tied with each other, and 1 of them must be eliminated. There's too many outcomes, though, to exactly say. And then Twisty, unfortunately, is eliminated already. So those are all the possible outcomes. What's the difference between 3rd and 4th place? If you're in 3rd place, you face 4th place from the opposite bracket. If you're in 4th place, you face 3rd place from the opposite bracket. So a higher placement gets you to face a theoretically easier opponent. What if I tie, then what, 1-1? It depends on then Gustav's other game. Like, there's that, it depends. Just win, Swed, yeah. What if we all tie 1-1? Then it's strongest win. None of you have beaten Tom. If all of you are, like, tied with each other, you've all perfectly tied with each other, then it probably goes to a coin flip. Like, literally just a coin flip. Would be funny. One day, Mitch will check YouTube chat frequently like Twitch chat, but today is not that day. Wait. I check it as frequently as YouTube messages come in. What are you talking about? What? YouTube chatters just tend to lurk more. Does it sound like college football? Pretty much. Most of it is impossible to figure out until the Roma-Gustav match anyway. Yep. I check YouTube chat exactly as often as I check Twitch chat. You have the exact same chances of getting seen with a YouTube message as a Twitch message. I just don't see every single message from either platform, but I read the same percentage of both. There are just more Twitch messages. So, because they're all just mixed in. I mean, I can see which one is which, but like, I just read whatever message. But anyway. Is the Omar Gustav match really not going to be until the end of August? I don't know when it is. I don't know when it's scheduled. If it's scheduled for the end of August, then I guess it is. But yeah. See my messages several times, like getting hit by the Eye of Sauron. I also find that YouTube chat oftentimes will have, like, conversations among themselves. And I'll be like, I'll ask a question. They'll be, like, saying something. I'll be like, oh, what do you mean by that? And they're like, oh, sorry, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to someone else in chat. Mitch, this message wasn't for you. And I'm like, oh, okay, sure. Which is interesting. The difference in culture, I guess. I don't know. Drowned out by Twitch's volume. Yeah, you guys are all shuffled together. Yeah. Look, Gaggin, sometimes messages don't get read because they don't get read because there's messages. That's just how it is. Don't know all them so bad they started talking to themselves. Maybe that's it. Your chat is a fun place to watch the matches because we're talking to each other. Yeah, yeah,
Hydrate.
and that works. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay, I think we're finally over talking about the bracket. Yippee! We're back. Yippee! If anyone did actually mute. I don't know if anyone actually muted, but...
Gets the larval tears, stops that column 3, but Parky already here to restore Godric's Great Rune. Gonna have her 6th square
YouTube
on
chat
the
doesn't have
board. It's gonna be
inline replies like
6-3
Twitch does, so it's harder to
here.
see conversations
So
happening
Iron
between
trying
chatters.
to
That's
maybe
also
put up this
true.
fire, of
Yeah, if I
Parky.
see someone's responding to someone else and I read the message and I'm like, I don't know what they're saying, I just ignore it in Twitch chat, obviously, because I know it's a reply to
Working
something
out,
that I didn't
but
see.
now.
I think
But-
she's going Soldier of Godric.
Yeah, and
Therapist
YouTube,
only.
sometimes
This,
I'm
I
just
think,
like,
could
I don't
end
know
up
what they're saying.
really- Oh, Iron You being very sneaky. He says,
for
hey,
Mr.
it looks
Guns.
like I'm going for this one diagonal. He's going
It was
for Mr.
YouTubers
Guns.
lurking in peace. See, that's what
the
I'm
other
saying.
Diagonal. So now he's ahead on Lanciax. He got closer there. He could set up Ancestor
Is all my
Spirit.
jokes to be seen in time? I'll be honest, if you make a joke and I look over and I don't read out your joke, sometimes because I was
He
just
kills
like,
some bosses with
I
3
didn't
in
find
their
that
aim.
funny. I'm
He
not
could
going to
try
read it
sneak the
out
other
loud.
diagonal, which looks very harmless right now. But
Sometimes.
could be a very big problem all of a sudden. Really sneaky and smart play from
I knew you had like 10 vigor. Yeah, I mean, he has an upgraded weapon, which is all you really need. Like, he's doing fine with
Iron
it.
You. Parky's done such a
But my
good job
jokes,
of
but
blocking
I'm
him,
hilarious.
But, I mean, he might just say, I don't care. You can block some of these, but I'll take the other ones. And now she does also set up a little more strength. Did she get to 30 in strength and dex combined? I think she did, right?
It's pretty close. Yeah, I think it's very, very close. The thing is also, yeah, keep in mind is, like I mentioned at the beginning of the match, right? Is first of all, quarter squares are powerful, but as you see as well, Sheep with Ash of War, Larval Tears, and Lanciax is all he has.
All right, so what are the most important squares right now for Parky? And what are... Well, for Iron You, it's kind of obvious. Like, he's going for lines. He's setting up both diagonals. Both diagonals are powerful. So the question for Parky becomes, what squares would do the best job for Parky of dealing with threats along the diagonals? And I feel like there's basically two reasonable options here that gets her the most bang for her buck of blocks. It's either bosses in Kaled, which blocks out this diagonal, while also getting column 5 that she needs to block. With then, it would be bosses with tree in the name in order to block out this diagonal while also blocking out column 2. And then all she needs is row 3, and then she's done. So 3 squares could get it done. Or swap it around. Lanciax for this diagonal and Catacombs for this diagonal, blocking out those same 2 columns. She's already blocked out every row except for 3, and nothing along row 3 is along a diagonal. So I feel like those are kind of the 2 ones that would most easily block for her if she wanted to. Would be either of those.
Priority on, and that's
True,
those
tree
are the
bosses.
diagonals
Yeah,
he's
that's
dancing around
definitely a
right now.
possibility.
He had that
Yep.
column 1 as like an initial threat, but now he's just pivoting, and this is why corner squares are so good. Is because you can immediately just like, oh, you blocked this one line, I have 2 more lines I can work with. Oh, now I have center square.
Although, Soldier of Godric Bare Fist only, it's not as though that's a bad square. It does block out the diagonal. It's fast. It's faster than Catacombs, so... it doesn't block out an extra column, so she is going to need to block out a column as well. But, like, I think that's fine for her. Like, just getting the diagonal out of the way
Okay, I have
is
2 more
super
lines I can
important.
work with. And that constant maneuvering on the board allows you to constantly just put pressure
What the results are in any matches, watching Mitch's reviews has been how I'm ingesting them, so no spoilers. Heck yeah, absolutely.
on your opponent to have them feel like they have to constantly put out fires rather than them being the aggressor on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, like, Parky is ahead by 3 in majority already, so it does feel, you know, this is the classic. One person gets off to a lead in majority, and the other person starts to try to set traps or make plans for how to come back into it. This is classic bingo play, but classic bingo play that is exactly IronU's style of like, okay, let's make threats, let's get good stuff. So
I think I have just noticed a minor routing mistake by one of them. I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Can anyone point out which one it might have been? I think I might have to go back to see exactly how it was done, the sequence of events, but I believe I've just noticed a minor routing mistake of the order way in which a player did something. Anyone have any guesses as to what it was? Real Psychos watch the matches and then watch Mitch watch the matches again. It's me, I'm Psychos. Nice. Schooling us. I'm just asking if you guys see it before I point it out. Just for fun. Just for fun. See if anybody has noticed it. You would have maybe had to be paying a little bit of attention while I wasn't talking about it at all, so. Misbegotten as a weeping boss for Parky. No. I mean, that's something she could have done, but it's not a... What she did was very powerful. Caves was powerful. Godric was powerful. I knew this boss instead of a different one. How so this boss instead of a different one? This is a tree boss that is fast in Limgrave. Or Weeping Peninsula, technically. Okay, if I suddenly type gibberish, it's my kittens climbing over my keyboard. I'll give you the answer. I'll give you the answer. It is the order in which IronU did the last 2 bosses that he just did. Right now, he's doing the Erd Tree, and right before this, he went all the way down to do the Misbegotten. But this tree is actually on the way to the Misbegotten. You can kill the tree, then immediately take the Spirit Spring down, do the Misbegotten. You don't have to do any extra warps or anything. So it is just the exact order in which he did the exact same 2 bosses. If he just swapped which one he did first and second, he would have saved some time. So, super minor thing. Doesn't really matter, but
Hydrate.
very minor.
Okay,
I believe mistake that I saw.
think he is going for that other.
Unless he did the Misbegotten in some way that I didn't notice that got him progress on something. I'm not sure. But I believe he could have saved a little bit of routing time. Thank you for the hydrate. Mitch, I can barely remember 5 seconds ago. Fair?
They're
Fair?
diagonal. He's so good at like switching from one plan as soon as it doesn't quite work out into another plan and just plans on plans here. So really, really interesting. Parky going for Soldier of Godric. She is hitting for 6 per attack, so this is really nice. She does get the 50% more damage, and you can see Rick is going down pretty fast. It's not fast, but like,
It's working.
It's a single boss. Yeah, it's working.
It's working. What I would like to see from Parky, honestly, if she wants to be preemptive here, is after Soldier of Godric, we go for Ancestor Spirit here. Right?
Yeah.
We already have a dagger, so it's Ancestor Spirit.
Yeah, the thing about Ancestor Spirit that I feel is you're still leaving up so many columns and rows just hanging out there if you do Ancestor Spirit. Like, I would like her to block both diagonals, because they both feel, I don't know, somehow scarier than regular lines. Maybe that's just perception. But, like, I would like her to block both diagonals. But Lanciax along that diagonal blocks out a new column. Boss with Tree in the name blocks out a new column. Whereas Ancestor Spirit, it's the same column she's already got. Technically, she could pressure along that column. She could try to pressure on IronU, but I just don't feel like that's her win condition here. It doesn't feel like her win condition is she needs to pressure IronU. It feels like she needs to take the pressure away from IronU. And I feel like Lanciax and Bosses with Tree in the name do a better job of that.
Spirit would be...
Do you remember the 8 damage stats? You said around 60. I don't remember the exact number. It was tested, and we found it was really high, but I don't remember the exact number. 30 total deck strength is for 6, and then for 8, it's a lot more than that.
Nice. You do dagger only on Radon. That way you get access to Graven Ghost Glove.
But it pressures along the column and line. No, it does. It does. It's just, like, if Parky, if Parky right now could snap her fingers and either have pressure on 3 different lines or have blocked every bingo, it's like the question becomes, what is more valuable to you? Having pressure on even 3, let's say even 4 lines. Let's say Parky could instantly have 4 lines of pressure, but Iron U still has 3 possible bingo lines, or she can snap her fingers and all bingo lines are blocked, but Parky doesn't have any pressure. If I'm Parky, I'm thinking if I could snap my fingers, grant myself one wish, I would rather have all the lines blocked from Iron U. To me, that feels like a better win condition. So I'm not saying Ancestor Spirit is a bad play. I just personally am like very concerned for the possible lines Iron U could do, and so I'm thinking along the lines of, what do I really want? What is my wish list? And my wish list is, I really just don't want there to be any lines left over.
Bell bearing 1, column 4. Looking extra juice with this Soldier of Godric Barefist only.
That's definitely a possibility. You know, there's just a few more things that Parky has to find something to block.
Streams from Mitch are great and very friendly for EU time zones, so thank you for the streams. Yo, thank you for watching.
Ancestor Spirit obviously would be very good. Bosses with Tree in the name would also be very good, but, you know, a little risky. It's like you don't know how much Iron U has prepped. It is a bit long, but you can combine it with bosses in Liurnia or bosses in Caelid. There are, you know, Erd Tree avatars in both of those places, unless they're all putrid in Caelid. No, there's an Erd Tree, I'm pretty sure. And so, you know, there's some synergy there, and if you get it, it blocks out a new column that you haven't blocked, as well as the diagonal. So I do think if Parky focuses on blocking and can just get all those lines out, she will be in a great spot here. So, and Rick almost down here. She does need to be.
Rick almost memed her. He doesn't hit that hard. She wouldn't have gotten killed there, but she could have gotten really, really low.
She is running a little low on them. She's been trading a little bit in order to get in more hits, which in general is not a bad strat, but just when you get low on heals, maybe you want to take it just a little bit more carefully from there. Almost got him. 10% left.
And Iron U up.
Yeah, it's really nice when you can do the strafes so that you don't have to waste your stamina rolling.
9. So he
at the end, Parky played that picture perfect. All strafes, no rolls, full stamina spent on attacks.
Maxed out.
Perfect
right
at the end.
The board. There it is. Soldier of Godric Barefist only. Going to be blocking out that that first diagonal. Sorry.
God
and
slain.
Now, maybe Parky does go for Ancestor Spirit.
Started the match. I think what went wrong with Iron U got so behind. Nothing really. He just kind of decided to like really start prepping and going for slow stuff right away, while Parky went for good stuff. Like, so Iron U actually got off to a slightly better start. He was upgraded earlier than Parky, while they both had 1 square, Falling Star Beast versus Commander O'Neill. But then with that upgrade, he decided to go Ash of War Lightning Ram, setting up Lanciax, which takes a while. He just had to run all the way through Altus. And then he set up Larval Tiers. He's now set up Misbegotten bosses. He set up boss with Tree in the name. So in the end, he killed, you know, he did 1 long travel, 3 kills, 4 kills, 5 kills, 5 kills plus a very long travel, and he got 2 squares. In the meantime, Parky did 4 kills that got her 4 squares, and then her 5th kill with Soldier of Godric Barefist only got her a 5th square. Parky did 5 kills for 5 squares. Iron U did 5 kills for 2 squares. That's the difference. They both went for 5 kills, but Iron U went for slow ones that don't get you full squares, and Parky went for fast ones that get you full squares. So that is basically the difference right now. And, you know, it's not as though Iron U got nothing else out of it. Obviously, he still has, you know, progress hidden and all of this. Like, he's still got some sneaky line threats here, but that is why Parky is ahead in majority. She just went for faster stuff.
Oh,
I joined the match around this time. We were watching it live. Need a white tie and vest and black shirt so you can go full opposite Mitch when I'm the caster. I don't...
Tibia?
Okay. Tibia does block out a new call.
That would be an interesting look. Does that look good? To have a black shirt and a white vest?
Yeah. There's definitely good things.
Is that a thing? Is that fashion?
Liurnia bosses does block out as well. the row 3 that she hasn't blocked, and she at this point has no information about whether he's going for a diagonal, whether he's going for a row, whether he's going for a column.
Yeah, so Iron U setting up more the tree bosses. An interesting kind of callback to earlier when Iron U went for the Crucible Knight and into Bofa. If he had instead gone for Tree Sentinel, which is not slow, like maybe was even faster than those ones, he would have had another boss with tree in the name. So another little bit of missed synergy from Iron U potentially earlier that causes him to lose a little bit of time here as well.
Turns out we happen to know maybe this is not the guess she needs, so this
Bastion is mostly confidence, you know? True.
Could end up working super well for Iron U with Parky trying to block other lines.
You a 20% int buff.
Gives him a lot more time to set up the one he actually is working on. So we'll see how this goes. He's already ahead on Misbegotten bosses, already ahead on bosses with tree in their name, already ahead on Lanciacs. All he needs to do is light some fires and get ahead on Ancestor
So it was white
Spirit,
tie, I'll allow it. Okay.
Bang, 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 get all 4 with not a lot Parky can do. So this is a scary
Still
spot
very
for
impressed with
Parky.
Parky's progress this season. I agree.
You're never out of the woods as long as there's a line open with Iron U.
Like, even just up to this point, like, Parky, like, oh, we're 30 minutes in and she's got 7 squares? Like, how freaking fast is that?
And Parky going for a Perceptor.
Parky on a tear this match.
So that's a very interesting square to go for right now. It does block out that row 3.
Black shirt plus white vest makes you a magician.
I think that's an excellently positioned square. I think from her perspective, it blocks out 2 more lines out of the remaining 4 that you need to block. If she gets Perceptor Miriam and then bosses with tree in their name, I think that's everything. That's everything. With 2 more squares, she could block every single line that Iron U does. So that is a perfectly positioned square. But she might be too late on bosses with tree in their name if that is her plan.
Yeah, the Miriam, so Godric, I said, I was like, oh, it doesn't block you an extra line. But Parky says, I don't need the extra line. Miriam blocks the extra line. And so she can just go Soldier of Godric, Miriam, bosses with tree in the name, bang, bang, boom, every single thing blocked. So this is quite a good find by Parky. I didn't even think about it. I was thinking of blocking the diagonals first, but maybe that's, you know, because of my, I kind of can see what Iron U is already prepping, but she's going for something that helps her still to block everything. So I think Miriam is a beautifully positioned square from Parky.
With 2 more squares. So I think this is very smart, but Iron U kind of happens to have the counter ready for it.
There's the forced port here from Perceptor Miriam.
What if she went Ancestor at this point and looked at row 2? I still don't think... What does Parky care about row 2? Like, what? Is she actually just going to race Iron U to Catacombs that she has none of and Elemer that she's nowhere near? Like, she could. Like, she could, but, like, I don't know. I just don't feel like, you know, forcing into races matters for Parky. I feel like all that Parky really needs is to block out the remaining lines and, like, you're chilling. Because, right, imagine she goes Ancestor Spirit as a means of, like, hey, Iron U, I'm going to race you on row 3. And then Iron U gets Catacombs, and Parky's like, darn, I guess I don't get row 3. And then Iron U immediately marks bosses in Liurnia and bosses with tree in the name because they were together. And she's like, wait, what? And he immediately marks Godskin Apostle. It's like, and she's like, and then he marks the second Tibia Mariner, and it's over, right? Like, that's my thought. It's like, why are you pushing a line when Iron U's only way back into the game is to push his own line? So, like, just go stop his line. That's my thought. Just don't let him have it, and, like, you're cooking.
She's just always going to be porting regardless.
Column 4 looks easy for Parky. That's also true. She could do that. The only thing is she's already killed Godric, so she'd actually have to do dagger only on Radon, which she'd actually be slower with. So, arguably, she maybe is setting herself up for getting sniped on that. Arguably. Not necessarily entirely. But imagine, once again, she goes Ancestor Spirit and then tries to go for the column instead of the row. What if Iron U does get dagger only? And then immediately, she's already going for Miriam, so this is assuming she doesn't have Miriam yet. But then immediately gets Miriam, and then, wait, and then bosses in Liurnia, and now Parky's forced into Fire Giant or she loses, right? There's just things left out there. So my thought is, pushing a line is very strong when you're behind. It's a great way to get back into the game. Pushing a line is a great way when you're even. You can just like take that and use it to transition yourself into a lead, great. But when you're ahead by 4 squares, pushing a line is a way to possibly, not guaranteed, but possibly let your opponent come back into it, unless you have already blocked what they can do. Then you're allowed to push lines. And then if you don't get them, it's like whatever. That's my thought. Don't push a line that leaves a bunch of lines open for your opponent to snipe you and then have everything set up and you lose.
The game forces the port.
That's my
Even
thought.
Perceptor Miriam doesn't want it to happen, but it does.
Yeah, she's in the middle of...
Parky not being red feels very wrong. Oh, is she always red? I guess I never noticed. Metal Snowman, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes.
getting hit and it's just like, whoop, gone. It's so silly.
I just feel like creating pretend lines at this point in the game, even if you don't intend on pushing, is strong. I mean, yes, it's fine. Strong-ish. I would say it's strong-ish. I'd rather have pretend lines than not have pretend lines, but it's just, you know, if we were to rank the power level of plays on a scale from 1 to 10, right, getting a random square, if you call that a power level of 1, making a pretend line might be a power level of like 2 or 3, blocking your opponent's line is a power level of 9. That's all I'm saying. It's more powerful than nothing, but I think it pales in comparison to the power level of just like, yeah, I've blocked your lines, and now what are you going to do?
And here we go. 2 more hits here, and then she goes all the way up top. Do we have kukris? I think we do have some kukris. I think I can see that on the quick slot bar.
He's got a red shirt and red hair. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Maybe she should have been the red.
Yeah, it looks like we already are setting up Ancestor Spirit here for Iron U. We are in Shifra.
Yep.
Going to be lighting up these braziers.
Ancestor is a block, but it's a block on one line instead of multiple. Bosses with tree in the name is a block on multiple. Lanciax would be a block on multiple. As soon as she gets Miriam, she's set with that. So, like, I don't disagree. Ancestor Spirit is a block. It's a fine block, and it has upside. It's just like, that one, you're done. If you get Miriam and then bosses with tree in the name, pack it up, you're done. You, like, Parky, that's everything, right? Whereas if she goes Ancestor Spirit, she then also still needs to worry about this one, and she could be behind on all of it. She probably isn't, but she could be behind on all of it. It's possible. She could be behind on the entirety of column 2.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just my concern.
This is also quite...
My concern is I could do one thing and close down the game, or I could try to do 2 things that would close down the game, and if I get sniped on either of them, I could be in trouble.
Fast. Like, Perceptor Miriam, definitely when it was introduced, it was like, oh, this square, it sucks. It's not fun to do, but it's actually not that slow. So, like, I think this is great for Parky. She gets that block, and
I feel like a block and 2 threatened lines are about equal to 2 blocked lines. Not in this position. Not even remotely close. Not even remotely close. Like, not even remotely close. Because it's not just 2 blocked lines, it's the only 2 remaining lines blocked. The difference between blocking all but 1 line and blocking all lines cannot be overstated. Like, it's genuinely can be the difference between I win the game 100% and I'm losing the game. It genuinely can be a 60% chance of victory swing whether you block just the final line. So, I think the idea that a fake threat on a line is worth as much as I nearly 100% win the game makes no sense. Just get the blocks when they... And again, this is all only because she's ahead by 4. If they were even, I'd 100% agree. If they were about even, threatening lines... so powerful. That's how you go from even to winning. But it just doesn't matter when you're already up by 4.
now she has
about to be up by 5.
Amount of time to find any one of the blocks. If Iron U pulls the trigger on the diagonal, Parky will know immediately where to go. And if he doesn't, then all Parky has to do is get one of them away from him before.
4 is a huge lead. Now 5. Now even 5, yeah. We aren't blocking the remaining lines, you're blocking 2 out of 4 lines with that. Oh, you're saying Ancestor Spirit instead of Miriam is what you're saying. You're not saying after Miriam, you're saying Ancestor instead of Miriam? Or are you saying Ancestor instead of bosses with tree in the name? Because bosses with tree in the name right now closes it out. No more line threads. That's it. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying Miriam plus that she was already doing, plus now bosses with tree in the name. It's done.
Or he can get all 4. And
Ancestor first was your thought before Miriam. So then you'd have to do Ancestor, then Miriam, then something along this row, or this column, which could be Apostle. Apostle's fast, but also possible that Iron U can block you on Apostle. So, like, yeah, you could, but...
And she'll be in a fine...
2 squares for blocking everything is faster than 3 squares for blocking everything.
I think this is working out very well for Parky, but only if she recognizes I still have to block that diagonal. If she gets a little diagonal blindness, which happens to all of us, you know, you never know. So we're at a very, very pivotal point in the match right now. I think if Parky blocks out the diagonal...
Was I seeing she was ahead by 4? She could have completed row 2. No? She's behind on Catacombs. She didn't grab the catacomb in Weeping, so she doesn't have access to that one. She is not in any way ahead on row 2. I don't know why you would say she like it's possible, right? If you just want to roll the dice and go, I bet I'll beat him with double snipes on something I have no progress on. Maybe, but like unlikely.
I kind of can't see her losing from this point. She already has a 5-square lead. Even if Iron U is kind of prepped on 4 of them, as long as she takes one away, that would give her a lead of still at least 2 to 3 at the end of all of this. Ooh, Parky is headed for the Cellular Crystal Tunnel. This might be for fully upgrading her weapon. I'm not sure if she's done that yet.
I don't know, but look at
I
it
imagine
this way.
it is.
Would you consider diagonal blindness when there's only 1 square that's marked on the diagonal? I don't know. I feel like that's kind of a tough thing where it's like, it's not, I don't think, an obvious line that has 3 squares already marked in it, and it's...
Complete 3 Catacombs is also bell-bearing 1 from Watchdog. Could be. You could do that one. Yeah.
Also, like...
Oh, and is that... Wait, it's from Watchdog? So it's an Erd Tree Burial Watchdog, so it's a tree boss with a bell-bearing that is a catacomb?
Squares that are longer. Now, however, if you do have, obviously, the extra thought of, like...
Lanciax is viable at this point, too? Yeah, Lanciax is the exact same as Ancestor Spirit at this point. I mean... Yeah, sure, Ancestor Spirit fake threatens a line, but Lanciax also gets blocked. That's also fine. It's just boss with tree in the name is everything you need.
Oh, Ashavor, Ram, and also Larval Tier are near Lanciax, so he has priority on Lanciax.
Or, what I think a lot of people would do in this position, and it's not the way I play, but I think a lot of people do, and I think it can be strong, is split progressing multiple. So in the same way that Iron U is hiding his progress on the diagonal, if you... hide your progress on which thing you're blocking and go for light, you know, most of the things for Ancestor Spirit, get the Grace by Lanciax, and or some combination of kill a few bosses with tree in their name, then, you know, whenever Iron U starts marking things, you're like, I'm set up to go beat you to something and block out the line. So that's also a possibility.
And making that line in your brain, right, envisioning that line, it does make sense. But you're constantly playing the whole time. You're doing boss fights.
Is synergy stronger in base game than DLC? There is more total synergy. Well, there's more total number synergy in the base game, whereas arguably there's actually way more total synergy in the DLC, but it's all map synergy. Not all, but mostly map synergy in the DLC, and it's mostly number synergy in the base game. So, for example... bosses with tree in the name and boss in Liurnia is synergy because there are tree bosses that are in Liurnia. So the number being 5 for both means that you can get a number of 2 of them, you know, by doing 2 Erd Tree avatars in Liurnia or Erd Tree Burial Watchdogs or whatever it is. Whereas in the DLC, the synergy is, Bale has synergy with Senesax, not because killing Senesax makes the number on Bale tick higher, but just because they happen to both be in the same area. So if you have traveled to one, you are very close to the other. So it's a different type of synergy.
Upgrading your leveling, your pathing. You know, some things that we see here are not so obvious to the players because there's so many other things that they're doing.
Lanciax was the other choice for Miriam. Both block 2 lines is basically a 50-50. Yeah, I think Lanciax also could have been fine. You could have done Lanciax instead of Miriam. I'm treating it as though everyone here is saying this in good faith, no spoilers. But I do feel like some of you maybe are being a little hindsight hairy. Oh, this particular one is really important
This is
because
incredibly sneaky.
I happen to know what's going to happen later.
It is definitely kind of like hidden in behind some of these other squares.
Like,
So-
from what Parky knows, Miriam is a great square. Great square. Blocks out 2 of the remaining lines that Iron You could possibly have been
Parky
sneaking.
is making her way towards maybe God's Apostle right now. So she will be in the vicinity of Lanciax. That's not a bad idea. I like this.
Yeah, I definitely. Oh, she could even go to Lanciax first, you know, if she recognized.
Number synergy, map synergy, any other types of synergy. Power synergy. So one square could get you a lot of power that lets you do another square more easily. The classic example is Gaius in the DLC is power synergy that would make something later like Promised Consort easier. You know, because if you just have more Skidoo, it's going to be easier to win a consort race. Something like that. That's another possible type of synergy.
That
Gaius and Skidoo, I would call that a number synergy. I think Gaius and Skidoo is a number synergy. Gaius directly gets you access to 5 Skidoo, so makes the number on the Skidoo go higher.
diagonal, and then, you know, just
But-
have a Grace closer to
Yeah,
God's Gonna
yeah, I
Blossom
guess
for later.
we don't
So I
necessarily
do
have
think,
terms for
this is-
those.
This is a good pathing from Parky for sure. Very synergistic.
3 bosses just locks the board for Parky. She's just winning after that, basically. Yeah, if she wanted to go for it. Now, the argument could be it's a little risky, right? You don't know if Iron U's ahead, right? It's hard to be way ahead on Lanciax. All you can do is have walked up to him. It's hard to be way ahead on Ancestor Spirit. All you can have done is light the things. You can be a little ahead on Misbegotten bosses, but that's like fast enough, like whatever. But Iron U, if he already has 4, could be way ahead on tree bosses. So it is arguably the riskiest thing of the diagonal blocks. So the Godskin Apostle is a much faster block on the column rather than the risky tree bosses. And then she just needs to go for some safe block along the diagonal, like Lanciax or Ancestor Spirit. So she could be thinking, even though it's 2 squares, that's just safer
And
feeling to her than risking it potentially on tree bosses, where you're like, uh-oh, I don't
Iron
know
U
what to do
is
now.
headed for another boss with tree in the name. I believe this is an Erd Tree Burial Watchdog that he's headed for. So
Here's the thing, though. Like, how ballsy do you have to be as Iron U? Because Misbegotten Bosses 2 is not that slow.
You know, Iron isn't showing all his progress, so this increment squares are the most scary. Yeah, I agree.
It's also not that hard. So
They are the most scary. I don't think that means you shouldn't do them, though, necessarily. I think, you know, sometimes the one that looks scary, your opponent knows looks scary. And so your opponent is going to save for last, and so it's actually the easiest one to take from them, potentially.
It feels really, really risky, but it's maybe about to pay off here because Parky's not going for it. If you were Parky, I feel like you would go for that because of the row 5.
Misbegotten and Godskin also block everything? True, that's true. You could do Misbegotten and Godskin, yeah.
But
yeah, but
it's tough, right?
I feel like as Parky, like, I just want the blocks. You know, like, I'm against Iron U. I just want the blocks. I know I could set up this line. I could set up a row. I could set up a column. Like, she has so many threats she could set up. But if I'm Parky, I'm just like, I just really want, you know, those final blocks. But it looks like she is going to go for Godskin Apostle. Looks like she maybe is going to set up that bottom row. And I'm a little worried this could backfire on her for one specific reason. She gives Iron U an excuse to do Misbegotten bosses without explicitly revealing he's doing the diagonal. Because now it looks like just a block, so it's much easier to...
And Iron U has to do 4 bosses and kill. Well, then the game's over. If Parky gets Apostle and Misbegotten bosses, the game's just over. 10-3, like, it doesn't matter if Parky, she just wins, right? Like, I don't care anymore. If you block the 2 remaining lines, Parky, like, she just wins. You know, maybe we call it 99% wins or 99.9% wins. Technically, miracles have happened before, but you know, it doesn't even really matter at that point. You just get the 2 blocks and you're just like, okay.
Kind of hide that you're going for a sneaky line if you can hide it looking like you're just going for blocks.
Yeah, definitely a thing of like, hey, I'm forcing you to show your hand kind of moment. As Iron is currently going for this Erd Tree in Liurnia here. One more hit should do it. Yeah. Godskin Apostle here from Parky, I think, is a good idea. We'll see how this fight goes. This is definitely a little bit of a underestimated fight, I think. God's Gonna Apostle definitely can get out of hand very, very quickly, especially with some of his like frame trap combos they can pull off. With this weapon, though, we should have a pretty good time versus him. We'll see.
Yeah. He's definitely front.
Yeah, there is definitely an argument to be said here for Parky about, let's say you wanted to do the blocks in the safest way possible. Quote unquote safest. Nothing is ever safe in bingo. Everything's a guess. But the seemingly safest thing is never to go for ones that have a number on them, because your opponent could have already done some of the number, right? So if you were to say, I would like to get blocks while doing nothing that has a number in it, then the two remaining lines she has to block, that one has a number, so she might not want to do it. That one has a number, so she might not want to do it. So it's Ancestor Spirit or Lanciax. And then this one, 4 of them have a number in it, so her only option with a non-number is Godskin Apostle. So if we're following that logic that she doesn't want to do anything with a number because Iron U could be way ahead on it, then Apostle makes sense as actually the first one to go for, because it's the only one she can block with on this column 2. If Iron U already has a Tibia Mariner, Catacomb, Boss in Liurnia, and Boss with Tree in the Name prepped, and then does Apostle, Parky has no retaliation anymore. So Apostle would be the safest way to block this, whereas along the diagonal, she has 2 safe ones. So she can just pick one of them to go for, and should be all right. So there is definitely an argument that this is the safest way that Parky could block all remaining lines by avoiding anything with a number in it that she could be way behind on.
Frostable, for sure.
Philith and Get Square are the
It's
best.
only
Yeah.
the Spirit one that isn't, I believe.
Correct.
Which this is not that one, so.
The only thing is fast and kill 5 things. It's not about being faster. Parky doesn't care about speed. Parky cares about getting sniped. There's a difference, right? If there was, for example, Magma Worm Makar, that's one boss, you know, but it's like slow. But also it would be really hard for Iron U to possibly snipe her. So it would make sense potentially for Parky to go do Makar, even though he's incredibly slow, still as a block, because it's just like, you know, it's unlikely that Iron U just has Makar prepped, for example. Whereas things with numbers, it's much more likely that he happens to have prepped by synergizing with each other. So
nice fight so far.
Charge
Has
R2.
gotten some good dodges.
Nice.
Ooh,
Yes, that's what we
and
like
the
to see.
frost. That's gonna do so much.
hey, see,
damage.
this
If
is
she
why
can
we're
now also stand
reviewing,
behind
Chris.
him
We're
in
not
the
just
face
we're not
position
just
so that
reacting.
he
We're not
just
just watching.
misses.
We're reviewing.
That's gonna be so good.
Oh,
She's
she's
rolling out
backing
instead.
off.
That works.
Okay. Oh, now going behind.
Oh, now she's getting behind. That works.
Okay.
Okay. So she just wanted out
no!
for the explosion. Oh, gets tagged. She has to heal. Oh, the
black
flame almost ticked down on
We're
her.
learning.
Crazy.
Yeah. Very,
Really,
very
really
nice
close.
awareness to just immediately heal, you know, not
Commentary
try
speak,
to,
yo,
like,
thank you.
wait too long on it just to make sure she doesn't tick down to the flame. And she is back to full health now. Rebuffs her weapon. Very,
To be a part of this side of the internet. What is this
very
side?
good. And now she just needs to find a time to kind of get back
What's
in
the
rhythm
other
of
side?
attacking. That's a perfect attack to see. Now just
Stop
dodge this
playing
in,
Dota,
bang,
true
another
sweat.
hit. Oh, has to run.
The
She's
best
getting
side.
stalled
Oh,
out a
yeah,
bit
true.
here.
Yeah.
Okay, but just a few more hits.
Ooh.
Oh, that was not a time to hit. Yeah, this is not an NPC that you can just, you know, hit out of their attacks. So unfortunately,
go.
does not interrupt
this
the
is the
apostle.
combo.
Yeah, I hate that one.
That one can be
Okay.
very devastating.
Oh, I didn't even know about that optional follow-up from Godskin Apostle. I'll
She
be
has no
honest.
more heals, she has no more
I'd
heals,
have
she
gotten
has
a
to be
hit that
so
same there
careful
as
from
Parky did.
here.
I had no idea he
Great
could do
attack
that.
To see, she gets a free hit in, but don't get greedy.
Phase
Okay,
two
that's a free
Apostle
hit.
has some
One more
mean
will do it. She
combos.
could have finished him off, but she runs away. I think this is still smart. Kukri even. Another Kukri's not quite going to do it. Yeah, but at the end
One
of this,
more.
maybe she can win it. No, 2 more.
One
One more
more.
after this. Now, send it.
No, he
No,
dodges.
dodged. Oh, gosh. Good dodge.
Star
Good
zero
dodge.
gets
Hey.
the
Nice
shot.
dodge.
Oh, my goodness.
Keeps her
Seems to be
cool.
bongus.
There it is.
Okay.
So
Iron
he's
heading
doomed
for-
to
it looks
bongus.
like the
So
second
true.
Misbegotten. He's going for the Misbegotten Crusader here in the snowfield, it looks like. And now where is Parky headed? She just has to block anything along the diagonal. Anything along the diagonal. She's going for the rest of her upgrades, it looks like. I think that's very reasonable. She could even upgrade into Lanciax. She could upgrade into Ancestor Spirit. I think this is a good call from Parky. but I'm scared for her. You know, I want her to get this first win here for the season. You know, I also love to see Iron Use play, but I, you know, being a little biased here, I do want to see Parky get that first win.
This here, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. I said I was going to try not to say it a lot, but I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like going for the actual Falling Star Beast here for Parky. She can just grab the stones and immediately leave. You don't have to kill it. It is synergy with bosses in Kayla Dragon Barrow, right? She could try to actually win along this line, but I've expressed before that I just don't think that matters, even in the tiniest, slightest bit. I think all she has to do is block the diagonal, and this does not help her do that. This slows her down on that.
For the season, so
don't like it.
I really want to see her do something.
You can do Ancestor without upgrading. That's true. I don't mind the upgrading. I think the upgrading part is fine, but it's the Falling Star Beast doesn't help you upgrade. You can just grab the stones and leave, and you're still just as upgraded without killing the Falling Star Beast. So I think the Falling Star Beast is a waste of time, whereas the upgrading I think is fine. Especially like it would have been very fast. She goes in, grabs the stones, get outs, upgrades. Like she'd be totally fine.
So close here. She's playing so well.
6 squares ahead. All she needs is, yeah, she has a grace near Landsax, which is huge. So even if she does start seeing this diagonal building, she can respond with a good amount of time. Like, it's not like she has a grace.
Zashvor and Parky Sword. Ruinous Ghost Flame is what's called. This is the Helfen Steeple. It applies a buff to your weapon that does frost buildup, very powerful, and magic. Added magic damage. Just adds on. It doesn't like swap your damage to magic. It adds extra on top. Monster Beast drops number 6, so it does help upgrade a bit. But there's also smithing 5s just in the cave that you can just pick up. So Falling Star Beast doesn't help because you already have the smithing 5s, which skips that upgrade. So you can just pick them up and leave, and you still have the upgrade.
Like highway junctions. Just
it's like if your sword was a Deathrite bird. Yeah.
Skip to even get there. She luckily has a grace that is semi-close at the very least.
I don't need full upgrade for Ancestor Spirit though. Sure, but she doesn't have to commit to Ancestor Spirit. So the reason to upgrade now instead of just going for one of them, and I'm not saying this is always the better play, but the reason to upgrade now instead of just going for one is because it makes you more flexible, right? If she goes for the upgrade now and then Ancestor Spirit is taken, she's like, okay, well, at least I'm upgraded and then have an easier chance at Lanciax. Whereas if she rushed Ancestor Spirit and lost it because Iron U happened to be going for that one first, she would not get it, get sniped, and also still not have an upgraded weapon where Lanciax would be kind of out of the question. And maybe not out of the question, but like way, way harder. And now it's like, uh-oh, do I chase on tree bosses? Do I chase on Misbegotten? Like, not upgrading at all is a recipe for like locking yourself into, I win this square, or I'm kind of screwed. So it's a lot more flexible to go for the immediate upgrades right now, and then afterwards decide which one to go for. She still has 4 available to her, and she still could go for any of them, so having the upgrades does make her more flexible. I don't think it's a bad call to go for upgrades, as a general rule at the very least. You know, we see what Iron U is going, and with what Iron U is doing, it's like, this is scary, but I do think it makes sense, but it isn't... it's just she's doing it in not the fastest way that she could, and she has to do it fast.
Specifically with that grace, but we've seen Lanciax get out of control quite often, so we'll see how that goes once it comes to that. But yeah, right now just grabbing some upgrade stones here first, and Misbegotten Crusader.
She's also fighting the Falling Star Beast here, which is a boss in Caelid, so it has synergy. But, you know, it's not something along the diagonal. I'm getting a little more concerned. My concern meter is rising here.
Decent damage here. Misbegotten Crusader for Iron U now has a +9 health and steeple. This should do some quick work. Nice jump punish here already on the Misbegotten.
Why is she going Falling Star? We just explained. Upgrade materials and a boss in Caelid Dragon Barrow is why. Also applies a lot of pressure onto the bottom row, but, you know, fake pressure because Iron U is going for Misbegottens anyway as a method of going for the diagonal.
Dodges the roar as well. Double swipe. Very nice here. Tap R2s should get him close to a stagger. Gets to dodge through this. What the hell is that Ash of War called? Golden Order or something? Golden Ritual.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Man,
Lanceax is hardest to prep and delay on the diagonal, so it'd be good if Parky went to that after upgrading. It's a guess. It's a guess after. I think Lanceax would be fine. I think any of them would be fine after upgrading.
both of their damage is so high with this health and steeple. Both, you know, very, very well upgraded. So very, very nice. Looks like they're both going to bring their bosses down around the same time. Ooh, but Parky gets tagged. Maybe it's going to be a little slower for her now.
Oh, here we
Okay,
go.
one more hit for
Misbegottens.
Iron U. Very nice. There's Misbegotten.
Now with the Misbegottens marked, the race is on. Now it's fully signaling, hey, diagonal. Looky here. And obviously Parky's going to see this. So she's just going to know, and she just has to take a guess. And it becomes, if she makes the right guess, that is not the one Iron U's doing, then she's ahead. She can win it. She can block it. She wins the game. And if she picks exactly the same one as Iron U, maybe even the second one Iron U picks, depending on how far ahead he is, then she could just end up losing it, and then Iron U just wins. So now it has turned very, very quickly into a scary spot.
That is his first square. He's given away what his plan is right now. He's still ahead on everything that's left, and the question is, what does he go for? What does Parky go for? If they go for the same thing, I think Iron U just wins, because he's just set up. She's headed for Ancestors.
In this position, she needs to guess the last one he wants to do, right? Correct. She has to guess specifically the last one he wants to do. So Iron U, despite being down by 5 squares, almost arguably has a 2 in 3 chances of just winning the game. If Parky goes straight to Lanceax here, Iron U is going to Lanceax, so if she guessed Lanceax, she just loses. Straight up loses. She does not have the grace by Lanceax. She would get here slower than him, and she would just lose. So if Parky guesses Lanceax, it's Jover, Iron U wins. If Parky guesses bosses with tree in the name, there's a possibility, but it is slow, unlikely, hard to do. If she guesses Ancestor Spirit, she has to hope Iron U doesn't do Ancestor Spirit after Lanceax, but instead finishes off bosses with tree in the name.
And he's
Okay.
going for Lanceax.
And he's going for Lanceax. This is actually
But she does go for Ancestor Spirit, so she's got
really
a chance
good
here.
for Parky. Them going for different things means that she has time to light all of the torches by the time that he does,
Thought she had the grace by Lanceax? Nope. She had the grace by Godskin Apostle. She did not have the one by Lanceax yet. I don't think there was ever a reason she did that.
time that he does Lanceax, and all she needs to do is win this Ancestor Spirit.
I'm pretty sure.
And the diagonal's blocked out. Really, really good for Parky. I mean, still smart from Iron U. I feel like Lanceax feels like the easiest one to block, feels like the one you should go for first. It's probably what I would have done as well, just thinking about it from my own perspective. So it's smart, but Parky, I think, is going to have the counterplay here.
Oh, lightning strikes are hitting Iron U here in this Lanceax fight. He's got to be careful here because those once he's mounted.
The strong differential on the board. Yeah, no, Parky
Dismounts,
cooking this
you
game.
can't roll out of that. So you're just laying, and you're just going to take whatever Lanceax is dishing out. But he does get off of his horse here. Going to be dodging some nice lightning strikes. Should be getting a frost proc here very soon on Lanceax. And Parky here has maybe another 5 torches to light. There it is, a frost proc already on Lanceax, almost halfway done already with this fight. Not going for the headshots here on Lanceax, but he doesn't need it either. Gets a nice fire breath attack here, and gets to punish the tail. And dude, he's already 2/3 of the way done. A third.
Yeah, and he's already lit the fires for Ancestor Spirit. So if he goes Lanceax and goes immediately for the fires, Parky just doesn't have time to light them yet.
He might be able to get this before Parky even lights all of the torches. And now all of a sudden, maybe Iron U can still just beat Parky to the Ancestor Spirit.
Ancient Dragons specifically are terrible. They're pretty bad, yeah.
This could end up being unstoppable. No way that Parky can come back from this. If he gets a fast Lanceax here, which he is so close to, just needs a few more hits.
Hiding the
Doesn't go for the headshot there. Okay, but 2 more hits is going to do it. Oh, misses that hit, though.
The jump back. The bounce back.
Oh, there! It almost is!
There it is.
There
Oh
it
my
is.
god.
And this is...
I like how I was so ready to say there it is, and then I had to go, there it almost is!
Before Parky
When he didn't
has lit
quite get the
final.
kill.
Brazier, it's all
Thank you
up
for the
to,
hydrate.
can he do it? Oh, he's going for bosses with tree in the name first.
Wow.
This gives Parky more time. Oh my goodness, this is so good for Parky.
9-4, 9-5 right now for Parky. 4-square lead. She's going to be possibly getting the last block needed on this board. Oh.
Oh, he's pivoting. He's thinking. He's
Nope.
considering.
Highway Junction.
Highway Junction. Is that a boss with tree in the name? Tree Sentinel Duo, maybe?
I think he might be going
He's
for
going for Tree Sentinel Duo.
Wow.
He thinks that she's gonna chase on that. He already.
I mean, I would have been chasing on bosses with tree in the name,
Is.
so it would have beat me what Iron U is doing here. Because I guess I would have done it instead of Godskin Apostle, but the bosses with tree in the name, right, is a call. Technically, it's easier for Parky to block Ancestor Spirit. It takes less total time, but you also just don't know what all Parky has been doing in the meantime, because I mean, you kind of do. You can mostly see what she's already marked, but you don't necessarily know if Parky just had some extra time slipped in somewhere to get bosses with tree in the name. I don't really know where that would have been, but going for the boss with tree in the name is like the, okay, I'm almost done with this square. Let's just not lose this one, and then I think I can win the Ancestor Spirit anyway.
I
So
think has 4 bosses with tree in the name.
it is a call by Iron U. I do think it's probably overall the lower percentage play to go for the boss with tree in the name first. The Ancestor Spirit race probably is a higher percentage play, but I don't think this is like a horrible play by Iron U. It's just he's making a bet, same as Parky is making a bet.
At least that's what he's currently marked. So, yeah.
They're both just guessing at
Parky
this point.
could
Yeah.
get this. Parky chose the correct one. What you want to choose if you're blocking a line is the last one your opponent goes for, and it.
We saw Apostle at last recently with Misbegotten. Right, we did.
This is the last one that Iron U is saving for last.
But that doesn't say what Parky did before Apostle.
So this is working out perfectly for
One more
Parky and
brazier.
disastrously for Iron U. Yep.
Love his sneaking, to be honest. I find it refreshing.
Just
I
one
agree.
more.
Yep. Yeah, like this Ancestor Spirit is going to be the best. Oh, she doesn't know where it is. She's going the
Yeah,
wrong
she's
way.
a little bit lost. She went a little too far. I think she realizes now she's turning around. Sometimes, yeah, you just go, no.
No,
Uh-oh.
it's behind you. No,
Yeah.
Parky, don't tell me. Just it's that way. To the left.
Uh-oh,
To the left.
uh-oh.
To the left.
If she's lost, this gives Iron U so much time to get the
no.
square and then go also.
Yeah, she thinks it's all the way up at the top. It's not quite
Towards
all the
Ancestor
way up at the top.
Spirits.
It's a little bit lower.
It's right
Okay,
there.
Iron
Yes,
U is
straight
doing a
ahead.
quit out here. Yeah,
Straight
yeah.
ahead. No, to the right.
No,
To the
no.
right.
She still doesn't see it.
To the behind. No, to the right. 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 There you go. There you go. There you
She
go.
sees it. She sees
Okay.
it.
Oh my days.
That's that was.
That's okay. That's okay. She still gets the fire. He's still working on Tree Sentinel. He still has an entire Tree Sentinel duo to do. This is his first of the 2 of the Tree Sentinel duo. She's still completely fine.
Stressful.
I hope this is her last one. I wasn't actually counting all of them. It can be easy to miss one in the woods, but let's see. Does it say power gathered? That wasn't even the last one. Power does not gather and Horned remains somewhere. Oh, no.
She probably missed the one all the way to the right here. That is like tucked away into the wall. Potentially.
Yeah, it could be. Uh-oh. Oh,
This is not
no.
good.
I
Oh,
have
no.
made this mistake many a time, missing one, but
Oh.
not a situation you want to be in
Iron
a
U trying to
race like this.
Tree Sentinel, both are aggroed right now. Irony was down to almost 1 health as both of them are trying to tag him with their
And there it is. There it is. So,
halberds and their shields.
unfortunately,
He has one almost dead here. 2 more hits should do it.
she didn't
But
see
now-
it.
Porky literally just rode by the one she was missing. I saw it unlit. She rode directly by it. No.
Is it the one next to the electric wisps?
The
or
lightning
whatever?
orb. The one by the
Yep.
lightning orb.
Oh my
yeah,
god.
and she literally just passed right by it. Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I noticed in real time is
Okay.
crazy. I was
Iron
watching
U
for
is
it like
doing
a
great
hawk.
job on this
Almost
tree sentinel,
done.
and once it's dead, he's just ahead on Ancestor Spirit. No.
No.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, I do the same every playthrough.
Oh
Me
my
too.
God.
I've done it so many times. I just haven't
Parky finds it instantaneously.
had a chance to do it in
and Iron U
bingo.
dies on Ancestor Spirit. It's over.
I can't.
It's just GG.
I can't.
Iron U wins it.
Oh my god.
Oh, that is brutal.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She has 7 out of the 8, but she's just not gonna find it. No.
Me too. Me
She,
too.
She just passed by. It happens. It has happened
So
to all
unfortunate.
of
It's
us.
gotta be the stress. It's gotta be the stress.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is just. Oh, that is just devastation.
Yep. Yeah, and now it just comes down to if Iron U has a good fight, he wins the game. There is no time for Parky. There is no, oh, she has way more damage and can catch up. The Ancestor Spirit is a very fast fight. There's no way you can make up the, minute plus she is behind at this point.
Doesn't Helfen scale with int, yet Iron U's damage seems better? No, it scales mostly with strength. It's mostly physical. It gets some scaling from int, but that's not really what you do with it.
Has the Moose under half, probably
I believe.
Stagger soon, which would end it. Charge R2.
One more
doesn't quite get the stagger.
That's it.
Even just an R1, that does it. There it is. GG, game 1 for Iron U. Oh my goodness, she was so, and she just found it. She just found it.
Oh my
God,
dude.
Pain.
Oh.
He's also way more upgraded. She went for the upgrades, but then because she saw Misbegotten bosses, didn't actually upgrade and just went straight to Ancestor Spirit. So she is still, not particularly upgraded. Maybe she did upgrade, maybe she got the +6, but she didn't go fully upgraded, the same that Iron U did. Iron U went full upgrades really early, and as I said, that's basically holding progress on every square in the game. He was able to do Lanciacs faster, easier. Parky had no chance to do that. He was so much faster on tree bosses. He was so much faster on Misbegotten bosses. That Crusader was so fast because he did it that way. Like, Parky not having the upgrades didn't necessarily cost her, because like most of the stuff she did didn't need it per se. But like it really helped Iron U. If Iron U had not fully upgraded, I don't think he wins this game at all. Whereas Parky, just the squares that she chose didn't really need it as much.
Man, yep. I mean, she looks to be in high spirits about it. She's laughing it off, as you need to be. There's another game left to go, and obviously she proved she played so incredibly well this game.
Great calls.
Yeah,
100%.
You're gonna do any of match 2 tonight? We're gonna watch through match 2. Yeah, we got time.
She blocked
Yeah, I got
literally
time.
every line except for, unfortunately,
This is the first banger you've seen?
the one
It has
that
happened a
Iron U
lot
was
these
going
last few
for.
weeks.
It is so unfortunate. If Iron U had been going for any other line.
Couldn't watch the post-game interview. Did Iron U say why he did 5 tree bosses first? I would have thought 4 out of 5 priority makes it way less snipeable. Moose first would be safer. Well, 4 out of 5 doesn't say anything about snipeability, right? The only thing that matters for a snipe is when you mark it, not how many you've done. You can't do 3 out of 5 and then suddenly it couldn't possibly be sniped anymore. He just took the guess. He just took the guess that Parky was going to go for bosses with tree in their name over doing Ancestor Spirit, and it was the wrong guess. But I don't know that topic in specific came up. Domo might have asked. I don't remember exactly. Who's tomorrow? I want Chris. Not me. Sorry. Apparently not. I don't know. We shall see.
She would have had
Parky
it.
had a real good shot there. But sometimes that's the way it is. Iron U, very, very sneaky player. Great player, finding these lines that are just the hardest one for the opponent to block, and does a great job of it right there.
I'll be asleep by now, so... Oh,
Great
yeah?
calls left and right from both players. Iron U taking one more game onto the leaderboard.
I wouldn't.
And we'll see
I'm
you
a
guys in
degenerate.
the DLC match here
Might
in
be
about
Jack.
10
Oh,
minutes
Jack would
as
be
the players
fun.
shake off this game and get ready for the DLC matchup in about 10. See you guys soon.
See here, but...
All right. Yep. Game 1. Cinema game. Parky pushing Iron U around, but just missing one block. And Iron U, arguably getting as lucky as possible that the one thing Parky didn't block was the one line that he was going for. If he had been going for any other line, he could not have won. But then also, arguable, very lucky from Parky that when she guessed Ancestor Spirit, that was exactly the last one Iron U did. So she came back and had a chance from a situation where, Iron U could have just potentially had it with nothing she could do. And then obviously the super unfortunate ending. So that is the thing, though. Like, going for sneaky lines is a very risky play. It does not guarantee you a victory by any means. It can't even... Not only can it not guarantee you a victory, it can never even guarantee you above, like, 70 to 80% win rate, ever. Like, if you know, all of a sudden the best bingo players in the world who can go almost undefeated in the round robin round, we have several players who might come to mind for that. If all of them started switching to doing sneaky lines, all of their win rates would fall, because all it would take is their opponent doing one accidental block and, you know, the line is over. So the way that Iron U plays is very fun and very, like, cool to see, and I love the way that it can bring you back against players that maybe have more experience than you. So I'd love to see more of it, especially from players that have less experience, but it's not something that every player should do, because it's a risk. There's a chance that you just straight up lose with, like, and you're like, oh, well, guess I lose now.
Ooh.
But also a chance you just straight up win.
Hitless center. That's a very...
Did she maybe put off Ancestor Spirit because she wasn't confident on the torches? It's always possible. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't assume so, because she did immediately send Ancestor Spirit as soon as the diagonal was actually threatened. So it's not like she went Lanciax instead and just went, oh, I don't know the torches, I'm going to go Lanciax and hope that's the last one, right? She did send Ancestor Spirit. So I would assume that's not the case, but I don't know. I don't know.
Very interesting one, as well as Remembrance in the top left. So if you...
NU is very calculated on his sneaky bingos. He is very calculated. He does a really good job of it. What's the end of the DLC match between Sirius and Blanks? Who won? Someone will have to DM you. I don't want to spoil it for... We'll get to that. We're going to review that later.
That's definitely a consideration, both along the diagonal. So, if you're looking at that, you're like, okay, I need to get an early Tiali.
The channel where all the popular kids gather and watch him yap. Kind of true.
That would be a very, very scary one, too. That's hard.
I mean, also, I'm just on so late that, like, everyone else has gone to bed. So, whenever everyone's, like, prepping for bed, they're like,
interesting.
Watch a mid-stream for an hour.
See Rakshasa, Bale, Matir, Midra. We have a Death Knight. But we also have Ancient Dragon Man here, which kind of deviates you completely off from that, you know, rush Gaius hitless center square, I would say, because most of the people do Gaius for hitless.
And catch the Blank Series match? Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that later.
An unusual, it was amazing, but an unusual thing to go for.
I don't know that we'll have. We probably won't have time for the whole match tonight because we go through these matches very slowly. But
do we have anything south that kind of?
We'll see what we we'll see what we have time for.
Here. We have Egon's Furled Finger and Bale, so that's not too bad.
Yeah.
Do we have anything else beyond that?
Europe friendly streams, true.
Not really. So south side here now.
Lamenter? Lamenter's down there.
Lamenter. And he's an NPC boss. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, nothing.
Streamer to
crazy.
wake up. Favorite
Nothing
European
crazy.
streamer.
Seems
Heck
more
yeah.
Like a Shadow Keep backside type of board here. So that hitless seems way more enticing than Ancient Dragon Man.
Asia friendly too? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. I agree. I do think there was an interesting play that I've seen of kill the Ancient Dragon
Smash
Man
love copious amounts of pause time, so much to review.
There
was so much, yeah.
Like
yeah, there might be.
Holding on to that as like a, yeah, I'm letting you know I've got access to the south.
Right.
And it can scare people off and almost like
best way to grow ammo, finding the time slot no one else is on and own it. Might be.
Your opponent just like doesn't kind of want to chase you on
it
that.
It is harder to do
like,
collabs though when you're at a completely different time. Because like, sure, I can still do collabs in the middle of the day, but then, you know, my normal audience isn't always on to watch them, so it's a bit weird.
Backside, if you
it's a trade-off, pluses and minuses.
The second square backside, you can still end up, you know, nicely ahead and with better map access.
Watch the bingo games go to sleep too, and then right after waking up. Nice.
Iron U also has a very unique setup that he likes to go for with his Physic Flask. He goes for the charged attack tier as well as the multi-hit tier.
He stream early and early breaking your streak. True, it happens sometimes.
We also have a difference in
day
weapons
streams
here. Iron U going
of Archie, which I enjoy yet miss, starting 8 hours, catch the remaining 8 hours. Surely they wouldn't go 16 hours.
You know, generally, Great Hammers are better than Colossal Greatswords, but Celebrant Skull, not the best one. It's one of the weaker Great Hammers.
Now you're gonna hear me. Obviously, I'm the guy with the weird takes, but Celebrant Skull over an hour of hitting things, you get 20 runes per hit, baby. That's bank. That's bank.
Okay, someone calculate how many times you would need to hit with the Celebrant Skull in order to get one level if you're level 85. You know what? I can do that. How much runes does it take to level from 85 to 86? Someone look that up for me. Because I need to figure out if Domos hit things for an hour would even get you enough for one single level. Anyone know how many runes it is to go from level 85 to 86? More than 3 hits. That I believe. Am I gonna have to look it up myself? Fine, fine, fine. Entirely too many? It's a lot. It's a lot. All right, hold on. Let me... 44,000... Oh, thank you, Chris. He's got it. I was gonna look it up. All right. So, 44,623 divided by, it's 20 runes for hit, I believe, is you need to do 2,231 hits. Let's assume you do 1 hit a second, which seems about right. So if we divide that into 60 to get how many minutes it would be, that is 37 minutes. 37 minutes of hitting a training dummy. Given that you spend the vast majority of your time in the DLC traveling somewhere and not hitting things, yeah, you're not getting 1 extra level out of the Celebrant Skull. That's not happening. Like, early game, there hasn't been enough time for you to accumulate enough wealth for a level, and late game, the levels are too expensive for you to have accumulated enough wealth for a level. If you could get the entirety of the runes you were going to get in an entire match and front load them so you had them all at the start of the match, that would be worth a couple levels. But in reality, nah, it's not happening.
That's an extra level or 2 right there. But let's go. We're starting off. Let's see what they're going for.
Now, maybe you're only rune level 80, so maybe it's a little bit less. Maybe it's, you know, more like only 30 minutes, but still, that's, yeah.
For graveyard skip. But yeah, let's see. I mean, we have 3 crafts.
This is a bad gimmick, yeah.
Unique hefty pots. The 2 is definitely rushed, whereas the 3 is more.
Keeping in mind that Mitch's low/mid Skidoo Gaius took 50 hits, so only 1,000 runes. Yep.
I believe the first 2 is more or less like the furnace hefty pot and the hefty fire pot. And the third one either...
Yeah, 1,000 extra runes on a Gaius that gives you 230,000. You go from 230 to 231,000. Wow.
2 forges on bottom left.
I think it's
here,
230.
So you could do the forge and craft the rock pot as an option here.
But sometimes you're only short by like 2,000 runes. Oh, so true.
The magic hefty pot here. So that's like 4 hefty pots that people kind of go for. Very interesting jump here from Iron here for this Blade of Mercy.
I like that skip.
And surely that 1 level that you're going to get is going to make the Celebrant Skull better than a different Great Hammer,
if that's faster than going up to Blade of Mercy first and then coming back down for the pots, but at least it is very interesting. I like that quite a lot. Parky's skipping out on the early pots here and just heading directly into the more normal area to go. She could go Skidoo Altus from here.
This is an interesting start from Iron U. Obviously, I'm Mitchja. I like when he goes Blade of Mitchja, but it's odd that he bought 4 talismans and then also went Blade of Mitchja, because they're just gonna swap 1 out at all times. So, seems a little unnecessary in terms of the early buying and routing. But, I mean, arguably, you can have the ones to swap out. You can put on the defensive ones when you need them. You can just swap out to only offensive when you don't need them. There's reasons, but, I do find that I like to build my setup around the first boss I'm going to do. And so, let's say for the first boss, I don't need Ritual Shield. I probably wouldn't have bought Ritual Shield, and I would maybe think about buying it later if I need it.
Go Ancient Dragon Man from here. She's leaving her options open and going for more of the map.
Yo, so, 2-time Tyson, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Let's go.
Let's go. For the pots, and then
maybe he just swaps to Blade of Mitchja during crits, then switches back. You could.
I'll take the map.
It's really annoying, but that would technically be optimal.
All right, Parky is grabbing this first grace here, which lets her get back to Ancient Dragon Man earlier. I do like, if you're going to grab one of the graces up here, I think this is usually the better one to grab. She might grab the one by Tialier as well, because there is Tialier's Concoction on the board. She could grab both.
These streams, you're my favorite. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Okay, she's a little worried about her drop down here.
I do also think, like, if you're just like the Ancient Dragon Man fight specifically, I feel like Parky's weapon is going to be better for that. The Zweihänder is all right, but it is kind of slow. The range is really...
That being said, right, I'm doing all this like, okay, you know, the runes don't matter. But I probably still like the Celebrant Skull better than Zweihander. Just, I like the moveset. I really like the Great Hammer moveset. And the Colossal Greatsword moveset, surprisingly, I don't love that much. Out of all of the big weapons, I think Colossal Greatswords might be my least favorite. Like, I think my tier list would probably go Great Hammers at the top. Great Axes second, Great Katanas third, Colossals fourth, then Great Swords fifth, and then Colossal Greatsword sixth, something like that. I don't know. Axe and hammers are the same. Yeah, I mean they're pretty much the same, but technically the hammers do a little bit more poise, but like yeah, they're pretty similar. Pierce damage, good though, right? It is, but it's the weird kind of pierce. The reason that Anchor is so powerful is because it has pierce on good attacks, right? On just smack, 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 smack. Those are good animations. So Anchor as well as Pickaxe get pierce damage on good attack animations, whereas Zweihander gets pierce damage on less good attack animations. The crouch poke is pretty good. That one's pretty good. But like the charged R2 being like the pull it back poke is powerful, but it's easy to miss with. It just I don't think it's as good as just like smack, smack, smack. So that's where I would say the pierce is nice, but I don't know that it necessarily makes up for like the moveset is a little it's a little fine. It's still a lot better than most weapons in the game, right? Zweihander's still at least like a B tier weapon, but it ain't my favorite. It ain't up there. Hate the R1s on Zwei? Yeah.
The Colossal Sword is really slow, but it has really nice range.
Problem is that Zwei is kind of the weakest Colossal Sword AR-wise. Is it really? I didn't know that.
Swipes, you can kind of roll catch them, but the stamina consumption is pretty high.
I think they made Pierce so good in DLC to make Great Katanas the viable choice. Maybe.
Ones in, you have to constantly pause in between. That allows Ancient Dragon Man, you know, to be a bit more difficult. Whereas with the Great Hammers, you have.
All right. There has already been a probable routing mistake. Can someone spot it? What has already possibly gone wrong? What could someone have done better is maybe even a better way to phrase it. What could somebody have done to get their same progress that they're getting, but a little bit faster? Or with more upside? We were actually talking about at one point, Mitch, why is Pierce good against Death Knights? I don't know. It just is. That's how FromSoft coded it. They're playing in the DLC. That's a bad route. So true. So true. Get the Grace. Get which Grace? Which Grace should who have gotten? Cross. 3-path cross? That's about to happen. That's coming up. This is not quite yet, but Scorched Ruins for Parky. That would have been a little faster. If she grabbed Scorched Ruins before doing the skip up, that would have been a little faster. That's true. But you know what would have been even faster than that? She's about to go to 3-path cross. If you go to 3-path cross, then go to Tialier from there, it's actually just, like, I'm pretty sure it's just faster than going all the way over and doing the Gravestone skip and then coming back and going to 3-path cross.
Less stamina consumption, so maybe you can get like 4.
I don't know, Professor Mitch. Come on, Josh. You got to study for the exam.
I guess we'll see. But like, I don't know. Just looking at the big picture here for this specific fight, I just feel like Parky's weapon might be a little bit easier, specifically on Ancient Dragon Man. Also for Gaius.
Also saves the warp. Yes.
It is a strike weapon.
Yes, it does.
And also has
does
a
it?
holy on it.
I think so. And you get a skidoo along the way. So.
Does it?
I think it's only physical. I don't know.
I'm not 100% sure. No, actually, it doesn't have faith, but like doesn't have like a faith bonus of some sorts with grease because it's a Sultan skull. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. But it is strike regardless, which is great for Gaius. So there's that.
Yeah, Parky is here headed for the Tialier's concoction right away. She does not want to leave this, it looks like. So she's grabbing the Skidoo here, going straight.
Yeah, and then here she does skip the 3-path cross, which I'll talk about, but like on commentary. But I have never. I don't know that I've ever seen someone skip 3-path cross. It just feels like it always has something. And like there are things that this board does have at 3-path cross. There's Ashes of War. It's your best Ash of War by far to grab. There is potentially Death Knight later. If you really need a way to get to a Death Knight, that's a way to a Death Knight. There is Hefty Pots. There's the Hefty Pot that is beyond this. There's the fly pot in the fly village, or there's the volcano pots that like there's just a lot of potential pots that you can do from here. So like there's just a lot of reasons that this can be a really powerful Grace. So
There. Oh, skips 3-path cross Grace even.
I don't know if I
That
like
is an
that.
interesting call.
Yoshi's a maze,
there
easy to
is
mess up some
obviously-
routing.
there's
Yep,
the
100%.
hefty pot that you could craft here later that she is skipping out on.
did warn Domo before my commentary day that I don't know anything about the DLC. Hey, this is your studying time. This is why we've got you here in class.
But it is going to get her faster towards Tialier's concoction, over to Queeline and Bellerod if she wants that. There is definitely important stuff here, but also the DLC Ashes of War. She might want that Savage Lion's Claw later. So I do think this could come back to bite her later. But, I mean, if you're all in on the rush, if you're like, hey, I really need to win Tialier's concoction, if she thinks it's an important one along the diagonal, then, you know, sometimes you got to make skips. We've seen people skip Morth Ruins. We've seen people skip Fort of Reprimand. So, you know, sometimes that skip is what you need to do if you really want to win a rush square. But we happen to know Iron U is not there, so she didn't have to rush this much. And it will end up not being the play that would have helped her win more. But I think it's a reasonable play to make of just like, I need to rush this. I need to win this.
Yeah, I agree. I believe she's just thinking like, hey, this is a race, so I'm going to start skipping some races here just to make sure that I get it first, which is a...
Yeah, we are going through the matches. We're not just discussing the outcome of a match. We're going through it as it is, so we're not just like spoiling and just saying like, oh, isn't it so cool how this person won a match? Because that's also, you know, not only does it kind of spoil what's coming up and we want to react to it as it goes, but that's also not necessarily that, you know, interesting of a thing to learn. It's like, yep, that person did win that match. Yep. You know, it's more the how, the why, the what happened, the little minutia that is where you can learn the most.
Idea, but yeah, not being contested here as Iron U is making his way towards back.
Yeah, Tialier's concoction, you have to mark on the loading screen.
Going to be first on the board here. Now backside, what do we see that could be like really useful? Ashes of War here, right, with that Raging Beast on the way.
And a good day for bingo. It really was.
Kindred Cookbooks as well is definitely an option here. That is also a corner square. And now maybe even more enticing as we see the concoction mark here from Parky for Iron to be like, okay, well, if I want to block that diagonal, I do Cookbooks. So not a bad idea. Also maybe Great Axe check here.
I skip.
Might be Omen Pillar Cleaver.
You know, there's always a chance, even if it's not most.
Grabbing the Kukri here is interesting from Iron U. I don't know that everyone does, but it's always nice. The Kukri do have uses. Thoughts on the new phrase? What new phrase? Oh, sorry, looking ahead. Looking back. I just thought of another phrase in-game to promote Mitchjaism. Don't you dare approach Mitchja the kind / all-knowing. I don't think we need that one. I think we're fine without that one.
Probably like over Zweihander. Gargoyle's Black Axe, that's not a great one.
Yeah.
It's maybe a toss-up with Zweihander. I don't think it's... Oh, and he's skipping O Mother. He didn't go over and grab O Mother. Ooh.
Right, he skipped O Mother. Right.
Is there a need for O Mother on this board?
I believe there is, yeah, Matir.
Eventually.
Right, Matir
Yeah,
too.
Matter, so... You know... Okay, he can come back for it later. Maybe he's doing the same thing of like, I need to rush something. So both of them playing in a much more rushing, aggressive way.
Oh.
I don't like that, though.
And You know, me neither.
Was wondering why you stopped saying Ironyu and went back to Ironyu. I don't know. How was I saying it before? I thought I was always saying it the same. Ironyu. Is that not how I was always saying it? I don't, like, as an English speaker, there are several vowel sounds that other languages go, oh, yes, actually the difference between yeah, like, are all different vowels. I was making random sounds. I'm sorry. I wasn't, meaning to, like, whatever. But, like, I genuinely, like, don't know the difference between some of them. It's like, oh, yeah, in English, like, oh, yeah, that's all you. So, like, I just don't know. I just genuinely don't know. I have no idea. I cannot hear the difference because I was not, raised into me. Is more than u. Iron yeah. Yeah? Because it's not It's not iron ya. Like, that sound, I know that's gotta be wrong to be like iron ya. Like, that can't be right. But iron ya. Iron ya. Iron ya. Iron ya. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm a player that's all about the efficiency. I'm a player that's all about let me get everything as I'm on the way through, so I never
English
have to
is a
come
simple
back
language,
somewhere.
unlike some other languages use variations of
there are reasons to make
and touch because of the difference of pronunciation. Yes and no. I mean, English is weird because we don't necessarily always spell things the way that they should be pronounced, but English is also one where if you say a vowel slightly wrong, most people kind of get it, unless it happens to be another word. Like, if instead of saying, I don't know, cake, cake, you said, like, cake, it's like, it sounds like a little off, but you're like, oh, I gotcha, whatever. It's not like, oh, that's a different word. That's entirely different. Ship versus sheep is different, yes. But ship versus, well, ship, I don't know that there's a close enough to I that I can think of that's a different, vowel. I don't know.
Plays where you skip stuff, so
Ship is how Spanish speakers will say sheep.
Especially Iron had the knowledge that Parky was not
I was just about
right
to say
behind
that.
him.
Yeah,
A
exactly.
cake might sound like kek, yeah. Which is mostly
Yeah.
fine.
So it could have made sense for him. Oh, now he is coming back immediately to
Sip?
grab. I
Well,
think
that's
he's going
not the
for
vowel
Ashes of
then.
War.
That's the
I think
consonant.
the reason he grabbed that grace and pivoted out is because he's going to get.
In
grab
context, you
Savage
can also
Lion's
tell
Claw
someone's
right
talking
away,
about ship
then
or
he's gonna
sheep
grab
anyway.
maybe
True.
Wing Stance, I don't know, something in Skidoo Altus. Then he's going to finish with the one on the way to backside. And
Yeah. If someone was like, I went, sailing on a big sheep, and they're technically saying the word sheep, but they're like, I went sailing on the sheep, I'd be like, oh yeah, you went on a ship. Gotcha. Yeah. So
continue from there all the way back. So a good routing to make sure that as he grabs the Raging Beast, he can immediately continue on by grabbing the other Ashes of War first. So I think this is smart.
context very important. Yeah.
Okay, so that's maybe why he skipped. It's because he thinks this is an Ash of War.
My
race
Serbian flag
right
there
now
because
she
Parky
got
is
knocked out.
Serbian.
Oh, she's on the way to for a reprimand.
And is representing
Now,
Serbia
so if I
in
jump
this World Cup styled tournament. It's not exactly the same as World Cup, but
go for Raging Beast Grace,
that same kind of
and
format,
immediately
2
go
players
for
per country.
Ashes of War. I'm
Didn't
gonna
know that,
go
yeah.
through it and still have my priority to backside on top of that. So, sure. Okay.
Yeah. Absolutely. And we happen to know Parky really.
How do you know they didn't actually go sailing on a big sheep? That's true.
So this kind
It could be.
Pays off for Parky in a weird way. I mean, I would still love to have Savage Lion's Claw just to
Serbia
be able
didn't
to
know
make
that.
my
Hey,
weapon
well, now
heavy or
you know.
cold or infuse it in some way. But
Be a little careful with just speaking Serbian to Parky out of the blue in her Twitch chat because like her mods might not have any idea what you're saying. But if you ask her and are like, hey Parky, I didn't know you were Serbian. Can I whatever? Like she might be like, oh yeah, absolutely, would love to talk
she's not
in
really
Serbian
gonna
or
be punished
whatever.
for skipping it.
I don't know.
She's never going to need to go back.
Of course,
there,
understandable. Yeah.
Assuming that Iron U wins the Ashes of War and the hefty pots, like
World Cup
she
is
really
played
doesn't
on an
need
entirely
3
different
pass
sport
cross
for
again.
now.
So,
Yes.
interesting that it's going to kind of work out for her.
That is
skip
the only
both of us
minor
were like,
difference, though, you know.
I don't know about that.
You take that away, and they're
it's-
basically the
it's gonna
same
be,
thing.
I think just fine for her. She can get ahead on something else in the
Even understood a bit of her Serbian yesterday. Yeah,
meantime.
nice.
She is heading up here to the high road cross.
Love your live reaction bingo commentary last
A
night.
little more skidoo. Might
Got
set
right
her up
into
for
it
The, eventual
the last
Ashes
2
of War if
matches.
it's never
Yeah.
Taken. It's a pretty default.
Also,
I felt very comfortable in the commentary, which was the last morning for me. Like it was really good. It was really fun. I think
NPC bosses. You want to get the gesture for Dane
yes.
here to do the NPC boss fight.
I think, you know, we put in a lot of work to being good at what to say and how to say it, but then I would still get nervous on commentary and just be like very stiff. And I feel like I have finally done enough games with Domo that I was able to really relax, kind of let loose, and I feel like it was a really, really good time. So,
But one thing I am going to be a little nitpicky is I still think 3-path cross here would still be good because of Gravebird armor set. That chest piece
That's
is
true.
right past the Ghost Flame Dragon unless you go all the way through. And this is still technically doable, right? Because you have 2 forges on the board. We'll pull up the map here real quick while they're both in round table.
The map!
Keep an eye on that shop real quick. We'll pull up the map here for the viewers. Just so
Absolutely.
wonder who will co-commentate the final match. We shall see.
Map here, right? Oh God, where's the DLC? Well.
The only person who I unfortunately know it will not be, because he just is not going to make a trip out to the U.S. For it, because it's just way too expensive for travel and all that, is Zoodle is not going to make it to the final one. And outside of that, who knows? We got a lot of really good commentators.
Table, so I have to wait for them to port. So never mind. I have to. They're separate maps. I don't know how to-
Blaster.
Oh wow.
And was that Rakshasas?
Rakshasa? Yeah, that's Rakshasas.
Yeah. Ooh, 2 really, really good weapons there.
Wow. So now your starting weapon just means nothing because those 2
Yeah.
are just like you're gonna go for that right away, right?
I'm a little sad neither of them actually goes Alablaster here. Spoilers, I know. No Alablasting.
So
I imagine they might
Because I do think it is really, 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 really good. I think it's really good.
not have the stats for them right away.
But Rakshasas is also quite good, so it's not like they're going for some, you know, whatever bad weapon. Like if Parky, you know, had stuck with Celebrant Skull the whole game, I'd be like, what? Over Alablaster. But Rakshasas is also very, very, very good.
They both do have relatively high stat requirements. Rakshasas a ton of dex. Alablaster, that surprise int that you kind of
Alablaster,
forget
the
about.
other Blade of Midja.
You
Yep.
don't technically have to have it for Alabaster. You can do it without the int, and it still does very solid.
I don't believe in the Midja Gospel. I don't know why not. It's so what? Yeah. Do you want me? No, I won't. I won't even
damage,
explain why.
But,
I won't even explain
yeah,
why.
Maybe something they think about swapping to in a little bit when they have a bit more runes to get the level.
I just want to see Yojo with a life-size watchdog staff. Heck yeah.
I think he grabbed his stones and he left. He was like, no, I'm happy with Zweihander. And yeah, he does not have.
How many commentators practicing commentary though? I think all of them, at least a little bit. Jack practices. He does post-game analysis, same as I do here. He does it in slightly a different style. He does a much faster. He watches the games and writes down bullet points during the games, and then he'll kind of like fast forward to the points he wants to show, and then go through the bullet points. So he does like an abbreviated review. But he absolutely practices through the reviews and stuff like that. Chris does a lot of practice commentary with me sometimes. Whenever he wants to do that, you know, we have players that will just commentate over practice matches that people are doing, including like CBD, who has not done commentary yet on an official match
from the shop,
I believe.
So this could end up being
at least this
big
season.
weapon advantage for Parky
So,
as we head into the mid and late game.
I think most people do.
Oh, and Iron U also not going for Ashes of War as we predicted. He's actually headed to Bellerot. Looks like he
No,
wants
this
to
is
take
still
away
Ashes of War
Quilon.
though, because Shriek of Sorrow is right next to Quilon.
True. Yeah,
So nice
doing a
level
little
up play.
synergy there. Ooh, that's a smart play. Yeah.
So what was I going to say before they went to round table? I couldn't actually show them. Is that if you are going to be doing 2 forges here, right? You can go from Morth Ruins through here, And then you have...
I gotta say, we were going a little wild on the commentary here. In this game, we're talking about like, oh my god, she can do this and do this and do that. She could, if she goes this way, then she can like this and that. And we're getting like so ahead of ourselves. This is very funny. Like looking back, we kind of just had nothing to say. Like I kind of just got the vibe. We're almost stalling at this point because it's just like, I don't know what to say. They're both kind of just like setting stuff up. Like
this forge right here, which is the Talu forge.
but we talk about what if they went this way and then this way and then
this chest piece for bird armor is just as fine. So if, even
oh,
if
the
you
commentator
skip
rambling,
the
it's
path
good.
across
Yeah,
here,
sometimes
you do have
that's
a
what you got to
backup
do.
if you go for forges. If you do not, then 3-path cross is
I know, love the
critical. So this is
transparency.
very
Yeah,
much like
it.
however Parky plays this, if she
You
doesn't go
want to
for
keep the
forges,
energy up, but sometimes
good.
there's
If she doesn't,
nothing
that's
to really
kind of devastating to have a big
say.
time loss on that
So.
part specifically. So we'll
like
see
a
how that
mobile
goes,
laning
but
phase.
that's
Yeah, yeah,
specifically
something like
how
that.
would work out for her in that case.
Yeah, I do think the Gray Bird armor set is
I love
such
hearing
a
what they
late-
can do since I don't know the DLC so well. Yeah, obviously it's better than saying nothing. It's just like, you know, the theorizing about stuff way down the road isn't, you know, isn't
square,
pressing.
Yeah.
That foregoing progress on it, I think, is mostly fine. Greybird armor set is rarely, I mean sometimes, but rarely a, like, you know, race between a few seconds. It's usually one person is way ahead because they've already killed Mesmer and they've already killed Romina and they already have all this progress, and the other person's like, well, I can't really win it, but I guess I'll try anyway. So if you're going to forego progress towards something,
Chris
I
is
think
in
Great Bird
Faramazula.
Armor is one of
Holy.
those that you're more okay with foregoing progress.
Tom is your American goat. Tom is very, very
And Parky
good.
is now, you know, she's now caught up entirely in backside progress and does have a square for
That
it.
Faramazula isn't
But
part of
Iron
bingo.
You,
I'm not.
by
I
the
don't.
way,
I
did
think
not
all of
kill
Faramazula would kind of suck. I mean, Malekith would maybe be a little fun, but like, if you had to get through Godskin Duo to get to Malekith, like that's just too annoying. That's too high scaled. Like, did you see the randomizer race we did? Where basically as soon as we get to Faramazula, everything becomes like, you know, so high scaled that we just like couldn't kill things anymore, and like it took us like each, you know, over an hour of trying to finally get down one boss because, I mean, obviously we were doing a silly randomizer challenge, but just like the scaling in Faramazula is so high that like you just would never want to go there, right? Like it would just ugh. And then you also have to travel. Like if they gave you the grace right before Malekith and then said Malekith is available, that'd be kind of cool. But
in Bellerot. He's back. He's back here.
having to like start at the start of Faramazula, walk all the way through it, do Godskin Duo that sucks, to then walk even more to get to Malekith or to get to Placidusax, like,
Towards the
ugh,
backside
it would
and
slow
is
down the game
heading
so
towards
much.
The DLC Ashes of War.
It would slow down so
So
much. I would.
confusing.
Interesting play
Ugh.
from him.
Yeah.
Confusing. Maybe being sneaky again.
This is a cool area. That's fair. It is a cool
I
area.
don't see the line that maybe he's setting up, but maybe trying to hide some more progress. It seems.
Parky also going for Ashes of War now. They're both the exact same beetle. Iron You just killed it, and Parky now going to be doing the same thing, sneaking up from the front here. Going to go for a charge
And
or
then
two.
charge
Bang.
two.
There
Nice.
it is. They both
Yeah,
have
yeah.
raging
This-
beat.
I like both of them grabbing this along the way, by the way. Like
Really
this,
is a-
it's just a really
Might as
good
well
Ash
grab
of
it
War
on
to get along the
through
way.
type of thing for Parky. I don't expect she's actually trying to
Yeah.
get the square right now, but like
It could be set up like Haligtree. Yeah, if it was set up like Haligtree, it would make some sense.
it would take so much time to come back. You might as well get it.
I could see it though.
We just celebrating for the first time this past week, and Faramazula was intense. Yeah, yeah.
With Parky, she does have the more grace. Now she goes for Shriek of Sorrow. 2 Ashes of War for her. She doesn't have to go for 3-path cross Savage Lands Cloud. She can just go for.
Faramazula is a cool place, but for
Wingstands.
bingo, it would be like a linear speedrun, sadly, compared to other
certainly
places like
could. She
Stormveil or
certainly
Lane
could.
Bell. Yeah, not a lot else you
And
could get
she's
there.
not going to be missing out on that Savage Lion's Claw because she found some nice somber weapons that
Right.
don't need to be infused.
Right.
So yeah, this is working out reasonably well for Parky. She's still got chances on Ashes of War, and she's got a great weapon setup. So very nice. But Iron You is a little ahead of her heading into the backside of Shadowkeep with also a little bit of Bellerot progress.
Dude, I think she is doing it. She went to Highland Cross here. So I like this because you're kind of challenging.
Pick up May the Best win. Very good. Make sure you
Okay.
have that for later.
Okay.
And then it looks like she is going for wing
Dude,
stance.
look at this column 2, by the way, with that. If you do Queeline with Shriek of Sorrow, now you have 3 squares on column 2. Now it's just material.
And you're ahead on Iris.
Yeah.
Because you've got Queeline. Oh, that's so good. You're right. So Iron U probably needs to get this Ashes of War very quickly, otherwise it could spiral out of... He is going for it. He's already got 2. Wow. He's now headed for the Shriek of Sorrow. So he's gonna get...
Yeah, I mean, this was a really, really powerful play. Both of them ended up seeing it. I think maybe Parky saw it a little too late. Otherwise, she maybe would have set up for it a little easier with doing Savage Lion's Claw instead of Wing Stance here, because Wing Stance is just kind of slower and, you know, less good of an Ash of War to have. But she does notice that, wait a minute, the Queeline Ashes of War is a very powerful play, but Iron U notices it just slightly first. And is going to get it.
It could have been so good for Parky. Instead, I think
Night Rain DLC will drop any day now.
Very, very much in Iron U's favor. If
I would doubt
earlier, using the Savage Lion's Claw, that could have been so powerful, but it's a little too late now. Iron U takes it and is headed for that Queeline. Okay.
I mean, good on Parky to be able to be like, okay, cool, I didn't get that. That's fine. Let me go backside now. And that's going to make up for, you know, the progress at the very least. She didn't lose too much
Alaketh and Plasty would also both be Remembrance bosses.
Good block here from
that's true. You would never, ever do them with a bow dagger.
Yeah, he's going for these stamp upward cuts, which launch Queeline into the air. Very nice. Now he's swapped over into just the regular R1s, which can kind of bully him. Has to take out this one shadow guy. Careful of that fire skewer. Nice dodges.
Ooh. Yep.
Stamp upward cup. It kind
what sword is Iron U using? Zweihänder.
The enemy's attack. The damage on it is honestly not that high, but just the ability to like constantly stagger him and endure through his moves has been very good. Okay, does another one.
I'm assuming it's Skidoo levels here.
Low on mana.
Why the damage is not so high. It's gotta be Skidoo levels.
Yeah. We are in the very, very early game, so I would expect that. But yeah, his damage definitely not quite up there. He also, gets hit. Okay, he has to roll away. He's got plenty of heals left. He just has to not get one shot.
He also, by the way, has 0 effective talismans for this fight. He got Axe Talisman. He's not doing charged attacks. He got the Pierce damage talisman. He's not doing pierce damage attacks. And he got Blade of Mixture, which, as much as I love it, isn't effective on NPCs. You're not reposting them. So he has 3 useless talismans for offense and then just 2 for defense. So he is also doing very low damage because he didn't get the generically good offensive talismans. He didn't get Ritual Sword, which I think is just strictly better than some of the ones he has. And he didn't get Rotwing, which, you know, isn't going to be active all the time, but is at least going to be active some of the time. So he's low Skidoo, and he has effectively 0 offensive talismans. You can backstab NPCs, you can, but
you can't really do on Queeline, so it's
not always a good strat.
Any bonus here. Okay, does bring him down though. Very nice.
There it is.
There's square number 2.
Think about it, they've been optimizing content creator schedule. 23rd is Dustbug Network test, 28th is Tarnished Edition. Yeah, but I don't think there is a Night Rain DLC they're releasing. Well, you know, we'll see.
For Iron U, and now he's in a pretty great position. He's got probably about equal map access, but he now has 2 squares to the 1 for Parky. Parky, it looks like maybe he's going for Kindred cookbooks at this point. She's headed down to that lower Rouse section, grabs a Skidoo along the way, and Kindred cookbooks.
It's likes to throw Queeline in the air. Honestly, fair.
So you do get, again, the Gravebird armor piece here, not the chest piece that I was talking about before, but also the anklets, which is right next to the cookbook, pretty much. And you can also grab the Grace right afterwards for that Forge. So this is starting to kind of work out for Parky here, just having some progress slightly towards that Gravebird armor set here. There are the anklets, and now we're going to be grabbing this cookbook right afterwards. Cookbooks, I don't think is bad. Again, this diagonal, especially if you go for Gaia's hitless, this diagonal is looking kind of nice. So, especially after you do Gaia, so you can do Membi right afterwards. And again, the diagonal. The rest of this line, besides cookbooks,
or they make DLC for Night Rain. Game is dead. I don't know. The game is dead, but
can get there. Now Iron U is.
It's not like they can get a lot more sales from releasing another DLC. I mean, I guess if they made the DLC cost money, but like I don't know. It's just. It does feel like something they've moved on from. They usually will make a game, make 1 or maybe 2 DLCs, and then move on from it, and it just feels like they've moved on from Night Rain. And they're always on to their next thing. They're not really like a live service company that's constantly updating their old games over and over and over again. So, that's what Night Rain. Yeah, it's not dead. It's just not something that I think that they're focusing on. They like to be done with something and then move on to the next thing.
Cut it off before it can possibly happen. But if
Do you think micro optimization like hard swapping talisman would be beneficial? I saw Chris swapping talismans on crit, then change it outside riposte. Tons of talismans could be utilized. It is powerful, yes, but it's incredibly annoying, and it does lose you back a bit of time every time you do it. Every time you have to swap a talisman, you're not allowed to swap talismans in the middle of attacks, so you have to wait till your attack finishes, then do all of your menuing to swap it, then close the menu, then do your next attack. So every time that you swap loses you, let's say, around half a second. I'm just spitballing a random number. So it has to save you back every time you do it. It has to save you back, let's say, at least a second or two, bare minimum, for it to even be beneficial at all, which it probably does. But now all of a sudden, let's say every time you swap it out, you were supposed to save 3 seconds, you lose back half a second. It's like, okay, that cuts into your savings substantially.
Can gain.
So, yes, it's good, but it's annoying. It's possible to mess up, and the benefits get cut from as powerful as they could be. Still powerful, but less so than you might expect.
That would be very, very powerful. Looks like she is now headed for a cookbook by, I think she went to Morth Ruins, yes. So this will be her second one.
A
and
perfectly
the third one will be
played
on the backside of Shadowkeep.
Like if you could invent a bingo playing robot, yes, they would swap talismans. Yes.
Towards the church district. So I think this is very good routing from Parky.
But for your average player,
a strong diagonal threat, but Iron U is in a good position to block it out.
Oh god, this is way.
And you can be very fast if you get good. Yeah, no, but I'm saying you can't menu in the middle of your swings. So at minimum, right, at the end of your swing, you have to wait for your character to bring up their weapon, put it away, then you can menu, then you start up a new attack. So at minimum, you are like ending your current combo of swings, doing the swap, and then doing your next thing. So at minimum, you are always losing time, no matter how fast you menu.
I thought.
Because you cannot do it in the middle of other actions.
And it was just like huge ambience into just like that was. I was like, what the hell is happening?
Let's have AI participating in bingos
right?
next season.
There's
Yeah.
a lot that's going on. You have rune level 80, which I think should not be ignored at all from either player, because we have a lot of big boss kills. There it is, 3 cookbooks though from Parky. That's
I like the cookbooks, by the way, from Parky quite a bit here. I kind of forgot to... so, the Iron U DLC Ashes with Queeline, I mentioned that was a power play that Parky, if she had gotten, would have been, like, incredible for. She would have had ridiculous pressure, but she loses out on it. Iron U finding a great play there. But I think the Kindred cookbooks is also really good. Pressures the diagonal. Unfortunately, though... Iron U is directly on the way to already block that with Remembrance Boss hitless, so it's not as powerful as it could be, but gets her 2-2 and is a fast square that threatens a diagonal.
huge.
And blocks out a row from Iron U. So
Gaius race from both of these players.
I think a great call of a square from Parky.
Is, I think, very, very worth considering here.
To swap during stamina regen? Yeah, you know, technically true. But then if you're swapping, you're not going to be as effectively like strafing that you normally do during stamina regen, or you know, whatever else it is. Like it's, you can find times, but it's not.
You don't have stew on the board, so you can't
it's not
be locked
free.
out. So doing Mesmer
there is
really
always an
early,
opportunity cost.
It's just worth.
It just
you get a lot of levels,
you can minimize that opportunity cost, but you can't make it zero.
Which is on the diagonal. Helmets are on the diagonal here for Parky, so going towards Mesmer is really, really not a bad idea. Even if
Can
you
give a
use that
Remembrance and
helmets,
kill Queeline
you
be on
get
the same
money
board.
for level 80.
Or give an Iris and Queeline, they are. Right there. Queeline, give an Iris. There they are.
Level 80, I think...
I don't really like cookbooks here when you're pushing him into center, but then again, lots of tough squares on this board. I mean, I just like it because it's fast. Like... What else would you think, Swed, that she would do instead? Like, I don't see anything else that looks faster than that on the board. I don't see anything else that's in a more important position on the board. I mean, you could argue, oh, because he's gonna go center, it's in a bad position because of that. But like, it blocks out another row column. Like, I think the positioning of it is good, and I think the speed of it is perfect. So I like it. ADM maybe? No, that's a good point. ADM is really good. You're right. ADM I like. I missed it in commentary, and now I'm missing it in review that Ancient Dragon Man is in fact on this board. I just forgot that. You're right though. Ancient Dragon Man is probably the best. Specifically because Ancient Dragon Man gets you access to other things. So I agree. She could do Ancient Dragonman after cookbooks or before cookbooks, and yeah, Ancient Dragonman would be powerful.
A lot of people don't understand that when they see a DLC, they're like, oh, Kale's shop is so overpowered. Yes, it is strong. I'm not going to disagree with that.
Yo.
But what I will say, levels are almost equally as strong.
Well, funny to hear, because hard swapping is a core mechanic in Souls PvP.
Shine so much more.
Yeah, but nobody
just meet the minimum
cares about Souls PvP, so, you know, it is what it is.
And Flame Grant Me Strength. Yes, those buffs are nice, but if you have those stats really just make you start having that great consistent momentum, not just when
Let's try to find ways to neutralize middle. Okay, so get something along the opposite diagonal, perhaps? Maybe. Or something along the row or column? Maybe. I don't know. I do like Ancient Dragon, man. I agree with that.
80 would be huge, I think. For
Sad Ouroboros noises.
I totally agree. I think Mesmer with level 80 would be really, really big. And, you know...
It's very possible in PvE too. Oh, of course it's possible. Of course it's possible. But the pace of PvE versus PvP is different. So the pace of PvP is not about how fast in total you can bring an enemy down. I mean, kind of it is. Like, that's... But the way that you win a PvP match is not by attacks per second, right? You don't win a PvP match by maximizing your number of attacks per second, whereas you win a PvE match by maximizing your number of attacks per second, right? In PvE, all that matters is I do 5 hits and they stagger. That's it. If I do 5 hits, if I can count out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they stagger. I get the riposte, I get the damage, I get the kill, right? And so slowing down the progression between the time of your first hit and your second hit slows down the fight, right? So bad. Time loss. Whereas in PvP, all that matters is getting hits. If you get one uninterrupted hit in PvP where you just hit them and they don't hit you back, that's great for you. It's not about like, oh, I need to get my 5 hits as fast as possible, or like, oh, if I just spam the attack button 5 times, I win. So that's why in PvP, swapping is much less of a downside, right? You swap in this like weird standoff stance where neither of you is attacking, whereas in PvE you're always attacking or you're always, you know, rolling or whatever else. So
you mentioned the buffs and the levels, and you can always do both.
That's the
Like,
main difference of why hard swapping. Not that it's not good in PvE, it just isn't as good in PvE as it is in PvP.
At level 80, and you also have Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength, you know, 4 talismans, I don't know, Savage Lion's Claw to make it heavy for your weapon. You know, like, you combine all these things and everything just kind of accelerates you. The DLC is a game of acceleration. If you get off to a fast start that has
Real reason I don't like Souls PvP is I can't find the seeds and tears.
Keep going
True.
into mid and late game. So, you know, that's a very
Just learn the Forge Hefty Pot Rush. I'm ready, gamers. Let's go. It's apparently so good. I had never, like, seen it or thought about it before, but it's apparently so good. It actually could have been a really powerful play on this board as well. The Hefty Pots with Forges, like, actually kind of cinema. I don't think either of them knows it, though.
It's like, oh, yeah, I'll find a time to upgrade, and then I'm strong enough for the whole game.
The time, but it's fast AF. Yeah, Tom was talking about it, how fast it is.
Constantly progress in the DLC. So
Parky does always skip this Skidoo, same as Gray, same as some others, which I still just can never get behind. It's a free Skidoo. It's a free Skidoo.
Yeah, doing that can be very, very powerful.
And now we see possibly Gaius here immediately from Iron U as he's taking the elevator down.
Need 6 mushrooms, so you routed 6 along the way. Very fast. Oh, nice.
Towards Shadow Keep here.
Always take the free Skidoo.
Yeah, I'm expecting.
It's a pain to pick up, no? Not if you just learn it. It's very easy. It's very, very easy. It's basically, it's one jump onto a thin walkway. And I say thin, it's not razor thin. It's, you know, yay thin. If you can look ahead of you, see a platform, and jump onto it, that's it. That's the only thing that getting the Skidoo requires. It's a straight line that you can line up, and you can jump directly straight onto it if you need to. I'm not, you know, that would be a little slower than just YOLOing it, but you can absolutely line it up if you need to, and it's completely fine.
To see Gaius, and then I'm expecting to see possibly after we get the hit.
I'll consider it if 9 Skidoo is on the board. You should consider it
he might immediately just go
and
for
then
some
do
other
it
random
every
stuff, I'm not
time
gonna lie.
because
I
it's
don't
just
see him going for
free.
anything
It's
necessarily.
just faster. It's objectively positive. There is no benefit ever to skipping it.
going to be on that line. I think he just wants that block and get out type of situation. Whereas for Parky,
The risk is not worth the reward, and I've seen Tom mess it up. The risk is non-existent if you set it up. If Tom has missed it, which I guess he has, sure. I'm sure the reason is because he was like hard rushing it because he considers it so easy that he doesn't need to line it up. If you line it up, you can't fail it. It actually could not be failed if you line it up. It's actually so free.
if she goes for that, she's going
Just
for
line it up. What would you rather have? A free skidoo for 2 or 3 seconds of lining it up, or nothing? You'd rather have the free skidoo for 2 or 3 seconds of lining it up. Super worth it. And then you might say, oh, but it's not worth it to line up. All the pros do it without lining it up. So it's like, okay. So then, would you like the free skidoo for 0 seconds of lining it up? That's even better. Oh, but now it's too risky. Okay, so then line it up. It all it costs you is 2 seconds. You can't choose the worst option out of the 3 and go, well, at least I'm not going for the risky option, because there's a safe option that's still better.
I think right away, right afterwards.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that would basically just be a
That
win
makes no
there if you
sense.
can get that.
Yeah.
So we'll see. It is going to come down to how comfortable do they feel.
What if
with
I
hit
break
lists.
my
Like,
finger while
we
pressing
had
jump
seen
and
very
die?
good players struggle.
You know,
We-
that
we
could happen.
Just yesterday, I think it was, that we saw 6 times that players had to reset.
It's 5% damage buff. Isn't it worth it? Yeah. Well, it's 5% or 7% or 10% depending on which level, and it's only for half the time, so you could argue it's only 2.5%. But wait a minute. 2 seconds for 2.5% increased damage on average throughout the game? Sign me up.
Set to Gaius in order to get.
That basically means that if I took, a minute and a half, I could double my damage. Would you not want to double your damage in a minute and a half? I would.
The hit list, and it eventually happened. It's still always a very
And that
powerful
is the
fight,
rate
but
at which you
not
are getting
something to be
power
taken
from
for
that
granted.
skidoo.
It is not a free fight, even after the charge. The charge is, usually the most scary part, but they've got a consistent ride torrent setup for that. But even after that, you just have to keep your focus the whole time.
God, the damage is not super great for
Yeah,
Ryan.
Sounds like
very,
cheating.
very
I mean,
not
pretty
great.
much.
And these are piercing attacks, which Gaius is weak to. He's weak to pierce, and he's weak to strike. And that's
Is he weak to pierce? I actually have no idea what Gaius is weak to. I think I know he's strong against slash. Outside of that, I don't know.
Damage is pretty rough. He has 85,000 runes, so he didn't level. Maybe it's because of Membi. He wants to make sure that he has the levels. But also, I will
That
say,
could be.
Does
I would like to see
2.5%
him
damage make
swap
PCR a
from
minute
slash.
and a half faster? No? Where's that coming from?
I hand it to Rakshasas.
That's an odd
Yeah,
question.
He didn't pick it up. I don't think he even checked the shop to see what the weapons were. I think he's just comfortable with Zweihander, but yeah, that could bite him. Not having the bleed from Rakshasas is big. Rakshasas is, despite being,
Almost
oh, it's a
imagine
great
themselves always
katana,
making the
like,
jump.
maybe
Or just
that feels
practice
more of
and
like a
do it,
medium
yeah.
weapon. It hits like a heavy weapon.
Guys, is
but it's got
resistant
the
to slash
swing
and fine with
speed
every
of kind of
physical
a more
damage type?
medium weapon. It's just a very, very
That's what I
good
thought,
weapon.
yeah. So it's really just don't do slash.
So funny. Parky drops her Rakshasas to auto-upgrade it, and she dropped it next to some Rawa fruit. So she picked up the fruit afterwards and not her weapon and started galloping
More
away.
slash resistant than the
That's
rest,
just-
yeah.
That's just funny that that's stuff nearby. It looks like she's going for Rolana, by the way, and trying to do maybe Gaius with Membi instead, which I like this because Gaius is just easier to do with any weapon that you get compared to other bosses. Never mind, I lied. She's going for Divine Bird Warrior instead. Interesting.
Ooh, okay. That's a fast one. It also sets up a potential column 5. So I
Guys,
don't,
weak to
I
strike?
don't
Nope.
dislike
Nope.
this. She's not
Yeah.
really
Not weaker to strike than other things. He is just resistant to slash. That's it.
committing to the diagonal, which I think is fine.
It does if it takes you 50 minutes to fight PCR. That's true, I guess, if it takes you 50 minutes. But.
So an interesting play.
I do like this as well because Egon's Frost
It's been
Finger
1 hour
is
fighting PCR, then
past
it's a minute and a half
Ancient
faster,
Dragon
yes.
Man, and
Well, there you
Ancient Dragon
go.
Man is an NPC boss. So this column 5 is nice. I agree. Gives you Southside for Jolan summon as well. I like this.
Yeah.
I
If
I
a
do
hitless
like
square
this.
is
It's a nice thing.
available, And you have players who can
Or
hit
even just
list. That's
force
just
your
basically a
opponent
free
into-
square for someone, which is rough. No, because they still have to do a remembrance boss, which takes time. Unless you're saying, like, if you have one player who can hit list and the other who can't, is what you're saying?
Elon is always a strong play that we've seen a lot of times. It's the classic, hey, I don't want to do this square, you do the square. I also like that she went back and she bought the gold scarab before doing any of this, because the earlier you buy that, the faster you can get to rune level 80.
So I'd say
I
more
think
than
this
a
is
minute and
very,
a half
very good
worth.
from
Oh,
her
true, actually.
to go for that. Yeah, she is ahead on NPC
Speaking of
bosses,
hitless, any
ahead on
hitless
Egon's
run
Furled
you
Finger.
recommend watching?
So, yeah,
I don't
powerful
know.
line
I
potential.
can't.
I like this a lot.
I don't know of
Iron
hitless
U
runs.
here has been in this fight for quite.
I'd recommend any hitless run that is of a, you know, that's you're interested in. If you're looking for all bosses hitless, I'm sure there are plenty you can find, but I don't have one to recommend in particular.
Quite a while, but
I've
still
no idea.
hitless. So an amazing fight here from Iron U. Is almost at the finish line with this guy as hitless. Just has to have a couple more stats.
I don't think I've ever watched a full hitless run start to finish.
He will have a lot of money and a lot of skidoo levels.
Ooh, that was so greedy from Iron U. He did a hit as Gaius was hitting, got the counter attack, got the stagger, but if that had not staggered, he would have been hit. But instead, he's got it. Wait, one more dodge. Okay. Got scary at the end there, but he gets it.
Oh my
very
God.
nice hitless kill.
And then what happened to
Stagger, but
Parky?
if that had
I
not
missed this
staggered,
live
he
because I
would've
was
been
looking
hit,
at Iron
but
U.
instead, he's got it. Wait, one more dodge. Okay. Got scary at the end there, but he gets it.
The mega blast. Yeah,
Really
yeah,
gets
yeah.
Gatling gunned down in the lakes here versus Divine Bird Warrior.
A classic. That Bird Warrior, way harder than you'd think.
And there's Tom who hitless Rolana in under 10 minutes. Yeah, he did. We did watch it. He did get lucky. He did do one greedy hit that should have gotten him hit, but luckily she just whiffed her attack on him. But the fact that he even put himself in a position where only one attack in the entire fight had a chance to get him hit was so good. I was like, damn! Because I still have not done that yet. I'm pretty good at Rolana, but I get tagged by things all the time. So him keeping himself super, super safe the entire time, except for just one hit that, fortunately for him, did not bite him, was so good.
And unfortunately, no Stake of America here that you might think there would be. So she's got to run back from the Grace here, which is going to take her a little bit of extra time. She's headed.
Some Geno propaganda. At least it's at an appropriate time. If someone asks for hitless recommendations and someone goes, "Oh, Geno's really good," I think that's a fantastic recommendation. And maybe it's gone on a little long, but it's appropriate. It's appropriate. So I think totally fine. This is the time where glazing Geno totally makes sense. The only thing that's minorly annoying is when people will just bring up Geno out of nowhere when he's just not relevant to just be like, well, Geno's better than that. It's like, okay, I guess, That's where it's like, okay, that's kind of just, you're being annoying. But in a relevant discussion about who has really good hitless stuff to watch, I think perfect time for it.
Back towards the key. Maybe there's a drop down here that I'm not super aware of, but
No, maybe she is going for Rolana now and just holding on to that imbued sword key, Divine Bird Warrior, because she just saw hitless.
Did Geno ever do fists only in DLC? I don't know. Does anyone know? I know he did it for the base game. I think his Fire Giant took 5 hours or something, didn't it?
Maybe.
That was absurd.
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah,
And I
looks
like
like
this
it is.
call.
If someone asks about Sekiro in another chat, I would only recommend Mitch. Oh, thank you. But also, please don't, overdo it, right? Don't be like, oh my god, Mitch is the best. He has formerly held all these world records. Oh, he also did it blindfolded. And just don't go on too much. But you can be like, oh, I highly recommend Mitch. I think he's, cool and entertaining and has a lot of good speedruns.
it's an interesting one.
Just don't, just don't overdo it,
It does give you money.
Former. I
which is
know,
great
former. I don't have
towards
any
level
yet.
80. It does
I don't
give
have
you a
any
remembrance
still,
weapon,
but
which is great towards remembrance. I don't know that those are the
Wrong
most
place to look for that
important things
information.
for her at this
I
exact
do
moment,
have
but,
some
I mean,
tutorials as well,
It's not
yeah.
a bad play, but I did
Holy
like her
glaze.
Divine Warrior play a little better. I thought
Other
that
great
was
no
very
runners,
smart,
Geno,
pushing
the Hob,
that,
who's been mentioned by
that
Miyazaki
column
himself.
there. So,
Really? Dino, yep.
Maybe
I'll
one
Starva,
thought
tons
is
more.
If she forces
Yeah, Team Hitless
Iron
has a
U
lot
into
of
meta,
the
maybe he's fine with
hitless
that
stuff.
because, that pushes his line. He's already got hitless. He could get Metter and Yolan, so forcing him into something that promotes his own row maybe isn't as strong as we think.
He can't because he doesn't have Oh Mother. Remember, he skipped it. He still
That's
hasn't
right,
gotten
that's
there
right.
yet. So he
And
would
cool
have to
emotes.
go back
Yep.
and get that before he can actually go for it, which is so silly. But yeah. Oh, no, okay. The
and their damage here is
not
huge.
Bad. Not bad at
Yeah,
all.
Nah,
Pierce-
Souls Runner, the reason, like, obviously the joke is, oh, Souls Runners enjoy the pain of it all, but it's about learning. Souls games are about learning. That's the strength of a Souls game. And weirdly enough, this discussion, I know we're getting off topic, sorry, from the bingo game, but, like, I don't know, it came up. This discussion came up on, you know, Twitter, on X, of, like, the Wolverine game that was coming out, where it was like, oh, look at this, you know, cool gameplay, and, you know, it's, like, these, like, combos and stuff, and someone was like, yeah, and I've got the same clip, but now with a controller overlay, and it shows a controller, and it just shows the right trigger just being spammed repeatedly, and that's it. The joke being, like, if you know, if you've got these, like, sort of combos that are made in by the game that, like, you know, sometimes it isn't that interesting to perform, which, whatever, I don't actually care about the Wolverine game. Looks fun, doesn't look like my style, whatever. But then someone else was like, oh, you know, Souls games are also just R1 spamming, and you glaze those. And it's like, no, right? Because the thing about Souls games is, if you just attack, you will lose every time. It's about the learning how to avoid the enemy attacks. That's the fun part. It's the getting to the point that you can avoid them, that you can learn how to get through their attacks. Also, nice freeze frame. That is always the fun part of Souls. It's not the dying part. It's the fact that you need to die in order to learn. The learning is the fun part. And Souls games just kind of do it better than every other game type of actually giving you the tools to learn and
Damage
perfect
on the
boss
rock
fights.
Also really, really good against Rolana. This should be way faster than the Gaius fight that we just saw.
Nice stagger.
Nice. Yep, take the riposte.
Anyway,
Unfortunately,
weird
the
random
riposte
tangent
is
over.
not a pierce. You do not stab her with it. You do slash her.
Oh, that bleed
big
proc
bleed
was
proc.
juice.
Football's literally just about kicking the
Yeah.
ball. So true.
Okay, nice. Another charge start too. She's doing
Really
a great job.
nice.
She
All
might
something
even
you learn on
be
your own without
hitless at this
spoon-feeding
point,
you?
or very,
Nah,
very
she
close
took
to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Oh.
I would say so.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Uh,
Oh no.
There's surely an I beat Dark Souls with only R1 video out there. Probably several. Probably. It's always possible. But, like, that's not the norm, right? It's not, like, that's not how you play. But if you can think of ways to, you know, circumvent it through the build, whatever, like, that's also kind of interesting.
She was doing
It
such a
forces
good
you to
job so
learn
far, and
either
I
through
expect
play
that
or
she'll
through build.
Keep that up. Iron You now actually heading towards the Ancient Dragon Man, so wants to get access to that southern coast area. Could be for the eventual Metter Yolan, but
You
there's
play the
also
game,
a lot
you'll
of
get better
other
and
things
better.
there.
Yep.
If he gets ahead on southern coast, he could
Adding a jump
go
button was
for the
great.
Lamenter,
Learning if it's
and
more
then
efficient
go
to
for
dodge or jump
Rakshasa,
really adds
and
lots of
now
gameplay.
force Parky into Metter, or just win the Metter race.
I kind of disagree. I mostly agree. Like, I think the jump button is a great addition, but I think the way that Elden Ring uses the jump button is trash. Trash of the highest order. I think it squanders the jump button. I think you have to randomly jump things and kind of hope it works, and, like, sometimes it does. And, like, I think it's very cool for no hits. I think it's very cool for speed runs. But I think most casual players will either A, never jump, ever, B, jump only as a method of attacking. They'll just jump attack, jump attack, jump attack, and, like, never use it actually to dodge things. Or C, try to jump stuff because they think it works, get punished, die for it, and go, I guess I'm never jumping that again. I think the way that Elden Ring does jumping over attacks is trash, because so many attacks that look jumpable aren't, and so many attacks that don't look jumpable are, and, like, it just is horrible at communicating it to you. I love the jump button, but I think Elden Ring does not do it well at all.
Himself and win the game. That might be
That's definitely an opinion. That's just objectively the correct opinion. Like, that's the correct opinion. There's no way to have a different opinion than that. I mean, if you've played the game a lot and you know, no hit or speed run, or you're on your 5th playthrough, you're probably going to jump. Jumping's really good. But almost nobody figures out where to jump on their casual playthrough. It just, like, rarely happens.
It's a line
They
that
just
like, you
roll.
don't wanna
Everyone
go
just rolls.
for. Is this
Because Elden
row
Ring does
3?
such a horrible job of teaching you and showing you and making it intuitive and understandable. So,
But if Iron U just gets ahead on it, like, he could sneak it out. This could be his
the
signature
communicating to yes, but the
sneaky
jump
line
itself.
that he's
Well,
going
that's
for.
the point. The communication is part of it. If I said, hey, I got this awesome mechanic here, right? I'm going to give you this mystery box, right? And when you press it, something's going to happen. And you go, okay, well, let me try pressing it. I died. What the hell? Okay, you know, I'll try it somewhere else. Let me go somewhere else. Let me try pressing it. I died. Huh. Okay, hold on, let me try it somewhere else. All right, let me try it here. I died. The hell? I'm not pressing this stupid mystery button. And they go, what? You threw away the mystery button? Don't you know that if you press the mystery button on exactly frame 7 of these attacks, it actually would get you a higher punish and you could save more stamina? Oh my, but the mystery button is the greatest button they've ever put into the game. What do you mean you didn't use the mystery button? You fool! Like, yeah, if it doesn't explain to you what it does, and every time you do it, you die for it or get punished, like, yeah, that's a bad button. You know? That's the point. You can't just put in something that technically can be good if you already know what it does. You need to let players know what it does. So I think that's the important thing about things. I think the first player experience is the only thing that matters when evaluating a game. Maybe not only, but it's like 98% of the importance of evaluating a game. At least, might be higher. And if almost nobody uses it on their first playthrough, then it's kind of a wasted mechanic. That just, like, I can't really endorse or get behind or say is a great mechanic. I can be like, I like it on my second playthrough, but I can't be like, this is such a great addition, if that's how it is.
So, if so, I kind of like
There's so many things Elden Ring doesn't tell you or teach. Correct, and
because the armor makes
a
you
lot of
more
that's
powerful for the entire rest of the game.
Like,
so he could kind of synergize.
Obviously, there's stuff you figure out, right? They don't need to literally slow down the game as an enemy's attacking and go, the B button is to dodge. Try pressing the B button now. And then the enemy freezes until you press the B button. Huh? And you press it, and it's like, good job! Whoosh! You dodged an attack. You can use this dodge button to dodge many... They don't need to do that, obviously. But just like, the jump button is actively punishing every time you try it, and they don't give you any, like, way intuitively through the gameplay to figure out what it...
Really good, interesting idea.
When it can be used.
Oh, are we back? We got a little glimpse.
It's
a little
bouncing
glimpse.
back. It's bouncing back. But yeah, Parky currently still in the fight here. She should have the fight.
I would say that most
almost
attacks
done.
that are meant to be avoided by jumping are pretty clearly telegraphed. Give an example.
Iron U, I think, is in the Ancient Dragon Man fight as well.
Give an example of an attack that is meant to be avoided by jumping. Every move that hits the ground slam. Those ones I agree with. There are definitely some. Ground slams, sure. Godfrey is a good example. Part of the reason why I really liked Godfrey on the first playthrough is because it was one of the first times in the entire game that I was like, oh, hey, I know when to use a jump now. It makes sense. Was I supposed to be doing this before? I didn't know. But, like, I think that's one of the reasons why Godfrey is a really good boss, is because he makes it very obvious that you can jump, and you try it, and it works. And another thing that I kind of like a little bit less about Radagon than other people is he's right after Godfrey. You just learned jumping works. You try jumping on Radagon, and technically it's possible, but you're not going to get it. Even for speedrunners that have practiced it and practiced it and practiced it, it's so easy to mess up the jumps on Radagon. So you try the jumps on Radagon, you die for it, and you go, bro, you literally just taught me I was supposed to jump over these ground slams. You do ground slams, and I die for them? What the heck? Like... So, yeah. I agree on some. I think Godfrey is a great example, but not all. Radagon, literally the boss after, trolls you for trying to jump over similar-looking ground slams. I would say that Godric is meant to teach you the value of jumping for a new player. You know, I agree. I agree. I think Godric is also a pretty solid example. I see your point. Sekiro has clear indicators on what kind of counter moves you have to do, and it is more enjoyable. Yeah, and also just works more consistently. Like, if it's a sweep in Sekiro and you jump it, you will get it. The game even kind of cheats to help you get it. In Sekiro, even if the sweep goes directly through your body, as long as you're in the jump animation, you still iframe it. Whereas in Elden Ring, you literally have to get above the attack for it not to hit you. It slightly cheats. Your lower body becomes intangible, but it doesn't fully cheat. So there's a lot of ground slams that you can still just die to. But yeah.
It appears as though his dot is kind of spinning around in circles. That usually
Let's say
indicates
the
you're in a
FromSoft
fight.
Did that better in
So
Sekiro,
both
having
of
the
them
mortal
fighting
attack
things
alert,
at the
although it's a
same
bit of a
time
different
here,
thing.
neither
Yeah, it's a
which
bit
is
of a
gonna get
different
them an
thing.
immediate square, but both of which sets them up for a potential square in the future.
Yeah, you have leg iframes, yeah, but not full body.
Good play by both of them.
In Elden Ring, there is more flexibility whether you want to jump or roll some attacks.
He is ahead by one square
yeah,
at the
yeah,
moment.
that's true.
He will have caught up on map access, so
But
basically have all the
99% of players will
had.
choose to roll
And
a lot of attacks
it
that
is.
are
Ancient Dragon Man, sorry,
jumpable.
is a square. I forgot. So it's just a super powerful play on its own. It's just Ancient Dragon Man. We mentioned it at the start, and
Speaking
then
of attacks that don't look jumpable at all, you can jump almost all Black Knife assassin attacks, and I don't see enough people do that. Makes the fight so much smoother. I didn't even know that.
Longer than you might have hoped.
I was completely unaware.
And yeah,
Maybe I'll have to try it.
I think definitely now getting off to a comfortable lead, and now has that southern access.
I think that's right for Elden Ring, though. How so? Because Sekiro makes you stand close to the boss more often than Sekiro, even if you don't, or than Elden Ring, even if you don't want to. So jumping should be more forgiving. Yes, I think it works great in Sekiro. Why shouldn't jumping be forgiving in Elden Ring? Why should it make players never press the mystery button again? Why should you see what clearly looks like a ground slam, jump over the thing that clearly looks like a ground slam, be in the air above the thing that clearly looks like a ground slam, and still get hit and die? That one I still just can't really get behind. Mesmer Spear Thrust being jumpable is weird to me. Same. That one took me a while to be like, wait, I can do that? I actually still don't do it in most of my fights. I still just roll it.
As well. He's not pivoting out here. Yep.
Radagon's ground slam is more of an overhead swing right. Makes a bit more sense to me that it's harder to jump. The specific one I'm talking about is his phase transition. He goes into the air, he slams the ground, and it creates a wave forward along the ground. It creates a wave that you can jump over, but just barely. It's like really ridiculously tight. Or if you roll, it's super free. If you roll, it's the easiest dodge you've ever done. If you jump, it's the hardest dodge you've ever done. And he does it 3 times. He does slam, slam. The third one, I don't think you can jump over at all. I actually don't even think you can roll over, because I think it, like, explodes the area and then, like, keeps it exploded for, like, several seconds. But, yeah.
So might actually be headed for that.
Because if it's forgiving in Elden Ring, but also magic is incredible, then you can just cast and jump from further away. At least in my brain, I see what's designed that way.
I think did Parky die?
More risk reward to stand that close, faster kills, but harder. I don't... But what does that have to do with your defense? I don't care whether you're close or far. Your defense is the same whether you're close or far. If Radagon does the triple slams and I'm far, then I still have to roll, not jump, because I'm still going to get caught. If he does the triple slams and I'm close, I still have to roll, not jump, because I'm going to get caught. I don't understand. Maybe I'm not getting what you're saying, but I don't understand at all. The thing about the ground slams you're comparing is that they have different shockwave movements. One travels along the ground, one erupts up out of the ground. The latter you can't jump because it's up, not out, visually communicated. Visually communicated? What? Am I the one taking crazy pills? What do you mean visually communicated? Literally, you watch Godric slam the ground, rocks erupt out of it, it's very easy to jump. You watch Radagon slam the ground, light erupts out of it, it's almost impossible to jump. What are you smoking? Or am I smoking it? Which one of us is doing the smoking? Because someone is. There's no way.
Did she port? Hopefully that was a port. Okay, that's a port. Not a death. So I think she did get Rolana here. I don't think she set up the remembrance weapon, but she's probably going to be climbing or... Oh, we're back. We're back. She's headed down to Rakshasa.
I doubt that ground hitboxes have direction of movement attached to them. No, they literally don't.
Hey, very interesting.
Huge.
Huge.
We are back.
The Bale
does
nuke
not
is
have a lot of
jumpable.
runes
That
here.
explodes the entire
No, she doesn't
arena.
have zero.
Yeah, that makes no sense. I mean, I'm glad it is because you get a cool punish. Like, it's great for speedrunning stuff. That makes no sense. There's no way anyone's thinking to jump Bale exploding the entire arena. The screen fills with light. Like,
Oh, so it's
so
not like
absurd.
a death amount of runes, but I guess she did already spend it.
And that
So
was
maybe she already
easier
looked
to
at the
jump than
remembrance
Radagon slamming the ground.
remembrance, or maybe she just immediately sat and spent the levels, but she, I believe, then should have gotten the kill and now be on her way down to Rakshasa. Rakshasa
Sorry, I talked about
is
the jump
a
button.
smart
No, it's
block
a
here
fun
if you can
conversation.
think-
I don't mind it, but it's just like I do feel strongly that players who have played the game for 10,000 hours talk so highly about the jump button when players that have played the game one time go, jump button? What? You can jump over stuff? Oh. And like that disconnect is not positive in my mind. The players, I mean, obviously the more you learn, right? You should learn more about the game. It's cool that there's, you know, stuff to find eventually. But like the idea that something that only players that have played a ton of hours like is some sort of like defining, crowning achievement or feature of the game.
About it.
I don't
we
think
have
it makes
two
sense.
iron U's on the screen now.
Oh, whoops. I copied the wrong one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's kind of the same as knowing you can strafe something.
I was
yeah,
like, dude,
They're
it's a
neck
race.
and neck. They're in exactly the same spot. Oh my god, I've never seen a race this close. Oh, okay.
Oh, that is crazy. I really
Can you
thought
jump
that was like
PCR or
2 seconds,
Radon's
like, dude, that's an
dinosaur
insane
extinction
pivot. Holy
reenactment?
smoly.
No. Unless there was an old glitch you could do
Imagine.
where if you jumped while PCR was in the air, he would just land. Which was really, really funny. I wish I had a clip of that just on hand to show you. It's so funny. Promise Consort would lift up into the air, you wait a second, jump 3 times, and he just whoop, teleports back down from the sky.
All right, yeah, she is headed down here towards the Rakshasa.
This game too,
area.
it is.
There anything
Yeah,
else
it is
in
the
here? There's
DLC
also
game.
Matting Hand, so it gets you access to a couple of things down here. But I imagine this is just a Rakshasa.
Great
for
energy
her.
commentating. Thank you.
Yep.
Maybe she immediately recognized, hey, he got Ancient Dragon Man.
Maybe I'm biased
he can
because I
do
see a lot of
Lamentor.
Elden content. I've
I
done
need to
multiple
do
runs.
Rakshasa to block
For new
this.
players,
If
it's kind of
so,
useless.
that is
Yeah,
really
and I
good
just think
foresight
you
from
you
Parky.
have to
And if she does
focus
get the
on a
kill,
new player
she's got the
when
full
designing
Rakshasa
a game.
setup. She's got Rakshas's great katana. She could get the armor and just be like, all right, I'm Rakshasa now, and that is a very powerful build. Like, the full set is so good. Just 8% increased damage on top of a great katana that does a bunch of increased damage. Your defense is going to be very low, though.
Yeah.
The great katana, I believe, actually makes you take more damage. And then the armor, it doesn't make you take more damage, but it does have a lot lower defense than other similarly heavy armors. So...
That jump
It's
glitch was
kinda
hilarious.
reward.
Yeah, I loved
It is
that jump
confusing 'cause
glitch.
it
I'm
has
sad
the
they patched
symbol
it out
of, oh, you
because it
are
was
taking
so
bonus
funny.
damage.
Right. But
Which
all
is
that
so
really
silly.
means is...
I don't have a
it's
clip
like-
of that.
If you think of it as like, it's good armor that makes you take more damage.
I could find it eventually. It would take a bit of time though. I'd have to go back to my oldest Defeat Consort speedruns because we used it in Defeat Consort speedruns, but like
that just
It's been a
evens out
while.
to like it's bad armor. That's all it is. It doesn't actually make you take more than if you
I
didn't.
love how
have armor.
Radon
You
just
always
spawns
take
Leonard under the
less
player and
damage with
teleports
the
to
armor
him.
on
Yeah.
than if you took the armor off.
And here we have it. Ironu going back to back
Radon.
side
It was
now,
Promised Consort.
has the
Yeah.
Dragon Communion Altar unlocked, has Karo's Hidden Grave unlocked as well. So Lamenter, is he looking at Rakshasa now as well?
Summons are the
Yeah,
reason
he
why
is.
so many new
Rakshasa
players stayed on
race.
Elden Ring,
He
I'd
is
say.
headed
You know,
towards
might
this.
be.
It's a sneaky line. This is exactly.
I don't
what
like
thought that
using
he
summons,
might
but
do,
I
'cause
appreciate
he is
summons
so
existing
far ahead on meta
for
sure, because Parky
the players
has
that
not
want to
killed
use
Ancient
it.
Dragon Man and has not gone all the way up to the loft. So, Parky jumps down at the wrong spot, has to quit out, is
Oh
gonna
my
have to do it
days.
again. Yep. I think she maybe just wanted to get away from the
Radon's
flymen
supposed to
and
track you under
thought
the
she-
sand when
oh,
Radon
if
is
I
in space.
jump off
Yep.
Here, I can still make it, but not quite. That was not the spot to jump from.
Parky,
Looking down. Okay, no, that does not work. That is not. That's a death. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, that was not the way
Dude,
down.
This is gonna
Go
be
again.
interesting, dude. That they're both making the Rakshasa read is crazy. But
Yeah, both going for Rakshasa is actually super interesting. Like, this board feels so all over the place. Like, I don't know. Looking at this, there's no clear direction. I feel like for either of them. Like, there's nothing that's obviously good on this board. It's just nothing. It's all just like you kind of go to a place, you do a thing, and like that's it. Like, this feels almost, in a way, more similar to like a base game board, if I could say that. Not exactly the same, but like where just like everything is just kind of somewhere. You just kind of go to some place and you do like a thing, and that's like it, and then you go somewhere else. A weird general lack of synergy. Obviously, there's like matting hand into Midra synergy. There is, you know, south access for eventual like Egon's Furled Finger NPC bosses stuff, but like a lot of it's just kind of like just out there random stuff. So Rakshasa kind of feels like an odd play for 4-2. Like, we're still in the kind of early game, but like fast, gets you an armor set. Like, it's pretty good.
PC boss, yeah. So that does help, and that helps actually. Parky's column 5 here too.
Don't think I had the patience to beat Melania on your first playthrough if it wasn't for
so
Mimic Tier.
important
Yeah.
in so many different ways. So I think this could be a very pivotal moment in the match. If Ironu gets it, he may be a little unstoppable. If he just continues on to Lamenter, Parky can't stop that. If he continues on to Meta and Yolan, Parky can't really stop
One
that.
level 80
So
slap this is crazy to me. It feels like that is
this is a
achievable on this board.
possible-
What would you achieve it on? I don't see how you possibly would be rune level 80 at this point. Like, Mesmer? You could do Mesmer just to get it done, but there's not really any reason outside of that. Eventually, it helps you for Gravebird, but like, You know, Gaius wasn't enough, and Ironu did Gaius. Rolana wasn't enough, and Parky did Rolana in order to get a Membi weapon. Like, they just haven't had any reasons to kill big things and collect big runes.
Determining one if Ironu wins it. If Parky
All the squares
wins
that say
it,
kill,
she's not
yeah, but they're all
out of the
relatively
woods.
small.
She's not like
I mean, aside
way
from
ahead, then
Metter,
she'll still be
super late
behind by
Midra,
one in
super late
majority,
Bale,
but
super
she will
late.
At least have put out
Like, there's
the
just not
scariest fire that Ironu
that much
is
stuff.
currently setting.
up. Yeah.
So
Also, why is Twitch being so laggy? I'm gonna refresh it and see if it fixes it. I guess I'll also close this, because it is so laggy right now. This board was fun to watch. This was a weird board to watch, but I mean, I feel like both matches of Ironu versus Parky were very fun to watch. Nope, it's still lagging just as
armor
bad.
here,
Yeah.
get one shot, but
Well-
I would not be.
Maybe not just as bad, but no, it's still pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Okay. Yeah. Maybe we restart our entire. Hold on. Let me just not restart my entire computer. That would be too much. But copy. Close my browser entirely. Open my browser entirely. Paste. Maybe restarting my browser will fix it.
Think they'll get one shot, but I would not be surprised if they do on a counter hit. Both of
much
them,
better,
I do
much
not
better.
Think have super high skidoo. Parker's
Okay.
damage very solid though.
Not bad. But
I would
also
think 80
light
is done
load,
by
so no
45
armor
minutes.
Here is still nice because of the no.
Depends. If Mesmer is on the board, for sure. If Romina is on the board, very possible. But a lot of times there's just not a great reason to do rune level 80. Like, you need to be doing other things and synergize and get it. If you go out of your way for rune level 80, that's usually a bad play. Not always, but that's usually a bad
Cancels
play.
out the weed cutter off the rip. Should be getting a bleed proc here very soon as well. That stamina tier is helping her a lot, by the way, as well. Whereas Ironu doesn't have that. And there we have the first bleed proc already on Rakshasa. Very nice fight so far here from Parky, actually. Almost halfway
Very nice,
done
yep.
already with the fight. Oh, and there's the damage.
Gets hit. Okay,
I
but it didn't
read
kill her,
Midra
and I don't
as
think that was enough
Mesmer.
that a
Oh,
counter
that
hit would
yeah, that would be
immediately
very
kill her.
different.
So she's relatively safe. As long as you can live one hit from Rakshasa, you just have to never panic on Weed Cutter. If you panic Weed Cutter and panic roll, it will double hit you and you die. But as long as that doesn't happen, she should be relatively safe. Really good pokes here, just keeping up the pressure.
There we go.
Okay. And the light load gets her out of Weed Cutter, so this is actually really,
Oh!
really nice. Okay, didn't panic. Good time to roll. Does not get hit by the second Weed Cutter. She's fine.
That is the
Heals
thing
up
that got
almost to
Sweat
full.
into trouble
Not all the way to
sometimes,
full.
but
She doesn't need
Parky
to. Bleed
does
proc.
not get double hit and
Really,
is
really
just
good.
fine.
Oh, and Iron U is pivoting out. He's actually trying to set up multiple things at once. He doesn't commit to the Rakshasa, and Parky's already committed to stopping it. This is really, really nice for Parky. Okay. Gets another couple of stabs.
Nice fight.
Okay. Very, very nice so far. But
Parky
she
fight against
can't-
Rakshasa is honestly,
Yeah,
I
she
think,
has
one of
to
the
stay
cleanest
locked
I've
in. You
seen
can't just say, "Oh, it's
in
been
like
nice
the
so
whole
far." That
season.
means the fight is over. You have to lock in. Good
Oh,
dodge. She's getting forced.
Like she even got so unlucky there on just a constant bad attacks and just was like, no, I'm fine.
Really, really good dodges, though. Okay, I would not challenge the Weed Cutter, not this late into the fight. Heals up one more time to
Nice.
full. Very nice. Okay, a few more hits is going to do it. Probably about 2 more. Dodges the Weed Cutter. Patient,
Try this level of
patient
Rakshasa
play
fight?
from
Me
Parky.
too,
So
honestly.
good.
Oh,
One more hit.
wow. First
Nice
try.
fight.
Very
nice
nice.
fight.
Amazing.
Part was very
Okay.
fast and clean, yeah.
really
Yeah.
good.
Incredible fight. And she gets great katana. If she wants to go from one great katana to another, she absolutely can. Personally, I think the just great katana is usually... Oh, Iron U makes the same mistaken jump as Parky. He does a little... What can you do? What can you do?
What can you
4-3
do?
right now for Iron U, by the way, has 1 square lead.
The
And
RNG
now,
is
what do we
tailorable,
do?
and her
Memby
fight was still
check.
so
She
good.
did
Yep.
Kill Rolana here. Going for the Memby
Yep.
check. What do we have for options?
Let's see what it is.
Bastard stars. That's not that bad. That's not that bad.
The int is kind of large, but if you got the int tier, that's only 2 extra int that you need, plus the int tier. That's pretty fine. You can
It's
definitely
strike
do that.
damage for Gaius too, so it's
Yeah?
not that bad. It's
Funny enough, we have learned he's not even weak to strike. Like, strike just doesn't even matter. Just don't do slash.
I know he's weak to holy. Is he very resistant to magic, or is he just kind of like medium, like whatever against magic?
he might be somewhat resistant to magic because
I think Great Katana is better than Rakshasa. I agree, which is why I also, said it on the commentary. I do think regular Great Katana is the best of the 3 Great Katanas. It's the most versatile and does almost as much damage as Rakshasa, just base, while doing just more than the Dragon Hunter's Great Katana base. So, and you don't have to take the downside of taking extra damage. Plus, you're allowed to make it heavy if you want for the 1.5 times strength. Not that you always should. Or you're allowed to make it cold and then just get a free bunch of extra frost procs on it. So, cold Great Katana is my favorite Great Katana setup. Is just a cold Great Katana.
lore-wise, he is the guy that worked with Radon, and he learned the spin tech from Radon. That's why, did he teach Radon the spin tech?
Let anyone know where to get FPS patch. Speedrun.com should have it somewhere in the stuff that's linked.
Yeah.
Maybe in the rules.
from that.
Now, technically, isn't gravity magic actually physical? Not magic? Magic?
Yeah, it's a good.
What's the best remembrance weapon? Gaia's Sword Lance? Maybe. Gaia's Sword Lance is very, very good. It's not my favorite, but it is very powerful. I don't know. There are a lot of really good remembrance weapons. I guess you would say Sword Lance just because its requirements are really, really low. Sword Lance is probably the one you would most want to find, if not necessarily the best one, if that makes sense. You want to find it because its stat requirements are really low. But if you have the stats for it, something like the Sunflower I do like better. Something like the Great Sword of Damnation I find is really good. Something like, I don't know, Godric or Godfrey's axes are both very solid. Ooh, I really like the Metter Gazing Finger, actually. The Metter Gazing Finger, I feel like that's a kind of slept on one. That one's really, really good. So there's a lot of good remembrance weapons, but a lot of them require a lot of stats.
Weird,
Baby
like,
rattle on
overlapping
Gaius,
thing.
yeah.
I don't know exactly
Yeah.
how it makes sense, but yes, gravity magic is considered physical damage. We have Dane dead here, one NPC boss now from Iron U. Iron is playing a bit more defensive.
Worst has to be Godric's. Oh, the fist, the grafted fist, the fist that you can't dual wield. It's only the one fist. I mean, the worst is Rolana's staff because it's a staff.
Because he already did Ancient Dragon Man, so all he needs is
staff.
one more.
True.
But
So he's looking for a bit.
not counting that because obviously if you're a magic user, the staff is just fine. Maybe it is Godric's fist. It's certainly not good.
Trying to go for that row 3, realizing, damn, I got blocked on that. All right, well now I'm gonna block 2 lines, column 5 on row 2 for you.
Can someone explain? So Parky and Gray are not in a team. It's individual, and they are just from the same country. Correct. That is correct. Yes.
I like this. This is good.
Yeah, this is the opposite of Iron U's usual playstyle, but
Grafted Dragon,
I mean,
crit build, and Night Rain
I
very
think
fun.
this might be
It's
the
powerful
first
in Night
game
Rain. They buffed
that
it a
we've
lot
seen
in
from
Night
him where
Rain.
he
Yeah,
just has
yeah.
a definitive majority lead at this
I tried to use
point,
the fist
so
and it was
he can
abysmal.
afford to play like
It's pretty
this
bad.
against his usual style. Like maybe
He's not
we
great.
all went to this like, oh, Iron U, all he ever does is go for lines type, narrative that's floated around, but like. That might have been out of sort of necessity. Like,
did anyone else think that? Yeah, it's a little presented as though it's kind of a team thing, but it's not.
Falling behind a majority, I guess
Yeah.
I'll go for these lines. But if he says, well,
It's more just like you can root for. This is not an uncommon thing. There's like game shows and stuff that do this, where one person from a something will get out and they'll go, yeah, but I'm really rooting on my countrymen to finish it out instead or whatever. Like it does. It's not like an uncommon thing, but it
Might be a
is
very different playstyle we see from him. He might be
mildly
have
confusing.
a lot of adaptability in the way that he plays, depending on the situation.
Yeah. And we see him.
They're on a
here
team in the
doing
sense that they're not
solitary
competing
jailbreak
against
right
each other. Well, funny you should mention that because in the first round of the upper bracket, we're gonna have Team USA versus Team USA. So
now. Really solid
it is possible.
damage. And
It's just
Parker
not
may be
immediately in
looking
the
at
group
doing
stage.
Helmets.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, that early Mesmer, or at least Mesmer, coming up very soon.
Like
with
the
very
Olympics, there are
useful level
teams
80
that have
still
something
on
in
the
common and
board.
give you a reason to
That'd be
root
a
for their
very big
country.
swing
Yeah,
here from
yeah, yeah.
Parky, because it's another corner square, blocks out the other diagonal, and it promotes that row 2.
Yeah, Iron U headed for the NPC bosses with Night of the Solitary Jail after he did Ancient Dragon Man and then did Dane. Makes sense. Nothing else really to do but just this one, so.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff here. Yeah, blocking out the
Parky
other
heading towards
diagonal is very
Mesmer.
good.
Maybe she's just
And
going for
then
rune level 80.
This is a bit silly, but if she gets the death mask,
Which is
challenge
fine.
and then Midra, she would have blocked out every single row, every single column, and all she would need is the rune level 80 to have forced a full majority game. So Parky is definitely in a great spot here to head into the majority, especially with that Rakshasa armor that's going to make her just do more damage this whole game. And Iron U having a really, really good fight with the Knight of the Solitary Jail. I love him jumping over some of the slashes. Does take a hit there, but is not super worried about it. He is not like close to dying from one hit or anything. Nice.
The match is a wonderful playoffs opener. It's kind of the worst possible playoffs opener because it's something that maybe not the worst possible, but it's kind of like an odd playoff opener because it's like something you'd be like, wait, shouldn't that have happened later? But like it happening right away is like, man, okay. But
of range of the
it's
jump
kind of
attack
because
again, so he can punch. It goes in a little too early.
someone
there,
else
though. Has to be careful. No, he doesn't have to be
played
careful.
super,
He has
super
to
well
keep
and is
punching
deserving
to
of
get
not
the
having
kill.
to
3
be
NPC
thrown into
bosses
that
for
right away.
Iron U. Very, very nice.
Is Rakshasa better than a single rune level, or what is that threshold? Oh, Rakshasa's armor? The armor is worth 30 rune levels in damage, probably. Maybe not 30, 20? Depends on how much you have. If you go from 20 strength to 40 strength, that's probably worth more than Rakshasa's. But if you go from 40 strength to 60 strength, that's probably worth less than Rakshasa's. So, depends on how much you have, technically. But it's worth a lot. Skidoo level. Oh, Skidoo level, the full Rakshasa set is worth, depending on the Skidoo you're currently at, is worth around 2 Skidoo levels.
Parky not looking too happy about that. Does lose a little bit of progress, obviously, with that Rakshasa. But 5-3 right now for Iron U, just a 2-square lead, so that's nothing crazy right now.
Also depends on how many
Or the
offensive
Highland
talismans you
Frost
have.
right
No, no, because everything's multiplicative. So the offensive talismans multiply on your strength, which multiplies on your armor, which multiplies on your skidoo level, which multiplies on your golden battleflame grant me strength, etc.
Now,
So
maybe he's looking at Divine Bird Warrior?
if one thing is 10% better, it's 10% better. If something else is 12% better, that's more better than 10% better. So it's always... Everything is always multiplicative.
Completely flipping his play style, just going for defensive plays, blocking out every single line instead. No, he's going for...
I like that the country thing allows other people to participate. I give a rat's buttocks about my countrymen. Never understood that. Maybe too much interest in history.
He's already got Queen.
I mean, it's someone to root for. It's not necessary. You don't have to root for your countrymen. But it is, if you are a new viewer who has never seen bingo before, and you're just dropping in. Let's say, for example, that you are a French viewer who speaks French. You join in, you just say, oh, I've been recommended this competition. You look at it and you go, okay, there's 12 players, 6 in each group. Cool, you know, okay, maybe I'm a little interested in this. Let's check it out. But then all of a sudden you see, oh, the French flag, and someone who clearly is speaking with a French accent at the end, and you're like, oh, cool, you know, maybe I'll root for Iron U, see how he does, you know, and maybe if he gets out, it's like, well, but maybe I could root for Roma. It's someone to possibly make you feel a little more attached to the season if you had nobody going in. If you have somebody you like going in, if you're, you know, you really, really liked Aggie just from watching him, you're just like, I just love watching Aggie. You might be specifically French, or you might be specifically Serbian, or, you know, any of the other countries, and just be like, well, I'm rooting for Aggie anyway because I like him.
If he gets the Queen line here, he's well ahead on that.
It gives you some possible jumping in point.
And that sets up the diagonal. Yeah. So
nothing is exponential at all, right? Technically, multiplicative is exponential. That's kind of what exponential is multiplicative. So, like, technically everything is exponential. Kind of. Even though I'm French, I never watch Iron U and Roma, so it helped you discover cool French players. Cool.
Thinking, hey, I know I'm ahead majority. What if I'm also ahead in a line? That's a strong play. Stay ahead in majority, also threaten lines. Like, that is a winning recipe. So we'll see if that is what he actually does, which, I mean, he's headed into the church. At the very least, he's going to grab the skidoo here, which, if nothing else,
I get that's
makes him
easy,
more
but that's
for the rest of the game.
Also the reason it's so deceptive.
Go for that Death Knight, by the way, on that column 3. I think she sees column 3 and is like, you know what? If he gets Death Knight, it's...
I guess. I mean, this is just a jumping in point. You don't have to research every single player before you decide who to root for. You don't also have to root for anyone. You can just watch the games and be entertained no matter who wins. But it's a jumping in point of someone to initially like or root for. Which is good to have. It's fun.
And I don't like that combination.
It's more fun to root for somebody than it is to be indifferent. IMO.
It makes sense. It definitely makes sense.
It definitely makes sense. Now, she already has that progress towards Mattinghand and Midra because of the Rakshasa. So maybe she wouldn't need to be, like, incredibly scared of it, but it's also something that is hard to see the progress of. It's not like, oh, I'll just...
Me, personally, I often will... obviously, I'll root for my friends. You know, I like my friends. But me, personally, I often root for the underdog. It's cool to see the underdog win.
Hold on to it forever, because... as soon as you see Mattinghand, you're like, oh, I don't win Midra. Like, they're just ahead of me. So there's no warning system for it, basically. So doing
Let's have some identification with players from various countries to raise interest in bingo competitions. Yeah.
Smart. Yep. Very nice Quayline fight here from Iron U.
There's no order of operations to the multipliers. Multiplication is commutative. Yes. And associative? Which one is associative? Commutative is you can change the order and it doesn't matter. I'm not sure what associative is. I feel like I should know, though. Math teacher, by the way.
The skidoo fragment from Gaius, now the skidoo fragments from Churches here. All this is
just here for the close games. But if Blanks wins, I won't be sad. There you go.
The fights will become more and more of a breeze compared to that first Gaius fight.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are so strong right now. The Rock.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty similar, but yeah, I gotcha. Okay.
Chauce's armor versus a ton of Skidoo.
It's the same in
is
this
currently
application.
the thing.
Yeah.
I would also-
That literally placing the two in the opposite orders of the thing doesn't change the operation, which is not true for all operations. A cross product is the opposite if you swap the first and second thing in the cross product. For example.
Love for both of them, you know, obviously finish off the levels that you need, but then to eventually
Associative
start looking
status
into
having to
that,
use
you
a
know,
million
golden
parentheses.
Valve, flame
Right,
body strength,
right.
other things like that, because everything is multiplicative in Elden Ring. The more different forms
Together,
of
that
power
means you can
get,
multiply all the
the
factors in
more
any order.
effective
Gotcha.
each one of them becomes.
You guys are
know,
smart on the math stuff.
Every talisman you get makes the Rakshas's armor more effective, makes the buffs more effective, makes Skidoo more effective. Like, you multiply on multiply on multiply, and all of a sudden you're doing literally, like, 4 times
Another thing that never
as much
comes up,
damage
also
as you
math
were at the
teacher,
start
by the
of
way.
game.
Nice.
Like, genuinely, because of all the different ways that you can stack all these different buffs.
Necessary and sufficient conditions for satisfying that. There's no order of operations to the
Now
multipliers.
we're making our way still towards that
Nice.
Death Knight, by the way. Swapping to the Celebrant Skull instead of using Rakshasas. I don't mind this. He is weak to strike. Death Knights are weak to strike here, so this makes sense. Using the weapon variety that you have.
Actually, they're weak to pierce,
It'd be awesome to have
oddly enough.
some of
Really?
the Brazilian
Strike
and
enemies?
Japanese players in
Yes.
Season 7, maybe
Just
16 players. That would be cool. I believe that Japanese and Chinese players were specifically reached out to by Domo. I think he did want to include those two countries. But I believe they either couldn't or weren't interested. I don't know exactly, but I think that's what someone said that Domo said. But now I'm now like the fourth party. I'm saying that someone said that Domo said that, you know, the Japanese and Chinese players said that they didn't want to do it. So I have no idea myself. But, and now if you told somebody, you could say that I said that someone said that Domo said.
Pierce, just pierce. They are equally resistant to the rest of them. They are just weak to
Brazilian players I don't know about though. I don't know that I know of any Brazilian players. Maybe I do and I don't know that they're Brazilian.
pierce. They are treated as just an armored
Russia was
enemy,
planning to
even though they're a
participate at some
skeleton.
point, yes,
It's
but they
weird.
could
I was
not
about to
get
say, like, normally there is,
visas
like,
to the
what's
U.S.
word? A
on
rubric
short notice.
for how these things work, right? In this
so
case, skeletons are always
with
weak to
a
strike. That's
in-person
just how it's always
finals,
been.
it wasn't going to
So
work
that's-
out.
I don't like this. This
It's
right
weird.
here, don't like it.
Are they even like?
Then you get people like me who
skeletons, or are they just,
dissociate when
like,
math
a
gets
guy
talked
in
about.
Skeletal
Yeah.
armor. Because like you
The
put on
dissociative
different stuff
property.
and you kind of look skeletal.
But you
Like,
don't
I
have the
know.
cool
I-
cape.
I-
You don't have the cool cape, so
That's true.
Only
You got
Rambler
the
comes to
cape.
mind from
They
Brazil.
gotta
Oh,
have
okay.
that
Yep.
cool cape. That's the only way it
I
works.
I want to say you did an
guess
amazing
so.
job on the commentary.
Yes.
Really fun to watch.
Is that one of the requirements?
Can't believe the
I-
games were
I
so
wasn't
crazy.
aware of
Even
that.
you were at a loss for words. Part of that, I mean, here's the secret. Part of what makes a game so compelling is me being at a loss for words. If I wasn't at a loss for words, you know, maybe the game would seem a little more normal, but
It was in
it's
the
a
memo, it was
little
in the memo.
commentator's secret
Not
for
bad
you.
damage though. It's still yellow.
It's yellow for sure, yeah. And I don't believe that they are bleedable. They are frostable, I do know that.
Correct.
The countries
They're
don't matter at
frost and
all.
audible. I
I
don't
showed
think
one of the
they're
bingo
bleedable,
matches
yeah.
to a
Which
friend
means that they're
who's new to
dead.
Elden Ring, and he ended up watching for that
that
awesome
does it.
commentator in the suit. Guess who? Nice.
Indicate probably, yeah, they're dead or undead or those who live in death, you know, whatever the term is.
Maybe they're like on the brink. You know what I mean? Like they're not technically dead.
Oh, Corky gets full comboed by that move. It just keeps hitting. If you
I hate
miss
that move.
one dodge, it just combos you, and she missed one dodge and gets full punished for it. Unfortunate.
Bunch of
Luckily,
strong
Stake
speedrunning
America
countries
here,
you could
of
probably
course,
muster
they're
a
not
team
gonna
if they
go
really
through
looked
the
for
full
players.
catacomb
Finland
again.
and Sweden at least.
And Iron U actually headed
Probably
down
possible,
into
yeah.
the Elak River
Chief Bloodfiend.
for Chief Bloodfiend. That is a fast square, so he's
Yeah, there's not so much to say in this game because they're both just kind of like doing their own thing. Like, there's no obvious yes play. There's no obvious bad play. There's just plays, and every play is a fine play, and it just kind of comes down to who executes better, who goes a little faster, and who chooses slightly faster squares. Chief Bloodfiend being faster than Death Knight, But Parky obviously wants to block out the column 3, which is the interesting part. She does need to block out the column 3, which is a good play from her. But then it gives Iron U a chance to get a little further ahead in majority because Chief Bloodfiend is a little faster. And it's a good spot for Iron U to do Chief Bloodfiend because it blocks out Parky's possible column 1. So they're kind of just trading squares and not really like interacting necessarily in a way. There's not like races going on. There's not like big lines that either of them is threatening. I mean, if you're Parky, maybe you're scared that Iron U is going to suddenly do a line, but he's just kind of not. So there's not too much to say in this particular board and match.
Majority and block out the last things from Parky. All he needs is something here in column 1, which Chief Bloodfiend will give him, and then something in both column 4 and row 4, so that could be Death Mask Helms. If he gets Chief
That's someone recently joined Domo's stream and was weirded out by him in normal clothes, as he'd only seen him during bingo.
Is becoming
That's
a little
funny.
Iron U favored because he's just a little ahead, 5-3. That's a 2-square lead. Okay, so Parky still in that fight. We can see her little dot spinning around. We're getting small glimpses of it as they are playing.
Also limit to the amount of players Brawlers can facilitate at the moment. There might be ways to facilitate more Bingo Brawlers players. That's true. Or not. That's, you know, it's not true that we are hard capped at our current amount. We are at a large amount right now. 12 is a lot of players. 12 is a lot of players. But there would be ways to make it go bigger. You would just have to have fewer matches. So currently, right, we had everyone do a best of 2 with each other for a base game plus DLC. If you cut that right out, if you said next season's format is only DLC, for example, maybe we wouldn't want that because we already had that recently. Maybe it's a new only base game format in the future. And everyone went to best of 1s. I think you could still get through a round robin stage with 16 people. Again, split them into groups, 2 groups. You could even go to 4 groups. If you really wanted to make it shorter, you could do 4 groups, each with 4 people in them, and you could do best of 1s, and you could get through that pretty quickly. So, Sparky went around in the tournament? Not yet. We are watching her final game of the tournament.
And yeah, it looks like that Iron U is just going to hard focus the Chief Bloodfiend square. Yeah, definitely just a very, I would say, yeah, very adaptable playstyle, like I said before, right? Because we've only seen him, like, trying to
honestly, I think keeping both base game plus DLC is better. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know where to go in the future for Bingo Brawlers. Like, we had, obviously, it was all base game until the DLC came out. Then it was 1 season of only DLC, which obviously made sense. You want to do the DLC. Then it was a co-op season of base game plus DLC, and now it's a solo season of base game plus DLC. So it does kind of feel like if you just go only base game, that does feel like a step backwards. Only DLC also feels like a step backwards. But the question is, how do you evolve? How do you take a step forward with Bingo? And I don't know what the answer to that is. One way that you could move forward is by a more radical departure, not in what they're doing, but in something else. So, like, for example, I had the random coaches plus noobs idea. If you're doing coaches plus noobs, this format would suck horribly. Don't force noobs to learn both base game and DLC separately. That'd be horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. We should absolutely just... You can go back to only base game if you're changing it and bringing in complete noobs. Like, I think that's completely fine. If you did coach plus noob season and you went only base game, I think that would be perfectly fine.
Constantly, but this game, he's like, nah.
But yeah, if you're going to keep really good players, I don't know how you evolve it from there.
And have her try and
chase. And I mean,
what about random enemies that keep bosses vanilla? You just run past the enemies. That'd be boring. It wouldn't do anything. That's where a good teacher could put leverage and make it sing and horrible at math in school until vectors when your mind went, wait, that's just everyday geometry, like streets, etc. Yeah. A lot of times the teacher can make content stick for a student that's
so far, like,
not getting it so far.
I think that maybe that line playstyle.
It was the season 5 format. I hope some variety to that with even more teams will come back.
Unfortunate situation.
I did really like the season 5 format. I think 2v2 was super cool. So maybe you could do that again with in a future season. That does almost still feel like a step forward, even though it's technically a repeat. Like, the 2v2 was super cool.
He had to replace a player. He had a lot less time to practice than other players. Hey, we're back. Ooh, Parky with the nice stagger and then charged R2.
Why change for the sake of change? If something works and it's fun to watch, why try to evolve it at all?
Again, no.
Because it's fun. Because it's fun. Because I imagine you took that to the extreme. And I'm not saying you're advocating for the extreme. Imagine if Season 6 was the exact same as Season 1. Because we were like, oh, Season 1 was fun. Let's just do Season 1 again for Season 2. And let's do it again for Season 3, and 4, and 5, and 6. Like, we wouldn't have this. And I do think this is better than what we had in Season 1 by a mile. I think, you know, you should evolve things if you've got cool things to evolve too. And I think this is a cooler, evolved form of Season 1. So, I don't think you always have to change, but I think changing is likely to end up better more often because you have more experience, so you can make good changes more often than you make bad changes.
So she's gonna stay safe. Very, very nice. Okay, and now Iron U is all...
Yeah, there's the other thing. That's actually a great point that I kind of forgot about, but yeah. If you keep the same square set, it gets heavily optimized, which for a lot of players is less fun. You're never going to prevent optimization entirely. You can't just have a square set where players don't know what to do. That would be silly. But if we were still on the Season 1 square set, for example, it would be everyone knows every single square, where to go, what to get it, how long it takes, the optimal square order, depending on, you know, the thing that you have, the weapons that are the most effective, and these, like, everything would be mapped out to the point where it's just like, everyone is just a robot playing a solved game.
Blood Fiend fight, great strafe around his attacks. Oh, the damage for Iron U on Chief Blood Fiend is so big. I actually think he's going to get it before Parky gets the
thanks for the explanation. Yeah, no worries.
Parky doing a great job of keeping up the damage. Okay, another one of the
big stagger.
Annoying attacks.
So, I think there are times where maybe the changes are not always beneficial. I think there are some times where you would want to repeat a little bit, keep things mostly the same, change it in small ways, you know. I don't think everything needs to be thrown out every season, but I do think in general, yeah, changes are nice.
Ooh, great dodge behind from Parky.
Extreme optimization raises the barrier to entry.
From outside the fight,
I like seeing new players as well as the veterans. Yeah, maybe I agree.
Yeah, that was it. But
that's it. That's all it does. It's just like a circular, I don't know, quick.
I think the problem is that most of a big deal bingo becomes the more people, or sorry, the more of a big deal bingo becomes, the more people will try and optimize the fun out of it. I enjoyed watching the OG matches where people were working it out very much on the fly personally. Yeah. Which is why I think a coach plus noob season would be fun. Like, sure, the coaches kind of have it solved, but the noobs aren't gonna. So, I think that could be fun.
More times.
I agree. I like there to just... Yeah.
Oh, he just completely iframed through it. With
it's a hard goal.
Goes for the weed cutter, gets stomped on.
Obviously, you want good players.
Their fights under 10%. Oh, and a bleed proc for Iron U gets the kill
nice
first.
kill by Iron U.
Marks the squares. Parky is still in this Death Knight fight. She's almost got it, but
yeah, having new players, having changes, having stuff, I do think is fun.
Here. Nice charge start too. Okay.
Couple more hits.
If she gets one more stagger, it'll do it. That's a stagger. Very nice.
Huge.
Bang. Good kill by Parky. 6.
When do you sleep? When I'm done streaming.
To 4 now on the board. And everything's kind of shaken out. There's no huge advantages left. It's just Iron U is ahead by 2.
Coach plus noob, base plus DLC would be fun to watch. Well, I was thinking... And I don't know. I haven't planned it out. I'm not doing like a full season of it. This is just a random idea that popped into my head. But I was thinking only the noob plays. And the coach is just a coach. Like... But they can coach during the game. They can decide on plans potentially. They can work with them and be like, okay, where should we, you know, go, whatever. Maybe not though. Maybe not during the game. Maybe they just have to coach outside of the game. But like, that it's just the noob playing. It is 2 noobs facing off. It's not like, you know, okay, you know, the noob, sure, you're gonna get 0 squares, but I, the coach, am gonna get 10 squares for you and we win, you know. So. I don't know.
We might see a race here now. Iron U in the storehouse going up towards possibly
I wouldn't like the pro playing because it could devolve into who can carry the hardest. Right, that's what I'm thinking. Like, you want the coach to be the best coach, not the best player that, you know, just has someone along for the ride.
Mesmer and Parky.
You're gonna have halftime where the coach can talk to the noob about strats and stuff. Ooh, maybe you get like a certain number of times that the noob can check in with the coach, and they can be like, okay, you're gonna do this, you know, a pit stop or something. I don't know.
Is already here, has the grace. This might be a race for level 80.
Kind of like the Minecraft mid-offs, yeah.
Helmets.
Mind control
she's
bingo.
Thinking about leveling her int. That's not quite enough for the weapon.
This is just random thought. I just think that'd be cool.
Bastard Stars without the int and still do good damage, or does it do like nothing? There's some weapons you can, some weapons you can't.
I'm not too sure. That's a great question.
New players and coach can talk to them, but noob can't play while talking to the coach.
I can get it later. I'll get rune level 80 first, and then with the rune level 80, I can get the int. So I think this does make sense from Parky. Just don't.
With the preseason and the regular season so far, definitely the best season yet, in my opinion. This is a very good season.
On the eventual Grave Bird armor, so I think this is a very good.
Two-time Tyson, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Let's go.
The pierce damage on Mesmer is not quite yellow. There is yellow with a little bit of counter damage, but her damage definitely not as high as we might be expecting for the rock shot.
Keeping the match voice high today, unlike other days, doesn't like other commentators confirmed. Somebody said I should turn it up, so I turned it up a little. Is it too high? Should I turn it down? Only right answer for next season is 3 lines. I do like non-lockout still. I don't know that the audience would like non-lockout. It might be just non-lockout isn't the vibe anymore, but I do like non-lockout. I think it's cool. Yo, 2-time Tyson, thank you for the 10 more gifted subs. Let's go. Holy shamoly. Let's go. Gift raining down. Holy. Starting class is truly randomized. Some weapons seem to pop up a lot. Great Omen, Killer Cleaver, for example. It's randomized only to non-somber weapons. So the weapon pool is smaller because about half the weapons in the game are just cut out. So that's why you do see things a little more often. But other than that, I believe it is entirely random for non-somber weapons.
Joss's set here.
I think Mesmer is weak to slash, but I'm not sure what his resistance is to pierce.
2-time is too generous.
Same as others.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when she does a slash attack.
Why only non-somber? I forget the exact reason that Domo said. I can't recall exactly. There is a reason that Domo said, but I can't remember it, so I can't tell it to you, unfortunately, just because I have forgotten.
You can see it is yellow, so yeah, it's a lot better when she gets that. Does get a bleed proc here, so she is nicely ahead. Does heal up.
There are some people like CBD who would like Sombers to be in the pool so that you see the same weapons less often. Me personally, I kind of agree. One possible reason might be Sombers in general have much higher stat requirements, so it's hard to get off to a fast start on the board. So that could be it. What about making center/corner squares be squares that haven't been seen before? You would need a bunch of abnormal objectives for it, though. That's bad. I don't like that at all. I don't like things you've never seen before. I think it needs to be something that players get a chance to practice for, because I feel like that's how it works. You know, the example that I give, and again, this is the teaching stuff, it always comes up, is I need to make sure that every question on a test is something that I have taught the students, right? If there is a question on the test that I genuinely have never taught the students, it's just an unfair test, right? You can get the students could get the test thrown out, or at least the question thrown out. They could just get credit for it again if they can, you know, say, hey, you actually genuinely never taught us this. Same thing with bingo. Like, if you have a square on the board that is something they just genuinely have never learned before because they weren't told to learn it, like, that just feels unfair. Like, you know, you could say, oh, somebody should just know everything about bingo. But the whole point, right, like, we want to bring in new players. A new player, right, my idea, coach plus noob season. Imagine if you had the noob, the coach isn't allowed to tell him anything, the noob is playing, and all of a sudden a square says, like, you know, acquire the Rotten Winged Sword insignia by finishing Millicent's questline. And they're just like, I genuinely have no idea where to go or what to do with that. What do you mean? And, like, that's just it, right? You could ask me to do that. I don't know how to do that. I do not know how to get the Rotten Winged Sword insignia from finishing Millicent's questline. Or maybe it's Millicent's prosthesis, whichever one it is. If you ask me to get something I've never done before, I can't do that. I can't do that. I don't know how to do it. And I'm sure a lot of people would be like that. And so now it just becomes like, it doesn't become who's good at bingo and practicing bingo, which is the thing that we all like and want to do. It becomes who has random extra knowledge of things that we're never asked about. So I wouldn't like it. I wouldn't like it.
Very nice. Yep. Okay, Iron
You
U
can get
heading
both.
in.
Oh,
He's
okay.
buffing up.
Whatever it
And
is.
now it just comes down to, can Parky have a clean enough fight to keep the advantage? Or
Watching
will
game
Iron
one of
use
this match
extra
live was
damage
rough.
take it?
Parky had it in the
Because
bag
Iron U
and the
with
Ancestor
pokes
Spirit
is
instant
doing
happened.
yellow
Yeah,
damage. He
it was
did
really
get the
rough.
Rakshasa's great katana now.
We went
He
over
did
that
check for
first,
it
and
at
yeah.
some point that we missed out on.
It still
And
hurts.
so now they're the same weapon. Parky, oh, gets tagged. She's low. She's got to find a time to heal up, which can be a bit tricky.
The double heal there was not the play.
She doesn't dodge the grab. She has to quit out. That's a reset of the fight. This is now Iron U favored. That would have killed her. That is a smart quit out, but it's super unfortunate because she has to
pivoting.
restart the fight. She's pivoting. Okay, she's going back to maybe get some
Okay.
more talismans.
Yeah, this is about the moment where the match starts to really shift away from Parky. She's down by 2, which isn't a lot, and she was about to snipe on rune level 80, so it was about to be 6-5. She was in just a fine spot, but getting that one grab and having to pivot away all of a sudden.
From Kale, I do think that's very, very smart. I do think she needs these talismans here to keep up in damage. She's just falling a little bit behind.
Yeah.
So she is gonna grab...
What?
Not the Crucible Scale. That was the wrong one. Ritual Sword, absolutely. Rotwing, love that. Ritual Shield, even potential, is pretty.
You're a teacher too? I am too. I teach physics and chemistry. How about you? I am no longer a teacher because I'm now a full-time streamer. But yeah, I taught AP Physics and Introduction to Engineering in a high school classroom. And then outside of that high school classroom, as a private one-on-one tutor and teacher, I taught everything you can think of that's math or science. Calculus, chemistry, biology, a little bit, not as much. I'm not so much into the biology, but went as high as some college level classes. I did linear algebra once.
Good, but nice charge R2 from Iron U.
And then as low as like geometry. I don't think I ever did an algebra one. I think I did geometry at the lowest for math level.
Gets hit a little by the fire, but it does very little damage, so he's fine. Nice hits, keeping up the pressure. There's the big explosion, rolls out of it. Very good. How is he going to dodge it? There's multiple ways to dodge it. He's going back left, a very safe way to do it. Very nice. Gets past Mesmer, gets a charged R2, gets another hit.
Oh,
You
I
do
like
Diffie
this.
Qs.
Beautiful.
I actually
Parky
don't
going
know
for the
Diffie
great
Qs. Never
katana
studied it
instead,
in
so
college,
she
so.
can grease on top of still dealing decent amount of damage.
That being said, I did have a friend who took Diffie Qs and was like, I don't really understand this part. And I was like, let me take a look at it. And I like didn't know exactly what it was, but I was like, I think you can start kind of this way or like this. Like I'm pretty sure like this, just from what I know so far. And like he was like, oh, that was actually helpful. So apparently I kind of know a little bit of Diffie Qs, but not like
don't know
I haven't
if
actually
it's
taken the
level 80
class.
off of this Mesmer by itself. And I think Parky has
He
actually
did
done more
already
boss
do
fights.
Gaius earlier, so I think he does. I'm not sure,
she's
but I
done Relana,
think he
too.
will.
Relana
Yeah, but
gives you
Gaius,
Worst is
I think what
thermodynamics.
more-
Thermodynamics was tough.
They're both maybe the
think.
same. I don't know.
They're around the same. They're both around 200,000. Okay, there's the Mesmer kill, though, for Iron U. Let's see if it does get him to level 80 or if Parky can still snipe this away. I don't think he has the gold scarab. I don't see it on his buff bar, so maybe it's not enough just because of that.
No gold scarab
Let's
and
see.
no. Oh, he's at 78.
78! He's so close. If he goes back to Fort of Reprimand, that's probably enough. Or he just...
Parky doesn't have all of her talismans equipped. She just equipped the Rotwing, but now she still doesn't have the Ritual Sword equipped.
pops his remembrances.
But
I mean, he's kind of
Memby.
giving up Memby, but
Parky didn't equip the talismans for this try, did she? She did in the middle of the fight, so she didn't have them on immediately.
If it's enough to
And on the very first one, she hadn't bought them yet. She had to go back and buy them,
get
I
level
believe.
80, that's probably worth it.
This is match
You
1
can
or 2?
always
This is
dupe
match 2.
later.
Wow.
And it is. It's just enough. It's just enough. Barely takes it away from Parky.
That's
Wow.
crazy. Sacrificing Membi for level 80 here. This diagonal now looking extra good. He has Iris of Occultation set up. He has double Queeline already dead. So now it's just Egon's Furled Finger and 2 Forges.
Yeah, and he's ahead on Egon's Furled Finger because of having done Ancient Dragon Man. So
I do also like that Parky swapped to the Great Katana here, both for the grease, which is very good, but also because it's got more slash attacks on its R2s, and Mesmer is weak to slash, so the Great Katana is just going to be better than
he wasn't
Rakshasa's for this
directly
particular
going for
fight.
The diagonal, it looked like, right, with that Chief Blood Fiend with the
But a
NPC
whole
bosses.
heat
was
transfer
getting some
class
blocks.
after Thermo.
And all of a
Oh.
sudden, he's just like, okay, I kind of...
The level 80 snipe was important. It was super important. It now threatens the diagonal that Parky could have blocked. It obviously puts him ahead 7-4 instead of only 6-5, so Parky would have been just fine. It gets him a faster start on the next square he wants to go for that Parky now can't contest.
fell into this diagonal.
yeah,
I wasn't
really,
even
really important.
going for it necessarily, but like, I can. So he's gonna do the Iris
Backhand
now.
blades
I
tear
imagine
through
he's
Mesmer
gonna
as
do
well?
Forges
Yeah, 'cause they
after
are
because
slash.
It's maybe
Yeah.
the easier one for Parky to block. And if he finishes with Egon's Furled Finger, that's a bingo.
Claws
that's a
of
win.
Night is also a really
Iron
big
Yu
one
in a
for Mesmer if you
commanding
happen to have
position
it,
in game
because
two.
it's
Parky was
slash
in a
and
great
bleed and
position
you
game
just
one,
constantly
but Iron
bang,
Yu
bang, 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 bang.
kinda snuck it away, but
Calc
now
3 means
it's kinda
multivariable.
all Iron
Yeah,
Yu in
correct.
this game too.
You know what's insane, by the way, is
Generally.
the fact that Iron Yu, I believe, if he wins this with another diagonal bingo, all of his wins have been diagonal bingos.
GG Stokes theorem is about as far as you get. Yeah.
Were they all Yeah, no, they were. Yeah, you're right.
Isn't that insane?
Yeah.
Surely Iron Yu wouldn't win a third game on a diagonal. Hi, Rio. I don't think you need to post it 3 times.
You know, I guess if you're going against Iron, you take the middle square, and then he has a
Yeah.
0% win rate if his opponent gets the middle square.
He is helpless.
Metalworking now and
That's
thermal
his square
helps
is
in a
gone.
way, mostly material science and CAD though.
yeah,
It's his Achilles heel.
No, we're going
it's
down.
right there.
We're going actually down here.
Ooh.
We're not going towards
Diagonal
Forges or
bingo,
Egon's Furled
boy.
Finger. We're going towards maybe Mattingham Midra?
I think Iron Yu would have
That
done
is
so good this
interesting.
season if
It's
he
2
didn't
more
start with the
squares that-
deficit. It's very possible. It's very, very possible. I mean, even after the deficit, I will say, you know, he had some unfortunate losses. He did not beat everyone else in the season, right? You know, it's not like, right? Because he ended up starting with a 0-2 record against the person who ended up at the #1 seed. So like, are you like he would have 2-0'd, you know, the 1 seed? Technically possible, but like, I don't know that I would count that as like, oh, definitely. When he did get 0-2'd by, you know, other players in the group. So I do think Iron Yu played really, really strong, but I don't necessarily know that it's like, it's only the initial deficit. Obviously, I think the learning deficit of like, he was thrust in and didn't have a month to train beforehand, I think that's the big thing. And despite not having that that same practice time, I think he played super, super, super well. Yeah. But
He could get.
It's more about the
He is still
practice,
ahead on
right.
majority by 4. So, you know, the common wisdom.
He did an
is if
incredible
you're ahead on
job is the
majority by
point.
4,
Yeah.
Don't go for things that could get you sniped. And going for your diagonal is absolutely a way to get sniped, right? If you go for forges and you forced your opponent to go for forges, now you're in a race. If you get sniped,
You can
it
shook
helps
up the
Parky
meta a little
come
bit,
back.
yeah.
So the traditional wisdom is if you're ahead on majority, going for lines is too
Iron
risky.
Yu was also
And
in the
maybe he's
Skidoo
following
bingo
that
tournament.
Conventional wisdom here.
That was just DLC, however. Right.
Damn. And now we can still do the Membi. We could still do Membi here. And she is
Yeah,
at
Parky
least
getting
leveling
enough
for it.
ins.
Yep.
Yep.
No, he has
Good
played
buddy
bingo
now.
before.
Almost
He
assuredly.
did
It's a
not
ton
never
of
play
endurance,
bingo
too,
before.
so
He
she can
has played bingo before.
wear the
Just
full set. I
not
think she's wearing
this
3 of the 4
specific bingo
pieces right
format.
now.
Looks like she is going for
So,
Egon's
very
Furled
nice.
Finger. Ancient Dragon Man on the menu potentially here for Parky as she is at pillar waypoint. But that's not at all what Iron Yu is going for. He's juking her here and going straight towards Midra Mattingham instead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is a bad play from Parky regardless. Obviously, Egon's Furled Finger blocks out the diagonal. That's great for her. But not only that, it also gets you access to Lamenter, Metter, Yolan Summon, Bale. So there's just a lot of stuff down there. So I think having access to the south is very important in this board. Because, if Parky didn't go south and Iron U only won those, only won Egon's Furled Finger, Metter, Lamenter, Yolan, and Bale, that would be a win on majority. That's the 5 he needs. So Parky at some point must go down here. So the earlier you go, the more flexible you are, the more ways you have to stop Iron U. So I think this is a good play from Parky.
Yep. Yeah, like we said, south side in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, if there was an obvious rush on this board, I would say you should probably do that even before going south. But given that there's, well, I guess you could argue Hefty Pots, you could argue Divine Bird Warrior. Maybe is kind of more semi-obvious, like you should go for those. But like, I don't think there's like a super obvious thing that you need to do right now as Parky. So I think her just heading south, getting access to Furled Finger, getting access to all the stuff does make complete sense. And of course, it blocks the diagonal that she is probably scared of right now.
Not so great, but now Southside looking kind of nice.
I wanted her to win the base game so bad, man. Me too.
At least for some of these more critical squares that are on the board right now. Egon's Furled Finger.
Full bias. I'm okay with being full biased as a commentator. I'm completely okay with saying, hey, I got a full bias on this one. I want this person to win because, you know.
Bale.
And especially, I'd root for the underdog.
And, Jolan's summon here.
Parky definitely, came as the underdog. Played super well, but yeah, just that game one was brutal.
Could be critical, and Matir on top
and
of
also,
that, right?
But
yeah,
I happen to be friends with Parky as well.
Go for Mattingham, and then might pivot out, holding on to Midra as maybe his 13th square.
Give me tips for Dueling Drake's fight. It's always a complete mess when I fight them. I don't know. It's always a complete mess when I fight them, so I don't know.
Yeah, I would really like that play. I think that would be a very strong play. Because imagine being Parky and being like, oh, I'm going to chase all the way down to Midra after I've seen him do Mattingham. Like, one of the longest squares in the game after you know your opponent has progress there is setting yourself up for like a 15-minute long trek.
And stress lately with having to move because of a dumb committee decision and your cat's health and multiple leaks.
Parky kind of just has to assume that he's going to get Midra as well and has to find a way to get most of the other squares.
Parky's put so much work into improving this season too. Yeah.
So
if there was, if we were like, the giving out awards at the end of the season, bonus stars, I think most improved player would easily go to Parky. Well, Pussy also improved a whole lot, but I think Parky would probably be still my...
Here we see Parky is still in the fight.
Bonus star recipient.
Should do very well for her on her Great Katana. She should be able to get those
Iron U is L from Death Note.
Should be a relatively fast fight, and Iron U still making his way through the catacomb, as we can see.
He just knows.
I didn't know the catacomb was under the sea over there. I thought it was it's still in the land, but yeah, no, it's all
Iron U's posture and expression reminds me of a super villain.
That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Makes no sense.
The lack of lighting on his face because he doesn't have like a streamer setup.
Whatever.
It looks very different.
They call it the dark light catacomb, but like those two things are opposite. I don't think you
would
can
win
have
most
light.
handsomest commentator.
That just makes no sense.
I mean,
I thought it was dark.
Do you have to
lit,
ask?
As in, like it's.
Oh, it dimly lit. Like there's a little.
Yeah.
Like, just a little.
Exactly.
There are some candles.
I mean, it's probably Pepe Jack. Actually,
and Parky has
have you seen his jawline?
And now we're in the Dory fight. Yeah. Getting some good backstabs here. Great stops the teleport there with that backstab.
Oh,
so
honestly,
very, very
8F.
Nice. Can do a charge dart too. Which
Honestly, you know what? You're
that
spitting.
Damage is
it's
so
8F.
good.
Oh,
here.
is it?
Okay, he's going
possibly
possibly straight for another backstab. He can go for
Josh, a pretty handsome boy,
but just wants to go.
Josh is
straight into
looking real
backstab
sharp.
loop, worried about the teleport from Jory. Ooh, but now he is gonna get the teleport. That was not the time to go for the charge.
Zoodle
throws the
this could lose him.
Domo does have a nice turn. I mean, Domo goes
death.
without
It is
saying.
very possible
Like I
to
thought
die,
we were
even when
meaning
Jory
guest
is low,
commentators because
if
Domo's
you
cheating.
suddenly have a bunch of summons in your face. Nice, hits the summon to desummon it. Has to avoid all these arcs of light.
Oh wow!
Okay,
that is the Spyra attack.
The Spyra, that's very lucky. Very, very.
I
good
hope for a four-way tie, the 1v1v1v1, a bingo all square match.
Nice. Very, very good kill. And now he's got access.
That
to
would
this
be very
Matty Hand
funny.
and Nidra, and that's going to put him even further ahead on this majority here. Parky heading up the mountain. It looks like she is going for the Egon's Furled Finger. It's a smart play, but it might be too little too late, as
it's unfair to set you guys up against the Prince of Darkness himself. True.
Lead, using line pressure to go further ahead in majority. Really, really good play from Iron U.
And yeah, we're actually running our way
Blanks
back
is set for
now.
comms
Maybe
today.
is
I wonder if
looking at-
he...
oh, never mind. He ports a lot. I have noticed that with Iron
If he will do it, he was super tilted after his matches yesterday.
And then once he actually
I assume he
ports,
will.
it's
I think
No.
sleeping it off is...
No, I don't want to do this.
I don't know that I've seen any of the players be tilted a day after. Like, obviously, you can be tilted the day of, and you can be like, I'm just gonna, I don't want to keep streaming today. But, like, usually by the day after, you're
What was I
relatively
thinking?
fine. But
Maybe he's just thinking about multiple things at different times. And he's going for Divine Bird Warrior. He's going to be taking away the priority that Parky has had on Divine Bird Warrior for like the last 30 minutes now, and claiming that
I don't like having active players on comms. I feel slightly weird about it too, but I can't express why. I haven't come up with a reason why I feel weird about it, but I do feel just a tiny bit weird about it. Like, I like having Blanks. I think Blanks does a great job with the commentary, but it does feel strange to me. I think there's a point that I make here about what Ironyu does. He goes for Jory, but doesn't go for Matting Hand or Midra, and I think I'm about to say it, so I might be cutting myself off, but whatever. And then does not immediately cash in Matting Hand, and the reason he does that is to force Parky to still go Egon's Furled Finger, because she doesn't know whether Ironyu is going for it, because he hasn't marked anything. Whereas if Ironyu marked Matting Hand, Parky right now would be like, oh, cool, I can pivot out and come back to Egon's Furled Finger in a bit. So forcing Parky to do it now is really good for Ironyu, so he hides his progress, sets up multiple things, so that she's forced into the bad square.
Makes sense. At this point, you're strong enough to where this is not as chaotic of a fight, right?
And most esports players join the desk only after they are out. Right, but I don't know why. We better get Parky comms at least once during playoffs. Oh, I would love to have some Parky comms during the playoffs. That'd be fun.
Early on, this can be a bit of a scary
I don't
thing
love
to
it
do,
because
but
not every player gets
at
to
this
do
point-
it. Maybe every player could if they wanted to, but maybe most players don't want to. I don't know.
Now, it's going to be very nice for him to grab. Just an extra square on the
I
board.
don't think Blanks gains
Yeah,
any
makes
advantage
him work
commentating on a
towards
season he's in,
that
and
Matting
he
Hand
does
Midra
bring some good
combo.
insights. Right.
Yeah, and
I don't think it's a matter of fairness. It just feels odd to me.
The longer he doesn't mark a square, the more scared Parky has to be. The more she has to assume he's going for the diagonal, and so she is forced into blocking it even more. She's already there. She probably would have continued it even if Ironyu did finish off Matting Hand, but like this kind of seals it.
Exciting matches
So,
tomorrow. Oh
I
yeah.
think this is an interesting
There's a
play from
lot
Ironyu.
of
Now,
stuff that will be
Parky-
determined tomorrow. The positioning of third versus fourth, Aggie versus Raydans will be determined. And which matches tomorrow is it? It's Gustav versus Swed, right? Whoever, does well out of them is much less likely to be eliminated and possibly more likely even to be in the top two. So like
on the Dueling Drakes, this is a tough fight. She does
A
not
lot
have a
to
ton
play
of
for
defense
tomorrow.
because of this Rakshasa armor, and
I low-key agree, but can't articulate why really. Yeah, I can't articulate why really either. It just feels abnormal to me. Not necessarily wrong, just like, that doesn't seem like that normally happens. Also harder for active players to say, here's what I would do, as maybe it gives away their own strats. Maybe, but I mean, we're kind of at a casual-ish thing where, like, I don't know, it feels like you can say that. Nobody's really, like, hiding strats necessarily, but yeah. The only esport I watch is Dota, and players active in a tournament usually don't commentate because they'd rather focus on practicing if they're still in contention. Yeah, maybe that's just the thing, is maybe it's like it's always been okay, but players choose not to do it just because they're like, I gotta practice. Yo, morning. Just watch their match to see their strats. Yeah, you can always watch their match to see their strats as well. So, I think I might have accidentally closed my Twitch chat entirely. I didn't mean to. Whatever. I still have my combined chat. It's fine. I just don't get to see like subs and stuff on
she's
that
no longer
screen.
using the great katana
It's
that
fine.
makes her take more damage, so at least
Oops.
there's not that. But
So you
I
hate
don't
us.
expect
Yep.
she can still live.
It's
through
true. I
multiple
closed
hits
Twitch
from
chat
these
because I
giant
hate
peak
you all.
drakes. So it really is. You have to heal up.
I was
after
trying to
every
check
single
on
hit you
something,
take.
and I clicked
She's doing
on-
a
and I
great
accidentally
job
clicked on the
of
little
keeping up
X
the
in the
pressure on
corner.
main giant peak drake. Even gets a stagger there using the piercing damage, which they are weak to.
Just hit him, just hit him, just hit him, just hit him. Okay.
This works. If she can, she gets nothing out of that stagger.
Yeah.
Very, very unfortunate.
Didn't have enough time.
Yeah.
Cannon event.
generally,
No!
You can torrent up immediately to jump over the wing. If you get stuck on the wing, though, you just don't have the time. Doesn't get hit by the fire. Very nice.
It stopped right where she was, dude. That's
right in front of her. Okay, now the Divine Bird Warrior as well for Iron You, so they're both in very scary fights. He just walks right under the big rain of feathers here.
Oh, wow.
Under
Nice.
the full combo, and now punishes the Bird Warrior. He's doing really
Whoa,
good damage.
what did I just do?
And his defense, honestly, not that bad. He didn't get
I pressed space and it did something on my OBS. Anyway, okay, going back a little bit to the rune level 80 and how I said, oh, this was a really pivotal moment. Look at how it has now like turned into an even more pivotal moment because Iron You got the rune level 80. It also forces Parky into Egon's Furled Finger and also gave Iron You the opportunity to sneak down to Mattinghand and hold priority on Midra. All of which he maybe would have done anyway. So there's no saying like, oh, well, you know, it would or would not have made a difference. But like, Parky being forced here gave her no opportunity to respond. Iron You might still have gotten a great play and might still have beaten out Parky, but Parky didn't have a chance to stop Iron You's great play because of the rune level 80 loss. So
tagged for too much here. Oh, Iron You has definitely practiced this. Another R2,
nice.
and he's got the kill. Very, very nice. Now Parky sees it. Bleed
There it
proc,
is.
very nice. Headshot as well. Takes the repose.
Oh, there was some Monster Hunter music playing during this? That's actually kind of perfect for the Jagged Peak Drake.
I like that she took the riposte right as the fire was coming through, just to make sure she was safe from it. Because sometimes right as you're about to take the riposte, you get hit by the fire. And it
Proof
can
of a
kill
hero,
you,
is that what it's called?
Or, you know, even just at the least, stop you from getting the riposte. So I like that
Very
she
good
took it
music
right
choice
away.
from Domo,
It's
yeah.
Another headshot here.
Very nice. Fire.
Yeah, she's not doing yellow damage on all of her hits, but wow, another stagger. Okay, she's just gonna take the hits. I think this makes perfect sense here from she's way too far from the head to get the riposte.
Maybe a
trying to go
bleed
for
proc?
mostly those pierce ones here.
Oh, what up, Gray?
Yeah, bleed proc would end it. I'm not sure. She's already gotten a few.
Gray, do you have a remaining match? Or are you done? You're not one of the matches tomorrow, I don't think, right? You are done. Okay, okay. I don't remember. The website's not updated, so I don't remember how many points everyone has, but I think finished 5-5. Okay. That should be enough to be safe. Most no, is that guaranteed enough to be safe? That might be enough to be guaranteed to be safe, or at least tied for safe. I don't think it's enough to be guaranteed safe, but it's enough to at least be tied for safe. It is enough unless we have very, very big upsets. So, yeah, but like, technically, the only way that you wouldn't be safe is if everyone tied 5-5 and you were the lowest out of all the tiebreakers. Because there's no way for there to be someone who is 6'4", without someone else being at least 4'6" or lower, which would mean there's someone below you. So, yes, the only way you could not be in is if everyone ties and you have the least good tiebreakers. So, looking good for you. Gustav has to win versus Roma and V-Swed. That is correct. / tie versus one of them. But also, if he does, if Gustav goes ahead of you, that would mean one of them would go behind you. For sure.
So I'm not sure if she's going to get another one by the time it dies.
So there's only one outcome where you are tied.
She should be very, very close. Or just a few more hits will do it. 2 more hits, I think. And she's got this. 1.
Oh,
And
the
the fire. Oh, but the fire killed it. There it
Nice.
is. Now she just has to talk to Egon, get the furled finger, and Ironu is heading for it. I guess, is maybe saying, well, she hasn't done it at this point. Maybe she's not doing it, but she is doing it. This will still get him progress towards Bale, so it's not wasted time. But a nice job from Parky getting this furled finger right here. Oh, darn it.
Darn it.
Okay,
There it is.
What are the tiebreakers? Actually, number of squares, bingo lines. No. Those are horrible tiebreakers. We do not want those. The tiebreakers first is head-to-head. So, in other words, if I 2-0'd you, but we have the same record otherwise, due to you getting 2 more wins elsewhere, then I have the tiebreaker over you because I 2-0'd you, so I'm ahead of you. Makes perfect sense. Second tiebreaker is strongest win, or sort of strongest set of wins. So, for example, if Parky and Dan tie tomorrow, they would both have the exact same record. They'd be tied on head-to-head, but Aggie beat Sirius, so he has a stronger win than Dan does, so Aggie would have the tiebreaker over Dan if they tie tomorrow. If all of them tie, Gray, Swed, Roma, and Swed, Roma, Gustav, then it could get very complicated because technically each of their wins would be against someone who is tied with each other, so none of them would have a stronger win, and they might all end up having tied head-to-heads. I don't know. It could get very messy. I made a spreadsheet for that, and like my chances are 99% that I go through without tie if you're interested to see numbers. Cool, let's see it. Oh, okay. Clean advance percent. Gray, 87.5. Tie advance percent, 12.5. Total advance percent, 100. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Gustav with the lowest chance because he does have to win 3 of the next 4 that he plays. And you can see there's, you know, wait, why is it like overwhelmingly likely that people, because it's like 3 people are moving on. So these in total add up to 300%. They should, I believe. Do they? Because 3 people move on? Oh, no, sorry, total percent adds up to 300. And you can see that, yeah. 100, and these add up to 100. So it's 300%. So Gray and Roma are guaranteed to be at least tied for moving on because they both already have 5. And then Swed is very likely to move on. Or no, it's more than because of the tie percent. Sorry. I guess the thing gets complicated. But the point is there will be 3 people moving on, so I said they add up to 300. They do not add up to 300. Obviously not. But like that's because ties are, you have to give them half of it. It's weird. Okay, but yeah, Swed very likely, Gustav very unlikely. He really, really does have to just play out of his mind to possibly make it. Okay, very interesting. Very interesting. I like that. The
Mark,
furled
though.
finger mark, very nice.
9-5. Now let's.
This is for the other group. I mean, the other group is pretty well set, but yeah, we can take just a quick little glance at it, and we can see Blank's 100%, Aggie 100%, Sirius 100%, Raydan's 100%. And the only thing left to determine is whether Aggie will be 3rd and Raydan's 4th, or Raydan's will be 3rd and Aggie will be 4th, because everything else is just already set in stone.
See, does Ironu continue still going?
Love stats.
Having some hiccups today. I'm sorry about that, chat.
So Swed needs to win at least 1 to move on.
Better in the next matchup. But yeah, it looks like we're still going up
I
here.
imagine.
Yes.
Yeah, she at least wants the next Grace. She's a little closer to the next Grace. You can get the next Grace towards Bale. I think that's very reasonable. And Iron U, I expect, is just going to grab the Grace right in front of...
Gustav loses out. If Sweat... Oh, that... I don't know. I'm not sure, actually.
Pivot out.
Whatever, you can look at it.
Keeping some efficiency for later. When you're in a late
What's
game
Aggie's score?
majority play, you need efficiency. If you're just constantly like making no
I don't remember.
progress and just pivoting out, like it can be hard to actually win those. But no, Iron U is continuing. He is getting closer to Bale.
I think he's 4 currently.
Take it away, says,
I think he's
Parky
4.
Thinks she has priority, but I can just take that away, which.
Swed doesn't have to win if Gustav loses 3 or more for sure. But the thing is, one of Gustav's matches is against Swed. So in order for Gustav to lose 3, one of those would have to be a Swed win. So
it's the one your
so
opponent
Swed
least
does
expects is the one that they're ahead on. What if she does do it? There's possibilities.
We're going up the mountain.
Swed does need to win one.
Mountain
Correct.
is here, and we're climbing. Bale is like, where is he on the map? Is he like right here?
Aggie and Dan tied up 4 points. Right.
I
Yes.
have no idea. We'll see when she gets there.
They play today. Yep.
Yeah.
Aggie versus Dan.
Should be
I believe
back
she's currently
soon.
climbing up towards Senesax or past Senesax.
By the way, good call on me. She is climbing right past Senesax right now.
That they're both going for is crazy.
Yeah. I think this is heading past Senesax. I think she's then going to turn left when she gets to the top of that, that thing. And then I think Bale maybe is down at the south area. Or not south necessarily, but, south of where she is.
And then she stops at the Grace here. This is where she would turn left to go up towards Bale, but instead just pivots out.
Oh, there's the turn left, I think.
And
Maybe a
she
spicy
pivoted.
meet the
She
ball.
ports. She grabbed the Grace and ported. Okay, so she grabs the one.
He's commentating the games today, or at least that's what it says on the website. So I assume he is actually commentating the games today. That'll be fun. That'll be fun.
After Senesax and is back to Roundtable. Okay.
interesting.
And now the map is very confused.
Oh, yep.
Oh, there it is.
Parky's at round table right now. That's why.
Okay, yep. She ports out. We'll see where she's headed to. And, oh, she's headed to the Specimen Storehouse. We've got them both back.
Interesting.
And Iron U also going past Senesax.
20 Faith? Oh, man. I would have liked for Parky to go for the Faith for Great Sword of Damnation and also go Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength, but...
Here. Oh,
spoiler for what's about to come. She sees it. She does not go for it.
And
Great Sword of Damnation would have been so much better on Gaius.
I do like the Great Sword of Damnation quite a lot. It looks like maybe she's going to go for Gaius with it. I maybe would have preferred to see her do Romina.
Other calls are good. That's why we watch. Not everyone. I have some bad calls. It happens sometimes.
Great Bird armor set, but I mean this is easy and it's holy damage. I believe is on the Great Sword of Damnation, so Gaius will be very, very weak to it. So I don't think this is a bad call, and especially it helps you keep up with power into the late game. And Iron U is headed for the Matting Hand. Finally cashing in on that priority.
I look forward to Gray commenting on Mitch, commentating on Planks tomorrow. True.
For Bale as well, by the way. So we might see a Bale race at some point, depending on how many squares are going to vanish here off the board. Matting Hand, though, however, is going to be marked from Iron U in just a moment here.
Geek bingo inception.
Fairly easy to do. But if he's allowing Parky to pretty much clean up the rest of these squares...
There's so many bad calls like saying my favorite non-Souls game isn't a Souls game.
We could start to see some clashing on the board. I'm seeing maybe like forges, crafting hefty pots. Helmet still being on the board is crazy to me. Not going to lie.
I feel like Hefty Pots is the one that I'm like, dang, that's still on the board. Like
that is not a Souls game. That's true.
Real early, but I mean, neither of them has kind of had a reason to do it yet. I think both of them have been making strong.
Just because it's true doesn't mean it's right. SMH my head. True. Will the new class become meta class for speedrun? Unlikely, because I don't think either of the new classes have a bleed weapon. The stats on the new classes are pretty solid though, so you know there's a possibility. If it is the new meta, the amount of total time it'll save over the course of a run will probably be like 5 seconds. Like the starting class doesn't actually matter that much in a speed run, so a slightly better starter class just doesn't save like any time. So we'll see.
Plays and the Crafty Pots is just kind of in a whatever position on the board. Like Yeah, you could if you're Iron.
The
You
suit?
do it to
You like the
promote
suit? I
column
like the
4.
suit
You
as
could
well.
do it if you're Parky to block column 4.
Yeah,
but,
Blanks is
It just
commentating.
felt like such a non-priority for both of them. Ooh, she is leveling up a bunch
Or at
of
least,
faith
yeah, that is
now
what the website
for
claims.
the,
So I assume that is true.
I think that was Faith. For the possible great sort of damnage.
Yeah, the weed cutter on Mattingham,
But she's
so
not doing it,
good.
She's doing the Bastard Stars. Probably will get Golden Vow Flame Grant Me Strength after this as well, then, I'm expecting. Okay, there's the Matting Hand.
Got weed cuttered to death by Iron You. He also had Alexander's Jar Shard, by the way. And there's the damage there from the Bastard Star. Oh, and not using the Great Sword of Damnation, even though she picked it up. Interesting.
Yeah, yeah. The damage here is fine. It's yellow. It's not going to be a fast fight. It's probably going to be, honestly, only about as fast as Iron U's kill at the start of the game. Even though Parky should be much stronger, this weapon just is not quite it.
Yeah, this weapon kind of sucks. Not gonna lie, this weapon is just not good.
The Ash of War is where this weapon genuinely really shines. The Nebula.
Yep.
Really, really solid damage, but you just have to find the window to be able to use it. There
Arts
aren't that
Edition
many
will break all the
windows.
mods.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's the back
probably.
kick. Okay.
Yeah, she avoids it very nice.
Weed cutter is Wild Strikes at home. It is Wild Strikes at home, but it's still pretty good though. It's solid.
She knows if you stay to his side, you can kind of bait out the back.
She also put levels into int for this weapon. Correct, she did. She got up to 22 int for
kick
it.
while not being in the way of it. Takes the riposte, very nice.
I love flails.
She could go for the Ash of War here, but goes for a charge
Flails are just worse maces, unfortunately.
R2 instead. The very, very slow charge R2 where you like spin it around a bunch before you hit.
FromSoft just made them do less damage at slower attacks than maces,
But gets
and
the
less
hit there,
stagger.
very nice.
I think. Maybe I'm not 100% on all three of those, but I feel like they're slower, less damage, and less stagger. And I don't even really feel like they're higher range, even though I think theoretically they are.
Oh, she goes for the charge
R2 for...
No, the Ash of War would
Yeah.
be perfect there.
Rip baby rattle. Would
That's
Yeah,
okay.
have been nice if she used the Ash
thing
of War.
about the
Potentially, yeah.
Nebula is you want a boss rather than just that is quote unquote big. You want a boss specifically that's like wide that you can hit with the full arc
Yeah.
of it. And
Yeah.
Gaius, if he's facing you, is actually fairly like thin, not
Yeah.
super thin. Obviously, he's not like just a guy thin, but like. Despite being a large boar, if he's facing you, the profile that gets hit by Nebula actually isn't that big.
Nice
Also, Parky with some
dodges.
very, very tough attacks here, but dodges them very nicely, keeps her cool, does not try to heal when she
Yeah,
doesn't
really,
need to.
really
Gets
incredible
hit
dodges
the
by
charge
Parky,
attack,
because, like,
unfortunately. Yeah, that,
When you get forced out by Gaius, sometimes he can just, like, do those attacks and you just get clipped by something and
that's
you
what can
just
happen. If
die.
you get out of
So
range
really
of
good by
Gaius,
Parky
he
to
just
not get
starts
hit
to
by
do
any of
some-
that.
Some really weird attacks that are much harder to dodge. Oh, gets tagged, and now she can't get
Okay.
the full dodge here. Okay, heals up as well. Okay, she's fine now, but that is going to lose her quite a bit of time on this fight. Nice dodge.
Oh, the
She's
back
only
kick.
about halfway. Oh, gets kicked.
Is Gaius
Probably
magic
gets hit by
resistant
one
and
of the
Baby
two.
Rattle is a
Now
magic scaling
Iron Yu is
weapon?
going for
I don't know
Death
if
Mask
he's
Helms.
magic
going for-
resistant.
Is this one
I have
Vigo?
no idea.
Which one is this one?
This one is.
It feels like he could be.
Vigo, Yep.
Okay, yeah. Goes for that one first. Now headed to the Dark Chamber, so he's going to go for
Understood that certain
Kuz
weapons are
next,
getting nerfs
and
with
then we'll
Tarnished
probably
Edition.
finish with
Really?
Salza.
That's annoying. I don't want them to do that. I would be totally in favor of them buffing certain weapons that they think are underperforming. I am not in favor of FromSoft nerfing weapons that players have been having fun using all this time, and all of a sudden like, oh, now the weapon that you like sucks. Like, I don't like that.
Down on the way to the Rao Ruins.
If that is true that they are doing that.
Yeah, this is a very
okay,
quick
Parky,
pickup here
nice
from Iron.
dodge. Yep. Definitely, if you've already got access to all the areas, doing the Death Mask Helms is not very slow. So
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, Gaius is not resistant to anything but slash. Correct. 20% magic resist on Gaius. Okay, yeah, that's not bad.
And
That's
Parky,
fine.
This remembrance is just taking so
Yeah,
long.
she's getting tagged
Weak to
by some of
holy.
these
Right,
attacks
right.
Here.
Oh, and she's getting bad attacks. That's the problem, is if you don't fight him hitless, it all goes off the rails because he just starts doing ranged attacks, which are all harder to dodge. And unfortunately, we don't get to see how it's going for Parky. She did still have a good number of
Could be
heals
clickbait
left, so she
and
wasn't in
engagement
that
bait,
much
but the source I
danger,
saw noted
but-
Blasphemous Blade, Moonlight Greatsword, and Rivers of
she
Blood
has
could be
to.
bait. That sounds like bait then. Just random community-liked weapons. That just sounds like someone's just
Remain
lying.
cautious. Surely.
There would be no reason to nerf those 3 specifically.
I mean, it's still gonna take her probably another
feel
30
like-
seconds to a minute here, maybe, just because her damage has been so low.
12.
As next Eldering PvPer, some
I'm
nerfs would
gonna
be
go
welcome.
1-0.
If you can nerf things in PvP, they have the knobs to specifically dial things up and down in PvP. That's fine. Don't touch them in PvE. It wouldn't. Would be bad.
108.52. 108.52.
Another Rivers of Blood nerf would be
Okay,
insane. Yeah, after
okay.
they already nerfed it.
She's got this. Surely she's got
Rivers
this.
of Blood
all right.
deserves it for its crimes.
Here
It's
it comes.
already
She's gonna
been
mark it
punished
in
enough.
2, 1.
We're back.
Oh, we're back. We're back. No, that's no. That's a little freeze frame.
Oh.
Here we go. Okay, she's almost there. Oh, looks like your prediction is about to be spot on.
Come on, Parker, hurry up 3 seconds. Oh!
Nerfing PvE always sucks. Yep.
Oh, that was crazy.
13, 14, 15, 16
Dude,
is the
that was
mark.
so
No, 15 was the mark.
close.
That was so close.
Tomo
Very
using
nice
his third
prediction.
eye.
Yeah.
That was so close. Don't need a reason
Okay,
they've changed
10 to
random stuff
6
before.
now. IRU
Yeah.
obviously still with
but
a,
they
with
shouldn't.
a great lead here, and he did
Holy
not finish
frame by
off the
frame.
Death Mask Helms just yet, but he's headed down towards it, and something's going on with the stream there. But he gets that.
Angus
on
players
the way
playing
to
by the
setting up
script.
Graveyard
Classic.
Armor. So once he gets that, he's at 11. He almost guaranteed has Midra. So
The source listed
Arky
that
has
they're
to find a
removing
way
the
to snipe
stagger
everything
damage of
else.
the
Arky
Ash of
has to
War
win
entirely. Yeah, that just doesn't make sense.
Bale,
Let's take an attack and
Lamenter, Metter,
literally
Forges,
remove.
and Gravebird
That doesn't
Armor.
make
Oh,
sense.
and
Yeah,
Craft
that's
Hefty Pots. So
you're being
Parky's in
trolled.
a very
Must
tough
be.
situation. That's Oh, okay. So the stream was behind.
Please make
so
the
he
perfume
has
bottles
already
useful
killed
again.
Salsa
I
here.
agree.
If we
Buff
refresh,
the
we'll
perfume
probably see
bottles.
that.
Don't nerf things. Buff the perfume
I was
bottles.
trying to catch up. He's
Oh,
going
he
for
ports out
Bale.
to Bale. He's gonna go Bale into
Wow.
Midra. I mean,
Literally welcome nerf.
it's an ambitious
the broken
play,
perfume
but
bottle,
I
'cause that
really
was
like it,
insane.
actually. I think this is. Oh, actually, and that's a line. That's actually a line. If he gets Bale, that's a line.
More of a
Oh,
We didn't
I
even
didn't even
notice.
see. Oh my
didn't even see
days.
it.
like yeah, I guess.
So now Parky really.
I don't
has
know.
to go to
I'd have been
Bale.
okay with the perfume bottles saying it was kind of funny,
instead, it
but
looks like
yeah, I
she's headed
guess
for
yeah.
the Craft Hefty Pots. I mean, that is a fast square. Maybe she's thinking, okay, Iron U's so close to majority, I don't really need to worry about lines. But Iron U says, hey, don't count me out. You know.
Also, kind of funny that, like, even when Iron U is just genuinely about to win on majority, he snuck a line at the end for no reason. Or at least seemingly no reason, right? He prepped Matting Hand, didn't do it. Prepped, some Death Mask Helms, and then finally went, his Divine Bird Warriors, Matting Hand, his Death Mask Helms, straight into Bale. Like, even when it was
You guys said I
completely
wasn't gonna win on a
unnecessary,
line.
he
What
still
if I
just
win on
wanted to
line
sneak out a
anyway?
line.
Just a little signature thing to end out his season. So looks
just
like that's
this.
what he's headed for.
Is
Right,
Bale
and
skin going
also-
pretty fast?
Pretty
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
I think for Parky, it's
He has
very
a really
much
good
like, hey,
Bale,
I got
from
Egon's
what I
full
remember.
finger, so I'm ahead. I have time, but
Yeah.
no.
No. Turns
Iron
out
U
not the
was
case.
right
but
behind you.
The throwing weapons
I
need
think
less
this is
damage
a
cut off
great
with
play
distance.
from Parky,
Agree,
though.
agree.
Even though it's not going to work out, right? It's you have to make one guess out of the 1, 2, 3, 4.
Weird they
5,
wouldn't buff
6,
the base
7,
damage while
8
fixing the
squares
obviously
left.
broken
There are
Ash
8
of
squares
perfume
left.
bottles.
You just
I
have to
agree.
guess the one
If they
that
made
Iron
that
U's gonna
trade-off,
do.
they
And I
said,
think
hey,
this is the
perfume bottles are
fastest one
better,
that remains
but
on the board.
the Ash
So
doesn't
I think it
have
makes
this
complete sense from
quirk
Parky to say,
where
hey,
all
let me
the
take away
sparks
fast
can
ones,
explode on the
let me
same
force Iron U
spot.
into the slow
Would have been a
ones. If he has
perfect
to do the
change, I
slow
think.
ones, maybe I've got a better chance of catching up. But unfortunately, it's just not, I think, going to be enough.
Oh my lord. Let's see how good Iron U's Bale is. Good damage so far. Rakshasa is definitely going to help a lot for this fight. Piercing damage is
Nice piercing
optimal.
headshots.
Nice.
Yeah,
And there's a
another
stagger
charge
already.
R2 gets a stagger so quickly here. Goes for the
Wow.
full 3 hits. Possibly thinking about a 4th, but it would have been a little too slow, I think. So he just takes the riposte. Very nice. Does going to do a charged R2 at the end of this.
Wow.
Nice. Good dodge.
Phase
Keeps
2.
up the pressure. We are into the phase transition. Can't really stagger him out of this.
Just going to attack, though, right
Okay.
before the jump off. Oh!
Ooh, yeah, here comes all the fireballs.
I'm surprised
He's gotta
that hit
dodge
him.
them
It felt
all
like he was actually
accordingly.
running
Nice
sideways
dodge on
well,
the final landing.
but
That is the one that does big damage. Even throws a kukri here in order to keep up the poise. Very nice. Dodge. Hits in the head again. Okay, big explosion. He's running from it. Yes, there it
Another
is.
Kukri.
So now
Oh!
Stagger bleed, bro.
Stagger with a
Huge,
bleed.
Huge, huge. He can get the 3 hits now into the riposte. Once
Such a
again,
clean fight, yep.
Is going to bring Bale down under 25% at this point. Oh no! He hit so hard, he's destroying the entire stream. Irony, you've got to stop. We can still see his camera for some reason, but we can't see the fight. Okay. I mean, he's just going to take a few more hits after this.
There are random lightning strikes beside the fireballs on phase transition. Oh, is that what hit him there?
Flashing.
Big
that
fire
might be the
breath.
big combo. Big fire breath. No, I think that. Oh my God. Look at the extra flashing. No, that's got to be the multi hits because it's flash, flash, flash. Here it goes. Big flash. Okay,
No,
this might
it
be a chance to finish
froze.
him off. There it is. There
Wow.
it is. From Iron U. 12 to 6.
If he was wearing glasses, we could have watched it in the reflection.
One last one to take on the road as we conclude.
Commenting
his
on the
final
lighting on his
match
face
and
was
Party's
hilarious.
final
Yeah, that
match
was so
of
funny.
The round robin stage here of Bingo Brawlers
The
season
cinema,
6.
we don't get to
What a
see it.
ridiculous game.
No.
What an insane game. Sorry for the stutters there, chatters. Obviously, this is something that we've been working on for quite a while. I already have something planned for Season 7 to like kind of circumvent all of these issues.
He's got something
but
planned.
What an amazing match. What an amazing match from both players.
Yeah, just an incredible way that both of them played. Iron U really showed his versatility of setting up multiple lines, of going for different things, of pressuring and pivoting.
And then there is a very nice post-game interview with them. I obviously was in it, so I already know, like, you know, generally what is said by both of them. But it is a good watch if you haven't watched through it. It's kind of long. It's a bit long, so I don't know that I'll go through it right now. But like, yeah, if you haven't seen it, and especially if you know like Parky and you want to hear her thoughts at the end, like, it's pretty good to go for. But I think we'll probably call it here for the night. We are already at 4:15 a.m. There's a bingo match in the morning, and we definitely do not have time for another full round to get through. Because the pace I go at, it takes me at least 2 hours to watch through a match. So I don't want to commit to all of that right here, I think. So, yeah, I think we find someone here to raid here for the night. You just woke up? No! All right. Oh, wait. Raiding's going to be hard because normally I raid from my Twitch chat in my OBS, but I accidentally closed it. So I'm going to have to do it from my own Twitch chat here. I'm going to have to go to my own channel. I guess I can just click on. There we go. And then you guys will be able to see me type the /raid into the chat. Oh, and now we're Ception. Now we're Mitchception. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, let's raid. Who have I raided the least recently, I suppose, is the question. Who cares? Let's just raid Gray. Gray's doing some bingo practice. You know, open the chat tab in OBS again, right? Yeah, I just don't know where it is. Docs. Chat. Loading tokens. I don't know. I'll fix it. Eventually. Connect to Twitch. Wait. Oh, I have to log back in. It's gonna... I can do it. I just have to do it after stream. It's fine. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Plus, press the button. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye. And then me on screen doing the bye-bye. And then the next me on screen doing the bye-bye. Bye-bye.